Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the time. feel the tides wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. It is the last week of our regular season, and just like Euro 2024, where the knockouts start today, those are the same principles in the LEC this weekend. Because if you're out, your season is over. You need to get into this playoffs over the next 2 days. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Aragon and by Odoamne to go through this dramatic weekend.
I mean, it's...
We're feeling relaxed.
It's super, I mean, yeah, we're feeling relaxed, but I don't think the teams are. It's super chaotic. I mean, the amount of storylines we have is absolutely crazy, from who gets first, who's out, it's mental.
Usually you're really excited about the top of the pack to see who is going to get the super high seed. But right now, with the bottom of the pack, they're so stacked with, I think, 5 teams being at 2 and 5, and 1 team being at 1 and 6. A lot can happen today and this weekend.
Literally everything can happen because it is so tight indeed. And we'll, of course, keep you informed on everything in terms of the stakes. We did also want to look back at last week to keep us informed. And we are going to give the moments aura points. Now, if you are on social media way too much like me, you probably will have already seen what aura is. TLDR, kind of the energy that is around you when you walk into a room that you can command from people. You know, how we obviously always have incredible aura. And we'll allocate the aura points depending on the moment. So production, please roll our first moment for us.
I mean, now I don't care others, so maybe I have more confidence, and yeah, I can play better.
He said he was going to beat G2 in that too, I remember.
Yeah, but he played so damn well.
It started really well. This is the match of the week?
Yeah, that play was sick, by the way. The dodge onto the Ash W, I just thought that was so
It was unbelievable, but also this Aragon.
Yeah. And the end, okay, look. Okay, look. I mean, it was about Noah. The opening clip was Noah, so I'm going to go with...
Wait, I'm going to do...
Is that legible? I think...
I'm going to do plus 10,000 for saying you're going to beat G2 and then like outplaying them massively. And then I'm going to do minus 5,000 aura points because you lost to G2,
I mean,
but everyone does.
That's plus 5,000 overall, right? I mean, we got the same?
Yeah.
I think we rated the same?
Good, pretty good.
5,000 aura.
You know, everyone loses to G2 anyway.
I'm really happy with him, you know. Plus 7,000, given how weak he was going into MSI right now, being arguably maybe Fnatic's strongest point. Losing to G2, I take that trade, you know.
It happens. I like it. Okay, overall, very positive about Noah and Fnatic still. Let's see what our second moment is.
And that is just, I'm going to full charge it.
Ooh, the puppy goal.
Ooh.
No way.
Puppy goal winner. The winner.
With that hole in one.
The puppy goat of
I mean, he did this on repeat, right? He kept getting it. I think there was
He was
one
smurfing
blunder.
this whole segment, I think.
Yeah, there was one blunder.
He got this one as well.
Holy
this is rigged.
So there's one full charge.
Do you think he beat you?
And this one's
How's your
Definitely, I'm really bad at this. You know, I'm not Oscar level, but I can do that. You know, I can definitely do that.
Count this one.
Yeah.
Okay, he redeemed it. You know.
I mean, he's crazy good at this.
Yeah.
And at Poppy overall.
And with that, we have found a Poppy challenge winner.
Okay,
Poppy.
that's a hard
Now
one.
I see why he plays all
I
the
gave
time.
him
Poppy.
7 million aura for that.
What's the scale on this?
Who knows?
I think that's a bit.
What really is it? A lot.
I've gone 3,000. I think maybe it's my ego. I feel like I could do that as well.
Oh, Aragon. Is that a challenge?
I mean, my IGN used to be Poppy with 2 E's. So I think, yeah, 3,000. It's good. It's good.
Okay.
8,000 is, you know, it's more important to be good at Poppy Golf than having your confidence brought back to you like Noah did. So
Okay,
for me,
okay,
you know,
that's good, that's good.
priorities.
Okay.
And also, we've written it down that next Poppy Golf, Aragon will be taking on Mickey.
Yes.
Let's take a look at our next clip.
Wait, which one is this one? Oh,
Oh, it's a Starkamas.
Oh, yeah,
Killing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
the
The
redemption.
Vitality game.
Doing really well.
Yeah, in all of these
Oh.
teamfights, he's finding really, really good angles, very patient. But I really hope the next one is coming through because that's the one that sealed the deal for.
The big 5-man?
Yeah, this was the one.
Sick.
And especially since he had so much criticism. Showing off like that, I think is great. All right.
It has to be a big
Yeah,
number.
a lot.
I think
Also,
so.
I think the situation that KC has found themselves in and all the pressure on all of these shoulders. Did you know that he accidentally got suspended on X?
Oh, yeah?
I actually
Did he?
think minus aura because it's back probably, and maybe he was playing better. Maybe it's a Noah situation.
It's the Noah no social media effect.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's going to run it this
Maybe.
week, isn't
no,
he?
I thought of even like plus 50,000 aura because I'm sure it's really hard
Yeah.
situation in KC, but they're doing well and they might make it to playoffs.
Definitely, with them being at 3 wins, they actually have arguably the easiest route out of all of the bottom of the pack teams. Their schedule doesn't look too bad, and they're leveling up in some areas, downgrading in some, but overall positive trend for K-Corp.
Yeah, I think Rogue and GiantX was right as EC2, but yeah, a big point reward. I think that was sick. Having the big comeback after, you know, a shaky split and a shaky season. I think he's done really well in that play.
Yeah, Aragon, I heard someone told me you had another clip for some reason.
I had another clip.
I don't know.
Well, I went out and found a bonus clip of a certain someone. Oda, you might want to take a look.
Wait, that's me? Wait, what am I doing?
Don't look up at your eyes.
Wait.
You're gonna love this one.
Oh no, okay. Now I know what I was doing. Oh, but come on,
Oh,
guys.
that's ugly. That's ugly.
What is that?
Oh no, that's ugly.
Oh,
Is this from solo queue?
yeah, I'm all the way up there, you know.
He got
I'm-
solo killed, and that was a counter for Aatrox, I'm pretty sure. So.
You can give him his aura points he lost.
Yeah, I mean that's a minus 10 billion for me. I didn't have time to draw the zeros.
That's
Okay.
for me, that's a plus 1,000. You know, I had worse days than that for me.
Okay.
On the
Getting solo
LEC actually, right?
After what happened this split, you know, being on the desk with you guys, I'm taking that solo kill over being with you guys over here any
You
day.
know what?
So.
I think that's very fair. Now, you did bring it up for KC and in terms of the stakes and everything, and we wanted a visual reminder of everyone that is fighting for the playoffs and how big their chances are of getting in there. So we thought about bringing in a huge darts board.
I'm
And this
good
is
at
the
this.
way it goes. We're going to get a visual representation of how hard it is to hit the different things. You can see the scale there next to you. The balls are coming. They're coming. So every time you hit one, we'll look
Take
at kind of what it is and we can explain what the stakes are.
You want to take the first shot?
I guess I should take the first shot since I have to hit a double. Oh my, who do I want to talk about? Well, I'm really bad at darts, so I'm
You're not going to hit who you want, man. Just throw it. Who's
That's
that?
a double 8. Who is that?
Sorry?
Team Heretics.
Okay, Team Heretics. How hard is it for them? They're currently in shared, position for that fifth spot.
With
2 wins.
Fnatic today and G2 tomorrow, I'm trying to find reasons to get excited. It is really hard. I feel like their form has been quite all over the place. Their easier matches have been in the past. And right now with Fnatic today, G2 tomorrow, it's looking really hard. They really need to level up on their strats and their in-game setup for the objectives.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want to take a
Yeah, go on,
gander?
I'll throw a shot.
Do you have one you want to explain?
Ooh, I mean, I'd love to talk about Vitality. I
Okay.
think they're my personal favorite team to make it through.
So any
Or
triples?
Rogue. Okay.
Any doublers?
Who's that?
That's a triple.
That's a triple on...
That's 555. It's Team Vitality.
It's Team
Yeah,
Vitality. I hit my
nice.
mark. Nice. Right, I think this team, look, Okay, this might be delusion. This might be
Okay. It
close. I feel like they have the best early game in the league. I'm going to stand by that statement. I think they're fantastic. Their stats are crazy. They're absolutely phenomenal. But then they'll just find a way to absolutely run it down. They have a terrible strength of schedule. They've lost to all the bottom tier teams for some reason, G2 and SK next. But if they
Wait, maybe
find
they're
a way,
better versus G2 and SK, like versus...
it's the inverse
Yeah.
thing where they're better versus better teams.
It's possible.
Look, Photon's often the catalyst for throws. I think if they just fix their mid and late game, they can do really well.
Okay. Odo?
Yeah, it's hard to top that one off. Good one, Aragon. Let's see. Oh, MDK seems like the one with the hardest schedule here. So
Okay.
That's
Single
not
20.
enough. Yeah, it's not enough because how
That's-
hard is this for MDK with 1 win?
with 1 win for MDK, it is really, really difficult.
Can we get the standings up as well, maybe, Production, so we can...
I do think they have BDS today and Rogue tomorrow, so their strength of schedule is a little bit iffy. They have it in their hands. I think that with 3 wins, you can make it through, but they really, really need to step up and show us things that they haven't shown us so far yet, because this split, it really hasn't been theirs.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's a good representation of that. It is in the cards or on the cards for everyone, but it might be more difficult depending on who you play. By the way, I was told there is a freak scenario in which MDK does not make playoffs, but still makes it to season finals because of making it to the finals. I know. We'll track
If I would
that.
be a player, I would be really tilted for that.
Yeah.
to
I
be
mean,
honest.
hopefully we haven't told them, so they don't know.
man.
Anyway, we're going to move on to our match intro for our first game. We set it up a little bit already, but Fnatic is playing Team Heretics. Now, Fnatic, Aragon, of course, a little bit of aura lost to losing to G2, but how do we feel about them overall in their search for that first place over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic, going into this matchup, I think it's very, very clear that, you know, Fnatic are the favorites, and we should probably try to build up how Team Heretics can win. But when it comes to Fnatic, I think my biggest flaws, because like I said, they're expected to win, is the fact that, in my opinion, they don't necessarily play pure meta, the best version of the meta, which is, a lot of it is double AD carry, mid and AD carry. They have exclusively played AP champions in the mid lane, no Tristana, no Corgis, nothing like this. And I think that could potentially be a weakness in Avenue. I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think they're absolutely fantastic.
They're
Noah's
still
playing
fantastic,
well,
right?
and I think they should clear TH.
Yeah, they're great, you know, but
Yeah.
for me, my general interest today is in Team Heretics, because I'm looking at ways where they can level up today, bring up their A game, because it worked so good in spring. When Zyro came in, the team was looking compact, great, everyone was on point, they were top of the standings regular season, sure. Playoffs came, they fumbled a little bit, but right now in summer we're seeing a completely different Team Heretics, and this comes primarily from GiantX as well, because if we look in spring, he was playing mainly engaged champions everywhere. The only one that is not engaged is Lee Sin, you know? So right now, going into summer split, there's not a lot of engaged champions left. Maokai fell off, different identity compared to before. And last week we saw him play Karthus, and I feel like when this team, when I think of Heretics, this team worked the best when it was GiantX and Trimby working well together. But right now, with this sort of champion pool that they're showing right now, I don't feel it so much.
It's a lot of double AD carry, but I feel like there's 2 variants of this right now for the world globally. It's double AD carry plus tanks in the jungle and playmakers in the jungle, or double AD carry plus AP junglers, carry junglers. And I think they need to get GiantX off of champions like Karthus and put him back on Sejuani. I think he is best on playmakers. I think back to last split, it was Lee Sin and champions like this, and now I want him back on Sejuani and stuff to be able to use his veterancy.
Yeah, up to our veterans indeed, and Lore standing by with another veteran, Wonder from the top lane in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you, Shox, and thank you, Wonder, for joining me ahead of your game. Last week of the regular season, how are you guys getting ready?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's been like pretty stressful week. I mean, we are playing Fnatic G2 here in our last week, and I mean, well, we might still have a tiebreaker even if we lose to both of them, but we come in trying to, I guess, get 2 wins, right, and try and lock ourselves in playoffs. And yeah, I mean, of course, I think everyone is like aware behind the scenes that, well, if this week doesn't go as planned, we might be out already, and this might be like the end of the year, and then like, so you can start forming thoughts, okay, maybe it will be like the last, what is it called, time this roster is together and stuff like this, right? Because obviously we want success. So yeah, I mean, pretty stressful week, but preparation has been done, and now it's just up. If we can deliver on stage, then yeah, we'll manage to maybe grab a win or 2.
Yeah, and hopefully you guys managed to show it on stage, but I'm really confused as to what happened to you guys, because spring went well, I think, and I felt like there was some kind of identity that you guys were building and working on. What happened this summer? How do you reflect on the results that you had?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams got better, just better faster than us. They did like, I mean, for example, SK I think made upgrades. I think K-Corp made upgrades, for example. And yeah, I mean, we just didn't. I think we just stagnated a little bit. I think we tried like we tried a couple of things. For example, last week we tried like lane swapping, right? And it's something we practiced a lot, and we just did pretty basic mistakes. Not even like the first 3-4 minutes of the game was good. Our game plan was good, and then I think we just made like very basic mistakes that cost us like a big lead and kind of snowballed the game out of our control. And I think, yeah, I mean, that's been like our main issue is, well, we are not like the best team in scrims, but in the past that didn't matter as much because on stage we would have like somewhat consistent games. But I think right now we are just very inconsistent, or maybe consistently bad, I guess is a better way to put it. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we hopefully can fix here in the last week we have.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, with the 2 games that you have, I think it's the best moment for you guys to prove yourself. Any words on Oscarinen as a first matchup?
Oscarinen, I mean, we played. Well, I mean, basically, I was out for like the big portion of his debut, right, as a player. But we played last split in playoffs, and we went. It was 2-1, and I think our games were pretty competitive. So hopefully we can at least have a really competitive game. I hope to beat them. Of course, it's like a lot of my former teammates. And they're doing really well right now, so it's not an easy match, but I think we can manage if we have Trimby, we have me who has played on the Fnatic before, so yeah, maybe we'll prevail, right, in the grudge match.
You got this. Best of luck this weekend, Wonder.
Thank you.
And Gasters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much, Wonder, as well, for that wonderful pregame interview. I'm Dracos, that's Vedius. We've been keeping our eye on the pregame chat to see if the history between these players would reveal itself there as well, and it has. I won't tell you with what. It's a little too juicy for broadcast, but there's some banter going back and forth. And as high as the stakes are, it's nice to see that the mood is still light before we get into the game.
Because as a reminder, even if Heretics lose both games, there are scenarios where they can tiebreaker their way into playoffs, but
there's enough teams in our league who are probably or could lose both games this week that 2 wins might be enough to force a tiebreaker.
So, I mean, it's a super interesting week, but here's the TLDR. Winning, good. Losing, less
bad,
good.
Yes. It might sound like every other week, but the stakes are higher, we swear.
Yes, they are. This is the final week of the LEC summer split of the regular season. So let's get into a draft of the first game of the day, Rumble. I'm expecting the Skarner ban to come out from Heretics, along with something like the Twisted Fate. And we see, surprisingly, taken away a lot from Fnatic. Fnatic actually targeting Jankos' Nidalee, the Maokai as well. They're really trying to pinch that pool. I wonder if Sejuani first pick is on the cards here for Fnatic.
That's a good question. A champion that's really risen in priority. Obviously got some small buffs that were supposed to be for solo queue, but normally a champion that has to be very low win rate because of how good it is in professional play. Ivern immediately going to follow, limiting double AD comps. The Tristana now coming through as well. Is it still going to be the Sejuani? You mentioned it already.
Well, I wonder if the Skarner is going to be banned here. I wonder if Heretics will give them a choice. Take Skarner, we have an answer to it, or do you want to give up the Sejuani? It depends how valuable Sejuani is. Vi going to be the ban, taking that away from Razork makes a lot of sense. But of course, Skarner, well, I mean, they're just going to lock that one in. Happy to take that. You have to imagine that the Sejuani does rise in priority. The Corki, of course, a bit of a no-brainer. A 1-2 red side draft that we've seen many times before, and Heretics are no strangers to it themselves. Now, Fnatic, well, they look to lock their bot lane in. Recently, we have been seeing Jhin prioritize his support in the first half. Things like Rel, Leona, they haven't prioritized support bans, which does suggest to me that they are looking in the jungle. The question is, what are they thinking in the jungle? Maybe something aggressive like the Xin Zhao, potentially?
We have seen the Xin plus Sejuani combo, leveraging the Sejuani flex from G2 did look pretty strong. It said the brand locked in.
We have to imagine that's jungle.
I mean, yeah, brand support playable. Brand mid lane not playable. Boots hard counter this champion. Cannot land a single ability other than his incredibly obnoxious E. So into the jungle alongside the Varus, which is technically a flex. Would expect to see it in the hands of Noah. Can be on hit, can be the poke build as well. Really up to him.
Now, while he hasn't played it a lot this split, it was something that he's played a lot throughout the year. So something that he's clearly very comfortable on. Fnatic with a very interesting first half rotation as Flacket responds with the Zarya of his own. So Heretics, their composition is quite straightforward. They already have a solid front line, they have their carries in place. Now it comes into a question of, do they want to add some volatility in the top lane, or do they want to try and match with another potential tank? Something like Cassante immediately rises in priority as a potential match into the Skarner. They may even want to put the Sejuani top. It depends how many other teams are using it as a flex pick in the same way that G2 have, along with their support, who you imagine will act as another form of frontline. So, interesting that the Kai'Sa's being banned does suggest that, hey, Humanoid, I wonder what you've been practicing. Yeah. Heavily implying that we don't want to have to deal with the Kai'Sa mid. We've seen a lot of Ezreal mids recently as well. So they're trying to limit that pool and option for Humanoid.
Maybe hoping to force Fnatic into a front to back by taking away a champion who can kind of defy that. Obviously, Kai'Sa, excellent follow-up for any kind of dive. The Skarner, not the strongest dive champion, but does have a relatively easy time getting into the backline. The TF, as you mentioned, taken away. So just generally a lot of respect for that champion in our league. I know that it's been hit, it's not as high prio, but it seems like most top laners just don't want to play against it.
I mean, it makes sense, right? When you think about good matchups that can do well into the Skarner, this is definitely one of them. I love the Leona ban coming out from Heretics. I think that Jun is a great Leona player. When I was looking at this draft, I was thinking, you know, a Leona or a Rel makes a lot of sense here. There's a world where Heretics actually just grab the Rel for themselves, forcing Jun into something like an Alistar or maybe even a Braum. The question is, how will Fnatic round out their top side bans? Do they want to get rid of something like the Cassante, another relatively safe, maybe the Gragas? No, instead they're going to go for the Renekton. Makes sense. I think that would have been a good damage profile. Synergizes well with the Sejuani well, so good read there from Fnatic.
I wonder if we'll see the Wonder Classic of the Gragas. You mentioned something tanky against double immobile carries in the form of the Brand and the Varus. It could do a bit of work, but obviously, Varus, if he's on hit and Brand, eat tanks alive. So while tanks feel good for the Team Heretics composition, for Wonder specifically, it's going to feel pretty bad if he falls behind. Instead, maybe something a bit more creative.
Something that we saw from Adam earlier this split already.
So Mordekaiser brought out, of course, in general, Death Realm going to be the thing that we usually talk about. Similar to Rumble, a champion that is very hard to gank post level 6, can just ult and isolate in that 1v1. But in general, also, we've just seen that Skarner is so oppressive. Nobody really wins early against Skarner.
Now, we may have been a bit presumptuous in assuming that the Varus was going in AD carry, as of course we've seen so much Varus mid this split. We just don't expect it from Humanoid. Aragon made a great point on the Alice desk, which is that we haven't really seen AD mids from him this split. It's the Hui, it's the Talia. We saw a Galio game from him as well. So for him to now be bringing out the Varus, something that I think Fnatic surprising a few, but there's that Rel we were talking about, potential engage, great for roaming. Ezreal can save bot, and we only had to look back at last week's performance. Even though Noah didn't win, his Ezreal was quite a menace in the early game.
It certainly was, and so much attention was paid to that bottom side by G2. I wonder if Team Heretics will be in a similar situation where they want to focus and isolate that bottom lane, stop someone like Jun from roaming out, roaming free. Nautilus, an easy selection here. Alistar, of course, a champion who, while post level 6 can really do a lot of work, can really outvalue the Rel in certain circumstances, and it is going to be the Alistar. But the early lane is going to be that much harder as a result. Champion just does not do much for the first few levels of the game.
Definitely true. When we look at these compositions, I think both are similar, but in different ways. They have that traditional front line, easy engage, the engage coming out from Jankos and the Sejuani, the Alistar from Trimby, whereas for Fnatic, it's going to be Oscar Rinin and Jun looking for those opportunities. And they both got relatively good long-range poke, too. I think you could argue that Fnatic have slightly stronger poke, but overall, both these compositions are going to be looking to try and chip away at one another. And I think one of the biggest variables we're going to have to see is how does this brand play in and how much impact can the Mordekaiser have? Can this Mordekaiser effectively limit the Skarner's impact? And can Razork be an additional carry for his team?
Good question to ask. Let's get into our first game. Final week of the LEC regular season here in summer. 9th and 10th, 0 championship points for just about any of our teams, excluding MDK. That is done. Your year over.
Now, in spring, Fnatic did finish first of the regular season.
They did.
But it was a bit weird.
They kind of needed Vitality to beat G2.
It was 4 teams tied at 6-3, and because of our tiebreaker rules, they ended up finishing first.
Yep.
And the humanoid tweet afterwards was very funny.
Yeah, that one was gift wrapped by a team that was not Fnatic. And interestingly, Team Heretics were in that running,
yeah.
right?
Now, interestingly, this split, they have a lot more, well, I mean, they had a lot of control last split, but basically, if they win here and then they beat BDS tomorrow, they're in a great spot. They can go 8-1. G2 can't actually catch up to them. It then becomes a question of their matchup against SK and all these other things. But basically, first place is a lot more in their control if they can win both their games this weekend.
When they'd own the head-to-head against SK,
yes.
if they can both end up at 8-1, of course, looking quite far in the future. But the battle for first and the importance of that early seeding does matter. Flacket taking a Mystic shot, bit of extra damage from the crash down. That is terrible. Incredibly well timed for the side of Fnatic, but that is like a horrendous start to lane. Got to be frustrating for Flacket.
It certainly is, and you already mentioned it. We've cast many Alistair games together. It's strange how we get so many Alistair games.
I like the champion. There was a time in Enchanter metas where I would have begged for an Alistair.
That's true.
This is not that time. This champion struggles.
He does. Level 2, at the very least, is required for him to really offer up much impact, and Noah's just going to make them miserable. And you're seeing it, like, he's actually sacrificing CS just to zone them away from experience. He's actually foregone the first 3 minions of the lane just to force trades out. Flacket has already used his HP pot, of course, and Fnatic are really trying to take advantage of this, which means we have to turn our attention to the junglers immediately. Look at Razork doing a clear towards his bot side of the map. I wonder if he's going to look for a potential invade, or whether or not he's even going to look for a gank, as Jankos starting on his top side, pathing towards bot. All of this within mind, Fnatic can use that early bot side clear for a potential invade because of the pressure that they have. Alternatively, Jankos wants to be in a position to cover for a potential dive. Now, of course, he is doing a full clear as Razork is now moving away. The people who... Ooh, Journey
Flash, getting the cleanse out. Knock up from Trevor to stop anything else.
Like, to me, this is reading very much like, we want to dive, right? When you're committing
They're trying to call Jankos down. They're like, we will straight up dive these guys. Our jungler's on the way. But little do they know, their jungler's topside.
Exactly.
He's just power farming.
Now, keep track of what Jankos is up to here. Is he actually going to go to his camp? So I guess information would have been garnered already on the jungler if the dive was actually happening, so he's not going to make an immediate move. Right now, it looks like his bot lane is still fine. Flacket is still very healthy. He is, of course, behind in CS, but as you would expect, given how the early laning phase has gone. But so far, a timid and safe, tepid early game where no major advantages will be gained.
Timid, safe, tepid. I like the word choices there, Vedius.
I may be using tepid incorrectly, but Medic isn't here to correct me. So.
He's not, and I'm not. I'm definitely not. Ultimately, Wonder, I kind of as surprised early on again, Skarner's base damage is just so damn good. Mordekaiser around 1.5 items really starts to feel more like a champion, but until he has a few levels under his belt and another item, Skarner just in terms of base numbers, still ludicrously powerful despite many nerfs, and now it's the top side dive.
We expected the bot dive, but here's Razork.
Wonder, interrupted on the base, marked with the Blaze. Razork can't step in or he'll tank tower aggro. They're waiting for the passive to fall away. Incredibly well played. They're taking their time here.
Oh, the shield, they can wait.
They're just waiting. Shield now expiring. He's trying to clear the wave. Q4 trying to lock up Oscar. Run, and Oscar goes down! And so did Clever another! Oh! Why did they do it? I said it last split! There is one top laner in this league. You do not dive. It is Wonder.
Oh, Wonder with another phenomenal outplay. I mean, he flashed and he ran around.
That was not the bingo on the bingo card at all.
Oh my goodness. Now Jankos turns his attention towards mid.
This is... It's flashbacks to last split. How many fumbled topside tower dives did we see? But now it's Humanoid in trouble. They know exactly where the jungler is. He's in the grave, so might as well send the mid laner there to join him.
Really nice play from Jankos. He finds an effective gank in the early game. The topside play goes in favor of Wonder. I mean, I really hope we get a replay. Got to break down exactly how Wonder was able to navigate that play, because I thought it was over once he popped his shield too early.
When they walk up to the tower and you don't start hitting him, taking your time waiting for his kills to expire.
You really think it's...
Not letting the brand, you're like, oh yeah, Fnatic are just, they're too smart. they're and then Wonder.
But I think that the initiation actually started when the shield was still on. From what I remember, the Skarner used the little like grab thing. I forget if that's his E or if it's W.
The E.
It is his E, yeah. But but I'm pretty sure Wonder still had the shield on. Now, I was going to say the good news is Fnatic still got first blood, so it's still worth it. He lost a lot of farm in the tower, but then when the second kill came through...
Yes. And now if you repeat gank him, he ults somebody, and you can't... Yeah, you've now missed the window of opportunity.
Pretty much, yeah.
Again, similar to Rumble and Renekton, this is a champion where post-level 6, it is incredibly risky. Not impossible, but incredibly, incredibly risky to force any aggressive play topside on the champion. He can instantly decide who he wants to 1v1 at his discretion. And let's take a look back at this from Wonder's perspective.
So the W connects onto him, right? He takes a bit of damage, but the burn is on, so he knows that Razork isn't going to come underneath the tower. He misses.
Pull, not great. Okay, uses
Pops
the shield.
W, yeah.
No one is hitting the shield.
And then he flashes. Oh, he pops his passive, which is also passively doing damage as well. And then I guess he just gets lucky. I guess what happened was Oscar died. I mean, the aggro must have switched before Wonder died. It had to have. That's the only way that he would have gained tower aggro, which means that Wonder was still alive. Oscar must have gotten out of tower range. Razork then got the aggro, and then as they both die, Razork's like, wait, I have aggro.
Look, all I know is that this is becoming an unsettlingly consistent occurrence here. While I was like praying in terms of the meta to see more dives, we have also in turn seen a lot more fumbles on those particular dives.
We're also going to get a replay of the mid lane play. This one was pretty cut and dry. Spyro goes for the all-in, gets to level 6 a little bit earlier.
Yeah, good.
Oh, wait, hang on. This is a solo kill.
This is a solo kill. Audience, I'm so sorry. We've been lost in top side tower dive land. We missed that. Well played by Spyro. Capitalizes on getting level 6 ahead of Humanoid. Capitalizes on the fact that early game, at least, Corki can do a lot more damage in an extended trade, courtesy of that Gatling gun, and yeah, just obliterates.
I mean, Heretics, we heard it in the interview from Wonder. He knew the pressure was on. They knew the stress. One win makes a huge difference, given the cluster of teams sitting at 2 wins. And people are stepping up in this game. Spyro with a great performance. Wonder managing to outplay the top side of the map.
And I think it's important to remember that in our last playoffs, when these two teams met in a best of 3, Team Heretics, it was expected to be a pretty close matchup.
True.
It was Team Heretics that ultimately collapsed on the day. A lot of individuals struggling. Trimby, even on this Alistair, really struggling individually. So an opportunity for redemption for Team Heretics to potentially get themselves closer to securing a spot in playoffs. For now, however, it is just a pretty solid early game, about a 1,000 gold lead. Noah's still holding onto a lead bot side alongside stacking that coal. But if you're Team Heretics, when we look at late game damage output, in terms of DPS, it's going to be tough to match the Zeri. The poke, however, is going to be a concern on the side of Fnatic. But if Fnatic can just weather the storm, scale up, he is in a position to carry this game.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that both comps are very similar. We already talked about that in draft, right? The biggest difference is that Razork is the additional damage dealer and Oscar is the tank, whereas the positions are swapped, whereas Wonder providing this bruiser role where he can isolate a single member. Maybe he can even remove the brand from the fight entirely, which can do a lot to mitigate some of Fnatic's strong potential team fighting. Ultimately, though, the advantages that Heretics have already gotten just further accelerates reaching that scaling point, and it puts them in a better position in the mid-game. You expect Spyro to go towards the Trinity Force early. It's such a strong spike for the Corki that Heretics can look to really snowball this lead, and that's what I hope to see from them, as Fnatic is actually initiating a swap. They're already moving towards the top side of the map. Of course, there are no grubs to play for. You have to anticipate that they're either... I mean, I don't anticipate that they're looking to try and dive Wonder. We already talked about how difficult it can be to dive him.
I don't know. If at first you don't succeed, try again, Vedius. You can just pick any quote. That's the best part about historical quotes. You can just pick whatever. Because the definition of insanity is also trying the same thing again and expecting different results. But you can pick, you know? Depending on what side of the coin you're on, there's a quote to support you.
Yeah, that famous quote from Far Cry 2.
Yes, Far Cry 2. Not Albert Einstein. It's Far Cry 2. Michael Scott said, you miss every shot you don't take, right?
Yeah.
Look, ultimately, early game, going okay. Oscar, I think, will just eventually kill Flacket, right? Like, he cannot realistically hurt.
Sorry, just the way you delivered that with such, like...
I'm sorry, but Skarner is very strong.
Yeah. I mean, I think Flacket will be
does not do anything.
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
He can run away good, if that's what you're saying, yes. Can he walk into the Skarner? No, he cannot.
It's the question of what's scarier, the Scorpions in the Elden Ring DLC or Skarner? And it's a tough one.
No,
really?
It's for sure Skarner. That Scorpion.
They can jump in the DLC, bro.
Yeah. He can go through walls.
That's a good point, actually. He can go through walls. That would be terrifying.
There is no sight of grace.
That's true.
That Skarner is on you. He's not going anywhere.
That's a good point, actually. That's a great point. Skarner would definitely win that fight.
Yeah, I think he would.
Now, Dragon spawning in 5 seconds means that I'm expecting that to be the next major point of contention. Often we see the cross maps happen, right? Dragon gets taken in exchange for the grubs, and in this case that did happen, but Fnatic took Dragon so early that the Dragon's already going to be alive a full minute ahead of the grubs respawn, which means that both teams have their eyes on this objective.
See Jun already laying down the sweeper. Using that cooldown to try to get a bit more space. Fyro still hovering in the darkness. Sweeper expires, so Jun going to take a chunk of damage just to walk up. Ward immediately cleared. Team Heretics here first on the setup. Noah off to the side. Oh, instant death realm onto Humanoid, just isolating that target. And well, Wonder's a pretty big boy. Humanoid's got nowhere to go. One more obliterate ought to do it. Wonder in the isolated 1v1 puts him in the Thunderdome, sends him to bed. Team Heretics winning the fight, winning the exchange against Fnatic, not respecting the Mordekaiser potential. And I gotta say, this is the Team Heretics we've been waiting to see for quite a number of games.
Wonder just walked up to Humanoid and said, "It's you and me, bro, we're gonna go at it." And he made that look easy. One of the big problems when you're playing this champion is actually closing that gap, right? Because unless you're willing to flash commit, you're just kind of running at your opponent. And usually against the Varus, that should be a tricky thing to do. But he finds the angle, he catches Humanoid just sitting in a brush, and he says, "All right, bro, let's go." And Humanoid doesn't even put up a fight.
Yeah, he just gets one tap. Humanoid is very far behind, 0-3-0.
Yeah.
This is a rare underperformance from Humanoid. Now, of course, he was focused early on, but the second kill, you know, you really can't afford to get caught out isolated there. Wonder also strong. Every single Fed member on the side of Team Heretics has killed Humanoid at least once this game.
Yeah, that's true.
And remember that 6-1, good score. Fnatic close to the perfect split until they lost to G2. Now fighting for grubs.
Oh, I think he actually got that one, yes. So he gets the full grub buff.
That's going to be crucial to keep the pressure up. Now they have a pretty sizable lead. Again, 1K getting bigger. Trimby now feeling a little bit more confident to make a couple of plays. Blacken immediately going to go over the wall. Lightning crash coming through. Jun is dead. Razork running. That is one squishy brand. Blaze passive proccing. Good damage back is going to dissuade them from diving. But Team Heretics playing with a lot more confidence today than they have for this entire season.
That is just a HP diff, right? Sejuani and Alistar, okay? They are more than happy to engage onto a Brand, Ezreal, and Rel, especially a Rel this early on into the game. They melt through Jun, they force Noah and Razork to retreat immediately, and they find themselves another kill. This level of confidence from Heretics is something we've been missing from them all split long, and I hope that they can maintain it, because they've been able to find advantages before, but around these neutral objectives, they've had some very poor fights. Yeah. Even last week, so many times we've seen them try and contest objectives. They weren't really in a position to contest. Their team fighting didn't really come together. But it seems like coming into this week, the stars are aligning.
And again, this is the thing that has been so frustrating about watching them be in this 2-5 position, is that they're a team that we use the P word a lot with, potential, right? 4 out of 5 of these players have won a split. These are players with an immense and outstanding pedigree that just have not been able to put it together in the moments where it matters most. But clearly, whether it's because of good practice this week or just the success on topside where Wonder turned that dive, the momentum and the emotion seems to be favoring them now, which we know for players like Trimby is crucial. That said, can they keep it up? Can they keep going? Well, compositionally, it's going to be tough for Humanoid to play as a Varus this far behind. Oh, Noah as an Ezreal falling behind Azeri, very bad sign. But Team Heretics, again, there's a lot of games that they, quote-unquote, should have won but they overstepped or they misplayed. So now it's all about execution as we move into the mid-game.
100%. And we already mentioned, but there's a lot on the line here for Heretics. And now they're on this objective. Wonder has the teleport, and he has wards to TP2. Fnatic are saying, we don't feel confident to actually take this fight. We're going to avoid it for now. They're eyeing up Wonder on the bottom river, trying to create a collapse, but he's suspicious of it. He knows that something is amiss. Information has been gained and he's going to back away. He knows that he's on the weak side and he's just going to have to sacrifice this farm. But Heretics are doing the correct play. After taking top and after Wonder sharing information on what he's seen from Fnatic, Heretics know that they can commit topside. Look at all this vision that they've now been able to invest.
Flash out from Wonder. We've been here before. Good bit of poke, but nowhere for the Brand ulti to bounce to. Should be a much easier dive. Immediate Death Realm onto Jun. A good call, dodging the Ezreal with the Death Realm. Wants to just try and solo kill this Rel, but the CC coming through only a few more seconds before the Death Realm fades away. Tries to get back under the tower. Again, has the shield, or should have the shield ready to go. A couple extra health will finally pop it. But a shutdown coming through for Humanoid. Big to have that gold in the pocket of their mid laner. In the meantime, Tier 2 dropping on the top side. Team Heretics quick to punish, breaking up in mid as well.
Ultimately, it was a winning play for Heretics because they were able to get so much value from the Herald on the top side. 3 charges in is a great position to be in. there's an argument to be made that Wonder, maybe he didn't even need to go back to the tower, but I guess if his logic was, you know what, I can actually just stall them for absolutely ages, then he succeeded in that goal. He got the whole minion wave, he used his ultimate effectively. Fnatic had to invest a lot of time and resources just to get that kill. And so even if there's a world where he could have lived, ultimately he made his death a worthwhile one.
And remember that he also can't see the non-death row. So unless his teammates are relaying exactly where the enemy is,
sure,
maybe just going to tower is the higher percentage play in terms of getting something back at least. Wonder, of course, does burn his flash for that, a bit more vulnerable if the repeat play comes through. But gotta call out Spyro as well. Look, we knew he was good on utility. We called it out before, the Karma, you know, the Nico as well. But now, finally, a little bit more damage. Set up to carry, 1.6k individual lead, continuing to just split push this entire game, and I don't really think anybody can match him. He is so far ahead of the clock. But Fnatic grabbing a tower of their own, making sure that they always trade. Even if they're trading down, they're always getting something back in return. Noah's ulti.
Gonna commit to the tier 2 top lane. I quite like this from Fnatic.
Ooh, Q flash.
Bit of an overcommitment, but, you know, not the end of the world.
Wonder also having the death realm back up again, so pretty hard to make the play
happen.
happen.
Can he interrupt that? No, he doesn't have vision. If he had, that would have been very unfortunate for Oscar. Maybe even a tower would have been lost.
Go spotting Noah. Queuing in,
he
1,
wins
2,
this 1v1.
3, predicts the E, takes his time on the stun, just keeps it there, waiting for anyone else to show up. Follows up with the ulti. Again, the clean Sejuani play, setting up the double stun, just gonna casually 1v1 the enemy AD carry, or give it away.
He wants to give the kill over to Flackhead.
Was it a greedy play though? Flackhead should just walk up, 1Q. Lightning crash, all right, has to use the ulti, but well played. That was just a solo kill from Jankos. Flackhead can have it, but Jankos gets all the credit.
Back to Sejuani, baby, for Jankos. I mean, we've been wanting to see this man step up. He gets his hands on the Sejuani, and he finds pretty much a solo kill onto Noah. He hands the kill over to Flackhead. And now they make their way over to mid, set their eyes on this mid tier 1. Maybe even, no, it's Fnatic, making sure that Oscar can push in this bot wave.
Sejuani also has no damage. Obviously has health scaling in her kit, but there's not even a bomb he's
I mean, if you want to be super critical, Jankos could have procced his E.
No, he did. He procced his E and then ulted.
No, he didn't land the auto and then ult and then auto for the double permafrost. But, you know, he was probably worried that the flash came through.
Fair enough.
And it's fine. He ultimately got what he wanted, which is all that matters.
A kill for his AD carry.
He was kind of toying with the Ezreal, if you think about it, right?
That's kind of like a great moment because he got to show us both. He got to show us that he could solo kill the AD carry, but because he's on Sejuani duty, he would give the kill away.
Yeah. And honestly, like, he deserved that kill.
Yeah, he did.
But he's got his Warmarks, he's got his Merc Dreads, he's having a great game so far. Been involved in the team's, well, 3 of the team's 7 kills, but kills have kind of been happening all over the map for Heretics.
This is yeah, there's a lot of solo kills
Just
this
remember,
game. Steal?
2 of them happened. Oh, he did. Walks up, yoinks it.
And again, the credit to Jankos.
The yoink man on Instagram would be proud of that.
He's, you know what, it's time to show up. Jankos has been here. Team Heretics now setting up a trap. Fnatic have Razork, have proc the passive, but don't want to overcommit. Brand damage is big. Haven't really had the opportunity to fire that ulti on a grouped up target. Team Heretics, again, the execution still has to be good. Don't have much of a wave to play with here, but we'll poke with the Zeri W, that Ultra Shock laser, and just make sure that they have complete control on the bottom side. 2.5 minutes till Drake, though, so there's not really a lot to play for here. They already got the red. We'll see if they shift their vision up.
If you turn the nameplates off, I would have thought the Fnatic was on the red side and Heretics was on the blue side based on this split. I'm very surprised with how Heretics are playing this early game and how controlled they're being right now. Converting that pressure, they're keeping Wonder in mid, catching that wave, they're threatening the bot side, mainly covering Spyro, setting up control, and as you said, there's not really an objective to play for right now. Baron is spawning soon, but it's not, you know, they're not going to prioritize a 20-minute Baron. And yeah, just a bit more farm secured, great vision control invested on the bot side of the map, and Fnatic really don't see past the river. They've got 1 ward in the top side river brush, but aside from that, the map is very empty, and it's got to feel rather suffocating for Fnatic.
Definitely does. And when you look at how Fnatic have been you know, at their best, it's often been Jun and Razork playing together. Something that took a while to get going, but once it did, obviously allowed them to be top of the league in our regular season for so long. And now Razork, on brand, yes, he's still linking up with Jun, but you don't have the luxury of just face-checking everything solo, which means this process of getting vision back for Fnatic much slower. Why they're hiding in the bush. They don't have perfect information. They do see Jankos, but they're going to need to wait to get that mid-wave push before they can really step up at all.
I mean, thinking back, I do wonder if Razork should have just pathed bot. Maybe he should have leveraged the advantage of the bot.
Pyro wants to go and look for the solo kill on a humanoid, immediately going to get the flash. Again, this is the Corki burst damage. 2 items.
He's got the Muramana. It's,
oh, but has he overstayed?
No package to get you out of this one.
Yeah, that's a big Scorpion. He's going to go in and try to kill Humanoid. Going to get the TP out too. Just trying to one hit Humanoid flash in. He's already dead. Oscar needs to try to walk away. Instant death rope. The Desert ulti. It doesn't hit. Spyro's out. It's like it never had the opportunity. Now the rest of Fnatic is on the collapse. So Team Heretics, are they overcommitting? Yanko's coming into the backside. Fnatic turning back. Not going to give anything else up. Beautiful TP into ulti from Wunder. Backed up by that solo kill from Spyro. Clean play from Team Heretics to make sure they did not lose their mid laner in the side lane.
Wunder saying no man gets left behind with a crucial TP to protect his mid laner. The death run was absolutely clutch, provides so much space for Spyro to get away. And Wunder was even winning that 1v1. The last time we saw this, the Skarner was still bullying the Mordekaiser. But Wunder, with these core items completed, winning out. Heretics now with 8 kills to 2, a 3k gold lead over Fnatic. A team that only G2 has been able to beat so far this split.
And it's important to note that a lot of the reason why Team Heretics are underestimated or not favored in this weekend is because of the strength of their opponents. When you look at if we consider every game a 50-50, right? If we look at all potential remaining scenarios, in 59% of those scenarios, Team Heretics make it to playoffs. The context that information isn't going to tell you is that it's not a 50-50 against every opponent they're playing, but if they look this good, if they can take this win off Fnatic, that number's only going to rise, and then whatever happens against G2 tomorrow, it might not matter.
100%. I mean, getting to 3 wins already instantly puts pressure on every other team.
Yeah.
And
because if everybody just loses, it's just the 2-win, like, bottom of the barrel slugfest, you know?
You got to remember that you got 2 teams in our next matchup who are both at 2 wins, right? Which is only good news for Heretics, if they can get a win.
Someone has to win that one, though. Someone will join Casey at 3, and if Team Heretics keep this momentum up, they might be the first to do it.
Baron becomes the next target.
That's
Observers
so
highlighting the vision. It's kind of been the name of the game for the last 10 minutes as Fnatic continues to get suffocated out of what they can and cannot see.
Rapid fire cannon. 1.5 items, not even a fully stacked Muramana for Humanoid. If he hits Flacket with every arrow, maybe they can get a bit of damage down, but Team Heretics walking up. 3v4, they are unconcerned. And look, man, 3 Drakes already, 23 minutes in. The gold has been close the entire game, and credit to Fnatic for getting as much gold as they have, but this Baron might be the beginning of the end. Fnatic, do they want to contest it? Perfect vision setup, Shrimpy on the flank. And they're taking their time. Hit by the Baron, pullback, not ideal, but Jun is walking in. Humanoid isolating.
Yeah.
Can they get it? Jungler isolated by Wunder, getting lower and lower. Noah gonna try to steal it with the ulti, but no. Steal now coming through. Wunder getting chunked away. In the meantime, Jun trying to create a bit more space. Trimmy about to get taken down, but he flashes in and gets headbutt. But can they still win the fight? TH, their front line's falling apart, but their back line is alive and well. Lightning crack from Blackett, but Noah's still up. Humanoid is still up. Oscar is still trying to make the difference. Pulling away slowly but surely, getting cut down. Noah waiting over the wall. Spyro. Is he going to throw that gold lead away? Only 2 members left standing, mid and ADC for the side of Team Heretics, but they are wearing purple.
I mean, Fnatic is a team you cannot afford to underestimate. Oscar finds a great initiation, and Fnatic actually end up coming out on top in the fight, even if they can't get the Baron. Wunder, the game plan is simple. Isolate the jungler, don't even allow him to smite. He gets the flash up from Razok early, but Trimby takes so much damage on the flank. And then look at this initiation here onto Oscar, finds the 2-man ult onto the front line. The front line very quickly collapses, and as you called, you're expecting Flacken and Spyro to be able to clean up the fight here, but Noah and Humanoid are able to disengage enough that Spyro and Flacken can't really do anything. I feel like that the front line of Heretics just fell faster than they were expecting, and Fnatic were quick to take advantage.
And I think it's really only because Spyro had previously built up such a massive lead that more members did not fall. It's kind of the threat of that Corki close range damage that stopped Noah or Humanoid from committing any further into that play. Whereas Team Heretics, again, starting to feel more confident, starting to feel more aggressive. Can't afford to be too overeager. With only 2 buffs, they can only, at max, play on 2 lanes. We'll see how they want to use this. Maybe it is just a stall angle. Only 2 minutes until Ocean Drake. They can use the pressure they have just to ensure that they have setup around a very impactful soul.
Because you could argue that the Heretics, they could be looking back at that fight and sit there and go, we misexecuted, right? if we just wait for Soul, even if we mis-execute again, that type of advantage is going to be enough. The problem is you're also giving space for Fnatic to get more items. You're giving them more opportunities to find comebacks into the game. And their wave clear is pretty solid. Brand, Ezreal, Varus, like they can keep clearing out these waves, and the Siege, I guess you could argue not the strongest really from Heretics. Perhaps that's why they're hesitant to push much further. Of course, resets have just come through. Third item now finished for Spyro, level 16 on the Corki. Let's see what they do with it. Minute until the Dragon. You have to imagine that this will be the next objective.
Certainly will. Last whispers on every AD champion in this game. Ready to kick things off as a bit of poke goes on to Jankos. Razork really starting to hurt. Level 13, 2 maxed out abilities.
The biggest advantage of this Sejuani is just Warmogs allows you to face check everything. You don't care
you
about
have
the
Warmogs
damage.
and Sejuani passive. They're never going to one-shot you. It takes so much time.
And look, Jankos back to full health. Doesn't care. It's just such, it's so valuable. The Warmogs buffs, I think, were so huge. Took a while for people to pick them up, but definitely taking advantage of it now.
Jankos now hovering in the darkness, waiting to try and make that engage play, Spyro. How confident are you feeling? 2-level advantage. 4 grub buff just continues to pay off. I feel like Spyro single-handedly has destroyed 4 out of these 5 towers this game.
He's been doing a lot of work this game. Continues to pick up more farm. He's kind of having a Chovy-like game. 298 CS, 260-50.
He is Chovy-ing. No, let's not Chovy-like. He's Chovy. We'll give him full credit. 300, 300 CS, 27 minutes in. He's doing good. Oscar caught out. Stun there. Razork. Death Realm coming through from Wonder. Razork waiting for that perfect ulti opportunity. Oscar taking a little bit too long to kill. Ulti finally getting on Wonder right as everything fades away. Flacket with the ulti hitting multiple targets. Jund getting cut down, but the backline from Fnatic cannot participate in this fight. Spyro will dash out the arrow from Humanoid. Not going to connect under the carries crucially, but Trimby getting burned down. They will get one back. 2 for 1 though. In favor of Team Heretics. They can turn to the Soul. Fnatic need to fight this. Their jungler is up, but he does not have Flash. He does not have Smite.
TP is available for Spyro. I expect him to look for a quick base, TP back into the fight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Jankos back to full HP. Wonder pushing out the bot lane. Gonna get the level 16 as well. Small fight over the Scuttle Crab. Oscarinin going to be back in the game. And 15 seconds. Jun, so much earlier than that. A lot of time is being spent. The Dragon gets lower.
Ultra Shock Glacier, the poke only hitting the front line. And Spyro off to the side. They forgot about the Corki. You can see the damage. Noah heal used for movement speed. Bit extra HP as well. Make sure he can dodge the rocket, but this should just be the objective. Take it down. Ulti not gonna hit. Ocean Soul for Team Heretics.
A nice fight from Heretics, and this time the execution goes the way that they want. Their front line is able to tank up a lot of their damage. Their back line is given access, and it all comes off by finding a pick onto Oscar. Nice peel provided by Trimby onto Jun. Flacket is able to rejoin his top side, and they're able to melt through Oscar initially. Oscar goes for the re-engage, hooks onto Wonder, tries to bring him back, but look at how durable he is. Look at how tanky this front line's supposed to be. Spyro and Flacket just have so much space to play with. Then, unfortunately for Trimby, his ultimate runs out. The chain CC from Fnatic is good, and they're able to get one back. But again, the damage is already done. The Dragon is left up for the taking, and then a nice TP back in from Spyro. Now 5-0-0 on the Corki. Ocean Soul secured. 11-6, Heretics are looking to get an upset win over Fnatic.
Yeah, and we look back at how this game came to be in such a Heretics favored state. It starts with Wonder on the top side, making that outplay, allowing Jankos to spend time in the mid lane, allowing Spyro to then fish for solo kills, freeing up what was an incredibly one-sided bot lane against Flacket and Trimby early on. The dominoes so consistently falling after that single advantage for Team Heretics is exactly what you would want to see if you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics that just found early advantages and they kept building upon them, right? And we talked about it, just kind of a surprising number of solo kills this game, right? Jankos did have great impact where he could, but Spyro solo killed mid, Wonder ended up finding 2 kills top, and even though he did get killed on the bot side, you think about the advantages the Heretics were getting on the cross map, right? Overall, Heretics has been playing more like a team than we've seen from them all split long.
Definitely. And it's a reminder that all it takes, you know, when we saw them in the past, in these few games that they've had this season that have been good, it's been a lot about Jankos getting the ball rolling. This time, feels like it can come from anywhere as he's been caught out, immediately going to flash him with a headbutt pull. In the meantime, Wonder off on the side, just going to isolate Noah, pull him back. Easy 1v1 against the AD carry, any realm against Wonder. It's a death realm, he's got the Ocean Soul, and the entire team of Fnatic is just getting deleted. Wonder with the triple kill. He'll give the rest to his AD carries. He's a generous top laner, but that is a monster fight for the side of Team Heretics.
It's a clean ace for Heretics. Wonder with the flank absolutely decimates Noah. A masterclass in Mordekaiser as Heretics are just looking to end the game.
Incredible fight. Death Realm clutch. The front line just could not come together. Fnatic could not find the angles. Team Heretics from start to finish, a single misstep, a single failed dive from Fnatic. They were quick to punish and even quicker to snowball to victory. In 30 minutes, they'll take the win over Fnatic.
A crucial win for Heretics. Their chances of qualifying for playoffs have just skyrocketed. And to get it against none other than Fnatic is a huge accomplishment.
You can see the hugs, the emotion on stage. It is a single best of one, but an incredibly clutch, an incredibly crucial best of one win.
Now, there's still a lot of results.
Oh, yeah.
LEC
Nothing is
crazy.
definitive.
Nothing is definitive. We know that Fnatic's qualified for playoffs. They're still fine. But that fight for first definitely becomes a little more interesting as SK and BDS are eyeing up Fnatic.
Definitely a little bit more tense. Of course, before we get into our next game, vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Wonder, Spyro, or Flacket. All great options. At the end of the day, Team Heretics still hold their destiny in their own hands. Not worried about anyone else's results quite yet. An excellent start to a tough weekend, the hardest schedule of any team, but they find a win, they make it happen. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, we're gonna talk to Wonder. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the shield, they can wait.
Just waiting. Shield now expiring, he's trying to clear the wave. Q4 trying to lock up Oscar, and Oscar goes down! It's so clever, another! Oh! Why did they do it? I said it last split!
Look, I got them.
Yeah, I can go here. Look, I stand. No flash, say you no flash, say you no flash, guys.
Say you.
No, he said it.
I can take the Sevi soon.
Everyone is on you, Morda. Everyone is on you.
I'm relook.
Okay, Scanner is dead. Go. Help carries.
It's not bad, you know.
Nice!
And welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Wonder once again. But after a win this time around, first things first, congrats. We knew that it was not going to be an easy week for you guys. I was talking backstage with two top laners, actually, Odoamne and Aragon, who were telling me that they don't think Mordekaiser is reliable. Anything to comment on this and your choice on the champion today?
I mean, it's for sure a risky pick. It doesn't really have any mobility, and if Skarner catches you, you can get ganked really easily. Luckily, it didn't happen like too often this game. But I think, I mean, if Skarner goes for like a hero play on your team, you can always ult him, right? You can like have a lot of things with Mordekaiser, like we saw, we forced Nash, and we ulted the jungler, and we secured it, right? And also, it's pretty good weak side champ. And I mean, I could just stand on the towers, tank like 4 people, and waste a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that's like why it worked out in the end, yeah.
I mean, you're saying this and I have a specific replay in mind. Let's play it now, shall we? Wonder, when are people gonna learn that they should not dive you?
Yeah, I wanted to write, like, you never dive Wonder, but I mean, that's like cliche at this point, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, they really tried to trade a lot on top and force this situation, right? But I just played like very calmly, like traded a little bit, waited for Skarner to use his E, and when they didn't like really pull the trigger, I knew I could just flash away and it would, like, at worst, be a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I went for, yeah.
Super nice play, and you got the Kia player of the game after this series. Offstage, you were telling me that you were really happy with the way you played today. Anything that felt different for you with these on-stage games when it comes to discipline, maybe?
Well, I mean, today we kind of got like every objective. I think my calls were good, and yeah, I mean, I played a champion that even if they put a lot of people on my lane, I could kind of, I mean, I could tell my team I will stall them a lot. We can get things on the other side. Like, we traded a lot. And yeah, I mean, I think we just played really good this game for a difference, for a change, right? Because we kind of suck at the moment. But this game, it worked out, so I'm happy about that.
I mean, you're showing up when it matters. One down, the other one tomorrow, hopefully. Any positives that you displayed during this game as a team that you should carry on against G2?
Well, we didn't get like stomped in lane. Like I think we all managed to do pretty well. I don't know if the goal difference was like too big or anything. I think against teams like Fnatic and G2, it's well really good if you can be stable out of laning phase and like start actually playing the game. So I'm happy we could do it against Fnatic. I think they're like very strong early game team, and hopefully this will carry on over to G2 and we can display similar performances, and we'll see tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you again for a second interview. And Shox, over to you for Game 2.
Thank you so much. When it comes to Team Heretics, before this, you two said, no chance in hell. I'm paraphrasing, but you said no chance in hell that they're going to make it. They look like a different team. They actually have a lot of chances now to lock up playoffs.
Well, they did implement what we said,
It's true.
Especially Aragon. Aragon was the Sejuani salesman, and GiantX implemented it, but it was a complete change in their playstyle this game. It was nice to see.
It was. Speaking of salesmen, we've got Rogue versus GX up next. This is one of the most important matches we're going to have all weekend when it comes to the standings, just because of how close they are together and how important a win will be for either of those, I want to say, dwindling teams once again this split. And I want you to sell it to me, because I know that a lot of people don't get that excited about the prospects of watching them face on the Rift. Aragon, Rogue, sell it.
9th place in winter, 9th place in spring, and I just want to see them kill that trend, and now this is their chance. They have a good strength of schedule. I believe they play against GiantX and another team that's not exactly high in the brackets. So yeah, I think Finn, take a look at this play. I am so mad at the community, okay? I'm calling out the entire community, co-streams and everyone. Finn did not in here. He got a late center roll, right, in this 1v1, which would have bought him time to get cooldowns on that empowered Q, which then healed him and maybe turned around the 1v1 as well.
So your whole defense is based on that this wasn't actually him getting outplayed, and that's going to save Rogue?
Look, it would have been very close. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
And he's getting way too much hate. I think Finn has been relatively consistent.
So if you don't hate on the players, they will make playoffs. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Odo, talk to me about GiantX.
Yeah, GiantX outside of the or like inside the bottom bubble, I feel like they're the most consistent. Their drafts make the most sense out of all of the bottom teams, and their structure is just overall good. I think Antonio's been adapting very well to what the team needs from them, sacrificing himself to get the carries ahead. Jackie's is performing on these wacky AD mid lane champions and whatnot. So I just. I also was there. We won all the time with them. We made playoffs, but now we're now after this change, it's bad to not make it again.
Yeah, we see all the drafts here. You talked about Jackie's. You think he's really the key to any success that GX has?
Well, it's just they're empowering him a lot because they're going for this specific style of drafting where they have 3 tanks. Antonio's playing Rumble when it's open, so now I'm still curious if they're gonna opt for it. Right now, it looks like it's working. Well, with 2 wins, they give us good vibes, but I'm really curious today if they're gonna improve on that or they're gonna stay on this same draft style.
What about last week though? His performance, he wasn't exactly doing too high. I remember Solik from Vetio, right?
So but how's Larson doing? Because that's the mid lane match.
I think Larson's been relatively consistent. I've been really impressed with him on champions like Azir. I think he absolutely dunked on Zwyro last week, and
I mean, Zwyro kind of.
Okay, look.
That's okay.
Every outplay involves a mistake.
Exactly. I didn't say anything. Hey, there is good news for GX though. Apparently, even if they lose both of their games, there are a number of scenarios, 8, in which they would still lock playoffs without a tiebreaker. So.
Out of how many? 8 sounds like a big number, but it's not really.
Yeah, we'll tell you later. First, let's watch this game. Let's head over to DD and Vedius.
Thank you very much, Desk. We are glad to be here, watching a draft where a lot of junglers are already being targeted.
That they are.
G1 getting a lot of respect here. Inversely, Finn getting a decent amount of respect. Of course, Skarner and Rumble, pretty standard topside bans, especially when you do not want the enemy team, the blue side first.
Something like it's Twisted Fate, or it's...
Are they banning Tristana?
Or it's Corki, the general meta stuff. Given that it's GiantX, I expect them to ban Ashe, maybe, or Twisted Fate.
Azir.
Neither of those. Larson's Azir, so that makes sense.
The Emperor of Shurima.
Yep. An instant Ivan lock-in for Marcoon. So that's looking like a Tristana. How's GiantX going to respond? Will they go for Mao Trist themselves and go, haha, no Tristana for
they
you?
can take Trist, but the downside will be there's still 80 mid laners up and available that synergize incredibly well with the Ivern.
Jinx priority.
All right, going late is the name of the game.
That is Patrick's first Jinx game of the split. So to see it like insta-lock, and it's not like he's denying it from comp either, right? So I will be honest, I'm surprised to see the shift from GiantX. We'll see how things pan out for them. As you imagine the Tristana's gonna come.
Yeah.
And now the question is, do Rogue pair up with an AD carry of their own? Ashe is still available. We've seen 2 games of that from comp already this split. Larson is hardcore chilling right now. Of course, these drafts are pre-recorded, just to remind everyone.
He's getting in the zone.
But it looks like they're going to go for the support. Okay, so Leona going to be locked in. We've been seeing this happen more commonly. Now, do GiantX go for Alistar? Or do they think that Rel is fine? Or instead, do they want to go for Braum? I would not mind a Braum,
I
if
also
I'm being honest.
would not mind a Braum. Alistar would be...
It's fine. It makes sense. My only issue with...
No.
Well, do I like
I don't
Allie
like this. I actually don't like this at all. The only nice thing is you could punt Daisy out of a fight, but like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would have preferred Braum more, but maybe they want... Maybe if they're arguing that Maokai, they don't want to bring a tank top, maybe the... But it's the Antonio, what am I saying?
They really want to lose lane level 1. But it is Ignar, and Ignar, of course, notorious playmaker.
I mean, admittedly, though, into Leona, like, Leona can't really do a lot in the lane against Alistar, especially once you get level 2. Level 1, if they pick something like Ezreal on Rogue, or Ashe, Alistar's really sad.
True.
But we'll see. Zig's going to be banned away by GiantX. They want to make sure that if Rogue is thinking about any extra AP options, that's going to be denied. Corki makes a lot of sense on the side of Rogue. Now, do GiantX want to ban away... Oh, Cassante. Honestly, I'm genuinely surprised. I was about to list off all these 80 carries that they could ban away, and they've said, nope, Cassante's a problem. And Ornn. Okay, this... I don't think I could have ever predicted this draft.
Nope. This is what is happening, folks. This is 2-5 between 2 teams who desperately want that 3rd win. Somebody has to win, and the name of the game right now is scaling front to back. There will be no curveballs. The curveballs are that they're so committed to scaling front to back.
Yep.
So the Ziggs, of course, denies that AP option, as you mentioned earlier. Going to get a bit of magic damage coming here from the side of GiantX.
Gragas top, okay.
Could
GiantX
also be a flex, but yeah, expected to go top.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where they want, I guess, a little more AP damage. Maybe they're thinking about a Varus mid.
Also gives you, I mean, you now have 2 buttons between the Maokai and the Gragas.
Actually, thinking about it, why
fighting.
didn't they just pick their mid laner? Why didn't they just pick Varus? If they lock in Varus last, I'm going to be confused.
No, but they were afraid about Rogue potentially taking the Gragas as one of the last few remaining AP
you
top
could be
side
right.
options.
You could be right.
So instead, we were probably going to not get a Kai'Sa. You know what? There's just going to be no magic damage.
I mean, Renekton's
game.
fine. Renekton's fine. I understand Renekton. I think Kai'Sa's a solid AP option in the bot
Also,
lane.
again, Ivern, as long as you have 1 or 2 champions that can go in off of your Q, that can like be aggressive, that's already enough to make this champion powerful. When you have an 80 carry on top of that who benefits from so much shielding, Ivern can feel incredibly oppressive if this game goes late.
Ezreal. We did talk about the Ezreal earlier. Kind of makes sense in the context of the comp, but you're right, it's a lot of AD damage. And the problem is, of all the comps, like, you can just easily build a lot of armor if you're GiantX, right?
Yeah. I mean, the struggle is if you start to fall behind at all, it doesn't really matter.
I will say, though, I thought that he was kidding, but Juhan wrote in the pre-game thing, full AP Maokai incoming. And then here he goes.
Well, the good news is I think he can just build tank, because that's a Kai'Sa that's finally been locked in.
Oh, true. And that's going to be a Kai'Sa mid, right?
Into Tristana.
I think it's fine. Right?
I mean, you probably lose push early.
I mean,
if
you're
you're ever
definitely lose push
isolated,
early. You're
surely
definitely
you can
right.
do a lot of work.
But I feel like there are a few champions these days that match Tristana's push early.
Yeah, it's kind of her thing.
Corki's like the only one. I'm waiting for the day where they just say, you now only get the E passive thing.
When you're next to an ally.
Or something.
Yeah, they're just like, please get her out of mid lane.
Yeah. That has been their band-aid solution to some things. Yeah, stop having that. You're next to an ally when you do that now.
Yeah. You find out you can do it with your jungler. They're like, nope, jungler can only buy this item or the jump. It's not allowed.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Okay, so we're in the double AD carry meta. No one should be surprised, but it is scaling and team fighting. Whoever can find early advantages, that obviously has an advantage when it comes to accelerating the pace of the game and being able to team fight earlier. But not really that different to what we saw in the previous game. So let's see how things pan out. Honestly, I think GiantX has been a stronger team fighting team this split compared to Rogue. But that's mainly because GiantX have just been better at setting up around objectives. And quite frankly, I think Rogue have not been good at that at all. But let's find out. We've already seen a different look from Heretics coming into this week. I'm curious as to whether we'll see different looks from both these teams as they are in desperate need of a win.
Certainly are. It's time to get into it. 2 wins apiece. Someone's going to walk away with 3. Rogue versus GiantX. You know, the Rift, of course. Are you a master of the Rift? Question mark. Do you never miss a game? Well, Santander is here to reward you. You can head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is Dragon20. Again, Dragon20. And Comp going to be dragging his butt to the grave. Never mind, the Antonio embarrassed himself. That sucks. That is not. But they didn't see, and that's crucial.
But we did.
But we did. Again, no harm, no
losing
foul.
some aura for that one.
Just an E, just an E start. Maybe would have preferred Q, but we're fine. No big deal.
Right, let's have a look. Minimap. The hushed caster tone, the golf voices.
Drama.
As it's calm on the
Intrigue.
Rift.
Minions have spawned.
Also, just reminder that the biggest flex on this Rift and all day is that Juhan is playing his World Championship Maokai skin.
Ooh,
so
that's true. That is a big
The
flex.
context of him playing at 2-5 in the LEC is comedic.
Doesn't matter. It's sick.
He won that skin playing 3 games on the world stage.
Was it 6?
No, I think he played 3. He played a Lee Sin game and 2 Maokai games.
Oh,
He
fair
did
enough.
not win the Lee Sin game, from what I remember. But
bringing the alpacas to EU.
Heck yeah.
Now, early laning phase, I wish I could tell you guys some really interesting lane dynamics. However, every time Dino Dracos and Vedius cast a game, there's an Alistar in it.
Yep.
So, I feel like we say the same thing every single time, and I wish that it changed, but it didn't. Alistar is going to struggle at level 1.
Yeah, so if you're at home playing Alistar at level 1, just remember that as bad as your lane is, at least you're not in pro play where they will literally not hit creeps to walk up and make sure that you can't play the game for the first couple of minutes.
Pretty much.
Jackie's unsurprisingly losing push early on. Obviously, a Kathy Rain, the Kaisa Q, does help mitigate a bit, but Larson also, with press the attack, he is set up to be aggressive in this lane. Jackie's very much just trying to survive. And you mentioned it earlier in draft, but I'll just say it again, right? Two very similar team compositions, lots of scaling, lots of potential front to back angles, but that means that if nobody gets some sort of crazy advantage early on, it's gonna be a bit of a slow one.
Pretty much. Of course, both teams have had quite different stories this split, even if they are of the same scoreline. I think Rogue holds on to that moniker of being not a very proactive team. They remain slow. Their wins have kind of come very awkwardly. However, GiantX, it feels like that there were a lot of games that they should have won. They were in very winning positions where they then couldn't quite close it out. And I think that people have kind of been surprisingly impressed with what they've been able to demonstrate. But we keep hearing that P word come out around GiantX. And we've talked about it on the Euphoria podcast a couple times. We're talking about it on the analyst desk too. The reality is you can talk about potential all you want. If they can't deliver on the day, it doesn't really mean anything.
Doesn't, but aggressive look here from Larson. Big damage onto Jackie's. And I will say that Rogue overall, I think, have set themselves up for success in draft. However, Finn, maybe he can get caught out here. The flash away. Juhan is now going to follow. Takes his time, backsteps for a little bit of a bait. Finn walking up Proc and Conquer will dash right back out. So taking a bit of extra health, taking a bit of extra time away from Juhan.
My instincts tell me that GiantX have a slightly stronger comp, but it's very minimal because they are functionally the same thing.
Yeah. What I will say is, as much as Rogue in general have been criticized for their passivity, I think that Larson on Tristana is probably the perfect mid laner for this team because it allows him to be so incredibly dominant in lane. And even if he doesn't leave lane, this is a champion who can take tower plates on its own, who can build a massive individual advantage just by winning lane and just pushing, right? And I think that is big for him as a player who is very often in the early game much more constrained to mid lane than some of the other mids in our league.
Now Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. The Scuttle Crab has a little mark on it from Marku. Oh, he's actually been able to get it onto both as he makes his reset come through. He can just decide which one makes the most sense for him. And when continuing slow early game. So, how's the DLC going?
It's good. I just beat it and then started New Game Plus and then got all the way back to the DLC. So
really?
I'm having a good
You're
time.
already back at the DLC?
Very fun. I highly recommend the Kung Fu. It doesn't fit to the game at all, but the animations are sick as hell. So,
I rebuilt last night. I'm now using Milady.
Oh.
With a I learned about
wing
Ashes
stance?
of War. No, I'm using the Ash of War with the Frost.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's spicy.
Super fun. I defeated a boss, which I won't name because apparently naming it is
people
a spoiler.
No. There's too many spoilers already on the internet. Let people.
But let's just say I've killed it. Cadril hasn't. So
take that, Mark. Get good.
Get wrecked. I know you're watching this, Mark. And there's nothing you can do to fight me
because I can't hear you. I'm putting my head in the sand.
Yep. Sucks to suck, bro.
It's like when you're in a car with your sibling. Like, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. There's no counterplay.
Pretty much. Now,
it's been 2 minutes. It's now time for us to check in on
we
this
have to
game
check
of
in on the
League of
game.
Legends.
How's it going?
Nothing has happened, guys. Neither side has a big
Dragon
enough
starting,
advantage.
which you assume then would mean that the grubs should be taken on the other side of the map.
Good news is, for the side of GX, is that Marku is going to be pretty damn slow at taking that objective. Bad news is Finn, of course, gets pushed and is able to go help him.
Yeah, Larson's also going to come out and offer, well, or not. Is he going to hit it?
No. That's a man. Oh, walk back.
No.
He left the honey fruit. He's like, all right, I guess you guys can have one.
He didn't even throw like, he could have
a single auto.
He could have like maybe autoed once while he was, you know, weaving in and out of the honey fruit.
That's for the peasants. You get up there and hit the grubs. That's your job, topside.
You get the grubs. I will be focusing on my mid lane.
He is the bourgeoisie. He's sitting there eating his honey fruit, watching the team do the work. I mean, he could have dropped a couple autos. Like, I'm not going to be too critical here. I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter.
You could have, like, just as a show of goodwill,
Yeah.
dropped 1 or 2. They don't do a lot of damage yet, but it does help. So yeah, scaling battle. Again, double Cole mid lane. Ezreal always obviously going to go for a tier, so not too much to say there yet. Really good news for the side of GX is that they weathered the first few levels against the Rogue bot lane and are now really starting to build themselves a lead in isolation. As Finn goes all in here, has used the dominance. The Antonio, where's he going to go? Probably forced to flash.
Oh.
Finn, happy to just have that in the 1v1. Finn, of course, losing the flash on the earlier gank, but now has a couple minutes where he can try to punish that. Good use of the ulti.
I mean, so he was never going to be able to over-E the wall in that position. He probably realized that, you know what, there's not much I can do here. Gonna have to flash, otherwise in the extended fight, I'm definitely gonna die. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Larson has built up a pretty healthy CS lead, along with securing the early plate, means that he does hold on to the gold lead for now. Antonio just going to keep farming, but basically you can see in the context of Rogue, they have advantages in top and mid. Bot lane should have had early advantages because of the whole Alistair thing, but it's pretty much equalized out now, so it's pretty much dead even. So nothing really significant happening across the map. I don't think this is a dive. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait, maybe with Daisy they can.
Antonio does not have a lot of mana, will be forced to ult, and is now retreating the flash forward. The Q is going to connect. Finn just gets to ride right in. Knockup comes in from Daisy, instant follow-up stun from Finn, and first blood from Rogue hits him with the Faker emote.
And it's a nice setup overall, because you got to remember that Finn burnt the flash earlier in that 1v1, called his jungler up on the stacked wave. The Antonio had nothing that he could do. I liked the ultimate that he used, created a lot of space, but Marcoon committed the flash, connected the root, and it made it easy for Finn to secure that kill. First blood for Rogue, 2 plates secured in top lane, a 1k gold lead now. Rogue feeling pretty comfortable finding that advantage top lane.
A very positive sign for Rogue. Again, very often when flashes have been down, they haven't been the quickest team to capitalize, often hesitant to further press their advantages, but they use Marcoon's flash, they make sure that Finn's earlier play really lands well, and now Finn has his flash. The Antonio still flashless, falling behind in this matchup. Rogue can keep pressing on this top side if they want to.
Certainly can. I mean, ultimately they can, well, you know what, I'm not even going to talk about the potential options, because right now, like, this feels like a very chill game for both teams.
I don't feel like I've ever been so aware of the Summoner's Rift music.
I know, right? You know, when the game is just that slow that you can just suddenly hear the music.
1 kill at 10 minutes, not you know, not bad pace, but it's walking pace.
I wonder if we'll ever get to cast Swarm. I feel like that's never a slow game. I watched you play that like vampire version of it, like a similar game. That seemed. I think you also played a version with potatoes.
Yeah, I did. I played every version of that particular game, basically.
I feel like you're going to enjoy this one.
I have already, even on 150 ping. It's on the PBE, by the way, if you want to get it. You don't need to do anything. You just download a PBE account. But I will warn you that on 150 ping, half of the characters are completely and totally unplayable. You just die. You're like, that didn't hit me. And then you're like, ah, yes, 150 ping. I suppose that it did.
Fair. Nice. Well, Ignar is hovering around mid, looking for a gank, but Marcoon's there to cover. I say cover, he just wants his camps. I'm going to be really honest.
I wonder when... I mean, objectives are the next big point. 30 seconds till Grubs, a minute till Drake. So Rogue could leverage their mid push and their topside pressure just to grab the next spawn. Juhan's here, and you're now seeing the swap come out from GX. Classic GX move. They really like to do this for second Grub spawn, but especially well-timed because, frankly, if it was bot lane didn't swap, they'd really have no chance to contest here.
We see them gathering. The reset just come out from Jackie's. I imagine yet the TP back into mid. Double pickaxe. Solid spike to be sitting on. And here we go. Will we get a brawl over the Grubs?
Juhan, Ignar off to the side. The Antonio on the way in. Again, if Rogue get 1, they're kind of happy. So GX really need to force a fight here because 2 Grubs is not worth it. Knockback is good. Initial play starting off. Patrick untouched on the backside looking for the setup. Finn just immediately goes in. Cleanse coming out, but Finn's still so damn strong. All of GX immediately going to turn to try and protect their carry. I mean, got back.
It's still only a single kill though. The Grubs are still alive. Marcoon is still up and Zoelix is already making his way back
Rogue
out.
got 4.
I mean, yeah, Rogue though, they'll be fine with that. They're going to back away. I'm kind of surprised only a single member died. I think the Antonio
goes in again onto Patrick. He got the cleanse earlier. He's hoping to get the flash this time around. Larson ready to go over the wall. Larson bringing his flash. He doesn't want to follow.
Bit
Hits
too
him with the
aggressive
thumbs
there,
up.
I think, from Larson. I don't think he needed to commit his flash, but I guess he'll still get a plate in mid lane. 1 for 1 though in terms of kills. Gold kind of returns to dead even state as Rogue holds on to a very slight lead. But as you rightly said, kind of things all positive for Rogue overall. They got the 4 Grub buff. They
Yeah,
only lost a single member.
I'm not sure. I think GX are just a little bit behind on the play overall. Ultimately,
I agree.
Needed to be a bit more aggressive to fight for that space, because if Rogue can even smite one away, that's, again, everything that they want. Yes, it would be nice to have 6, but 4 is the break point. Patrick here. Plate not going to get much value as no one's in the area. Now you're kind of just waiting for the Jinx and the Kaisa to get a few more items under their belt with Static Shiv. Jackie's wave clear is going to go up. We'll be able to match Larson, but Larson's damage output with Kraken, especially with Cole finally about to tick over, it's going to be much higher.
Dragon is up. Will we see another contest? Looks like Rogue is looking for a cross map. Their jungler is top lane. So with the second dragon of the game going in favor of GiantX. I mean, you could argue that we're going to get a quote-unquote good soul, because Chemtech going to be gone, Cloud. Personally, I still quite like Cloud, but...
No, I don't want to get political on the broadcast here, talk about which dragons are better.
That's fair, no, that's totally fair.
But Ocean Soul is a good soul, so...
Oh, good soul.
Very good soul. We saw in the previous game.
Ain't no Hex Tech. But
no Hex Tech. It's going to hit. Okay.
I think that's my favorite response to the Dragon conversation ever. I don't want to get political.
Look, man, it's a controversial issue, man. I'm not trying to tell you.
Yeah. The next caster elections, I look forward to the debate.
Don't turn it action. Okay, we get in trouble. Anyway, GX quietly falling very far behind in terms of overall gold. The good news is their carries aren't doing too poorly. The bad news is Finn has a 2,000 individual gold lead, so I can't say who in this game is going to be super excited about that other than Finn. But I know on the analyst desk, Aragon vindicated.
You're completely right.
He called out the entire community. Was this the time to do it? I'm not sure, but he did.
Yeah, he says
and now
that
Finn is
Finn did nothing wrong.
He's doing a lot of things right this game.
Yeah, he is. Part of me's like expecting like a pip to just come up with Aragon at the telestrator being like, let me break down everything that this Renekton did right this game.
Well, you might have time, it turns out.
Aragon, quick, to the
Aragon.
telestrator.
Tell us what Finn did good.
Yeah.
We need content. We'll keep you updated as to the reason of the pause.
Well,
confirming. It would appear to be Marcoon that has paused, but
we'll let you know when we have updates.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Little.
Oh, we're getting back in the game.
Little yeesh.
That was a quick pause. Not sure what it was for. I have no idea what it was for. But we're on pause and we're back in. So back into the action we go. No, Aragon, sit back down.
Aragon.
Stop it.
Not your time. You missed a window.
You did.
You had 30 seconds and you blew it. Slim Shady talked about this. You missed your chance to blow. Is it blow or go? Whatever.
Just a chance to go. This
yeah,
opportunity.
that's whatever. It's not like that song's been out for 20 years. More, maybe. Ugh. Anyway, Herald going down for Rogue. They just continue to stack up things in their favor. And really, they're in a position where, because Juhan is going full AP, and because the Antonio is so far behind, them being full AD does not matter, really at all, because no one can afford to build armor right now on the side of GX.
Yeah, it's the... I mean, I will say that, like, when you listen to many pundits in the scene talk about it, it's one of those things where it's like, well, you got a full AD comp, and I built... They're not ninja tabbies, they still play caps, but I'm an old school guy.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? It's over. And then I look at the itemization, and this is the thing that always gets me in solo queue, where people are really mad. They're like, we're full AD. And I'm like, look at their builds. None of them built any armor. Because, you know, people are going to build their own thing. Like, I see one armor item on Gragas, which is the Bramble Vest. I mean, they'll still have some base armor in their kit for sure, but you're not too upset about it
obviously,
right
he's
now.
going to be tankier than he should be because
Yeah,
the opposing
sure.
team is full AD, but they're also going to be much faster
Oh.
to getting their objective, and immediately all of Rogue full commit to try and kill Juhan, but it doesn't work. It completely whips, and now GX are turning because Patrick's getting resets, and here comes the Antonio. Where's the barrel going to go? Instantly goes into Marcoon, but Marcoon's going to flash out. So just going to be one kill. The flash forward, Jackie's instantly follows Rogue. Everything was going well.
But GiantX find the fight. It was Rogue that initiated. They try to catch the Antonio out in the tri-brush. But we turn our attention to top lane. Larson goes all in.
Jackie's just dies. Larson out. One more tower shot, not gonna hit.
He makes that look easy. Jackie's half HP underneath the tower. Larson punishes him. At the very least, he gets something back for Rogue.
Finn's gonna keep going. We can go for the dive here, though. Antonio has time. Messy exchange. Sorry, all of Rogue instantly jumped in, did not get a kill, got turned on, and then Larson single-handedly on a side lane, because Jackie's TP'd into him, kind of saved the play.
Pretty much.
And now Rogue are just going to keep the play going because they know they're ahead in tempo, and the Antonio really can't afford to be here because Zoelis already is. Larson now using his TP aggressively, and it's just punish after punish from both sides.
And just like that, Rogue bouncing back. Larson trying to be everywhere on the map. He wasn't involved in the bot lane fight, but it doesn't matter, as he is just continuing to get funneled gold. The top side of the map for Rogue is where it's at right now. A 2.5k gold lead for Finn, a 1k for Larson, and we look back at this initiation. The full commitment onto Juhan, who's able to flash away to safety. Of course, he is squishy. They think they can one-shot him, but then the 4 members of GiantX re-engage. Antonio decides to go onto the jungler instead of Finn, and says, you know what, I think this is an easier collapse. Nice flash comes out from Arcoon, but it's not enough to get away.
Juhan laughing. That's the face of a man who bought Merc treads against a triple AD comp.
I mean, in his defense,
he got out. He literally shouldn't have been able to push a button. Tenacity actually just saved his life in that instance.
Against Leona and against Ivern, I do think it makes a lot of sense.
No, I like it a lot, and I'm just
100%.
saying, anyone who was like, oh, maybe there should be a plated Steelcast in this Maokai. In this situation, he has 1 less death, 0. Because of those Merc treads.
1 less death. 0 for those of them.
Yeah, if in case you cannot.
Now the Herald was secured by Rogue, and they're going to drop down on the bot side of the map. We kind of look at the map state, and even though our last fight was very promising for GiantX, the map is very much in Rogue's favor. That top tower is kind of very, very low. The bot tower is getting just as low.
Larson getting aggressive, I think maybe hoping to buffer there on the snare, but won't need to. And all of Rogue just now retreating back to the objective. And again, when you have the Renekton that's this far ahead and a Tristana that's this far ahead, there's really nobody on GX who can step up to stop them from pushing. They can clear the wave, they can poke back a bit with Jackie's, but Jackie's only now starting to get a bit of AP, so that W really doesn't hurt yet.
They're kind of relying on the Jinx hyper carry moment. She's got a lot of tanks to play around, and it'll become a somewhat of a war of attrition. Right, front line versus back line. Maybe if, I say maybe, the variable becomes Finn in terms of what he can do in a fight if he finds a flank.
And that was what happened in the first fight, right? He flanked, he found Patrick isolated, and that's why, even though GX got the kill, that's really all they got.
Right. So, yeah, there are variables on the side of Rogue that can make it harder for Patrick to play, but Jackie's is basically going to dive in whenever it makes sense to him. You imagine that he's going to be building a bit of AP, and he's going to be looking to poke, poke, poke later on into the game.
See, Nashers should be next. We'll see what the option is here. So usually Death Cap to follow in terms of the AP build.
Sometimes Zonya's too, if they're doing.
I mean, that's one of the most obnoxious things about a champion like Kai'Sa, right? Is she can itemize Zonya's, which is the best, probably defensive item in the game, I would go so far as to say, because GA by comparison is kind of trash. Because you're dead and 5 seconds later you're alive with half HP is not nearly as good as I push 1 button and block all of your damage for 2.5 seconds.
You know, I've been thinking about, weirdly, why I've been thinking about this. I feel like GA is more valuable the more people that have it. Because it's one of those things where, like, if I'm going into a team fight and I see that, like, only the enemy AD carry has GA, okay, fine. But if they die, like, it's kind of whatever. But if 3 people have GA, I feel like that just changes the dynamic of the fight a lot more.
It's so much easier to coordinate around Zonya's. I think that's
well,
why
I mean,
Zonya's
obviously.
Because you're like, I push Zonya's, guys, save me now. Whereas before you're like, I'm waiting for them to kill me, and then when they do, there's a longer period of time, and then eventually I'll be up, and like, if you guys can just win the fight without me.
But, you know, that's kind of my thoughts on GA. I just think the more you have, the more value it gains.
Sure. Stacking angels up.
Pretty much.
All right, GX behind on the setup here. Rogue, pretty good composition for taking objectives. I think both sides with double 80 carries can be pretty quick to take the Baron. Probably a little bit faster for the side of GX, given that Jackie's is playing Kai'Sa. Both sides can pose a threat, and that Ivern shielding, we're not likely to take a lot of damage. Again, Rogue don't, I think, feel like they're under any kind of pressure. Happy to just keep slowly pushing this advantage forward as Finn just completely ignoring his lane opposition to walk up, proc demolish on that tower.
That is a Fed Renekton. He is very, very strong. Black Cleaver Eclipse. And yeah, he's a full level over the Antonio right now. They're kind of, well, the reason why there's posturing from Rogue towards the bot side of the map is because they want to escort Finn to safety, along with a bit of a fight over the Scuttle Crab, which will go over to Juhan. Meanwhile, on the top side, Larson is just being left to his own devices. He knows that he's very safe to continue to wave clear. He's not really in any danger. The rocket. Oh, trying to interrupt the back there from Patrick. Doesn't quite connect. But also, Patrick's scaling up quite nicely. 2 items that finish for him. You can imagine the Infinity Edge is likely the next buy.
Finn just waiting the rush here. Doesn't have good information on the enemy team, so doesn't want to overcommit and go for the play. Instead, just going to one-shot the wave, reset bot wave. Can now turn his attention elsewhere if he so chooses. Larson just continuing to power farm. You can see on the minimap he's farming up Romp, Comp, and he uses ultimate to push mid-wave, try to match the pressure that Patrick is putting down. We're at a point where Baron is up in about 1 minute 30 seconds. 2 objectives will be on the table. We'll see if they agree to the same one or if there's a bit of a split here. Either side at soul point, so Ocean shouldn't be that impactful.
As a reminder to viewers at home, both these teams find themselves at 2 wins, 5 losses, as you can see at the top of your screen. And both these teams want to qualify for playoffs. So one of them will go to 3 wins, which will dramatically increases the chances of you making playoffs. And whoever loses, I mean, then the maximum position you could even get at to 3. You can understand how that would make things not easy for your road moving forward.
And of course, the standings, this game, incredibly impactful for both these teams because they're playing against direct competition. But also for MDK, watching, right, who will play later in the day, only a 1 win. Even if they win both their games, they can only get to a maximum of 3. So every time a team like Team Heretics makes an upset, where you have these unexpected results, it gets worse and worse for them.
Just kind of living in the moment. You know?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, I can read the scoreboard. Should I read the scoreboard, audience?
It's a classic.
Can you all see it? And it's not, again, I'm not trying to knock either of these teams. It's a slow game with front-to-back composition.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot on the line for both these teams, right? It's totally understandable why they're doing this.
Comp is now forcing mid-push. Once he gets mid-push, we'll see what they do with their vision. Juhan really dealing with
Dragon, that's the easy one.
But either side going to try to force anything greater here. It's a battle of tiny incremental advantages until someone really wants to force the fight. GX setting up a trap. And Poke going to start raining in from Jackie's. Does have enough AP to evolve that W. Now the ulti from Juhan, though. This is the cue to start the fight. Comp locked up, forced to cleanse. Finn waiting in the brush. The Antonio's going to spot him out.
Why did he do that?
He got Comp's cleanse, so technically worthwhile as long as they don't immediately fight.
But like Dragon's up.
Yeah.
And like what have they gained by doing that?
Priority access to the Baron. We're getting a recall out of Finn. Daisy's been summoned. GX have all of the vision around this objective. GX are just threatening to start, but they're a bit split. Have to be careful about walking into the choke.
I mean, everything about what I'm watching right now feels very awkward.
It is very awkward. This is like first date in high school.
Look at
like
the
neither
Antonio.
side wants to commit. Larson stepping up for a bit of poke. The Antonio going in and just getting one shot. Now the reset's coming in for Patrick. Rogue immediately retreat. And that's the kind of confidence you need in these situations.
Okay, that's what we needed to see. Someone having the agency to make a play. The Antonio, a difficult play to make, but he finds the angle. He gets that pick onto Comp. Now the Baron is half HP.
Confidence in the moment. Finn on the flank. They will spot him as he starts to walk in. Do they turn or they focus the objective? For now, the answer is focus the objective. The Antonio peeling for the rest of his team. Finn trying to get into the backline, desperate to kill these carries, but he's just getting shredded. His entire gold lead deleted. GX, in the blink of an eye, ahead in this game. They've evened up the gold. They've taken Finn down a notch.
I think this is one of the biggest things I've been impressed with the Antonio. The longer that he's spent here in the LEC, the more his confidence has grown. And that was a play that we needed to see.
Jackie's.
Okay,
that team.
We've also...
Where's Kobe? 2 in a row.
I mean, yeah, Jackie's has been caught out on a sideline a couple times this split. That was not an ideal TP. Really good punish coming out from Zolis.
That was a mid-lane. He went there and died.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So good punish from Rogue.
But I want to focus the Antonio. The reason why that play was really good is because we already talked about it. There's a lot on the line here, right? No one wants to be the person that makes the mistake, right?
Which means often that nobody wants to be the person that takes the risk or makes the play.
Exactly. Because if the Antonio messes that up, then he could have been the reason. But I think just having the confidence to make that play is what makes the difference. And so huge credit to him, because that was onto an Ezreal. That's a really hard thing to pull off, and he finds it. And ultimately it leads to a Baron for GiantX. That could have been the difference maker in securing the playoffs or not. So huge credit to him. Right now, off the back of that, GiantX were able to secure the top tower. They're trying to siege onto mids, but they don't quite have the wave to do it. Comp is here to wave clear. The Dragon didn't end up going down to Rogue just because Jackie's ended up getting caught in mid lane, which means that we are still kind of like, what GiantX have done is equalize the gold.
Yep. And with, you know, a minute and a half still on this Red Bull Baron power play, they should be able to break at least mid lane tier 1, likely tier 2, because Larson was in side lane, Finn is still in side lane, but GX really don't want to risk too much.
Well, I need to correct myself, because to say that they equalized the gold is a bit disingenuous, because when we look at the gold, all the gold lead for Rogue was sitting on Finn.
Still is.
But you now look at Patrick, who now has a full infinity edge over his AD carry counterpart. So the dynamics are not quite the same. That goal difference is a bit deceptive, because Jinx has kind of reached her late game point.
Yeah.
And now GiantX's team fighting is that much scarier.
Well, we do have some armor pen coming through from Larson, right? Getting an early Lord Dominix. You've now got more shielding coming in from the Antonio. Fimbulwinter going through, and the AD carry is getting stronger and stronger at this point in the game. We're going to have a lot harder time in these fights. At the end of the day, a Renekton with a massive lead early game feels fantastic. Renekton with a massive lead late game, it's just really hard to get value out of it. It's not that it's bad, but we saw in the previous fight, Finn wants to flank, but he's no longer in the position where he's this unkillable monster. There's so much CC to really stop him from you know, finding that angle, from finding that isolated 1v1 on Patrick or Jackie's, and thus the entire team really plays the fight well together.
Pressure begins to mount for Rogue. GiantX's Baron going to be wearing off in, well, 5 seconds.
And now we're in a situation again where the gold is dead even. But the context, as you mentioned before, is it's all about Patrick, right?
Pretty much.
If they kill Patrick, Rogue are in for a good fight. If they don't, they can't immediately find that target, things get a lot harder.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how, while the comps are very similar, my gut just kind of says I prefer GiantX's comp, and Jinx is kind of the reason. Kai'Sa as well. When I look at these 4 AD carries, I just think, if I'm level 18, I have 4 items, which AD carries would I rather have? I'd kind of rather have those two.
I mean, there are 3 AD carries in the game who can do a lot of damage without needing to hit a skill shot. There's one who needs to hit every skill shot if they want.
Don't get me wrong, Ezreal can be an absolute menace in the late game.
Oh,
right?
sure, but it has so much as a champion, a so much lower floor in terms of damage output.
I agree.
The guaranteed damage output of Ezreal is so low. It's why very often only the best players in the world are willing to pull out Ezreal.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're definitely right. Very high ceiling, potentially very high floor. Whereas Jinx, I right-click, hands on the keyboard.
Like you gotta outmaneuver the Renekton,
Yeah,
but
don't
if
get
you
me
get
wrong.
a kill, now the play's starting here. The Antonio going forward, confidence again. The scoreline might indicate it, but this is the man who's making the difference. Finn now trying to turn it back. The Dragon's falling rapidly. Patrick coming in over the wall, but he doesn't get the reset. Finn getting chunked out. Juan, does he want to re-engage the wave? Not much to play around. GX likely to break the tier 2, but Ignar ready to fall up, ready to turn this back. Finn too damn tanky, but now Jackie's going in. Jackie's trying to shred them. The flash forward, getting the reset for Patrick. GX, how much further do they want to go? Comp getting lower. GX ready to just break open the base of Rogue, and again, back-to-back engages. First from the Antonio, second from Ignar. GX, do not hesitate around those plays. Happy to have the inhibitor on the bottom side.
The Antonio has been the difference maker in this game. The level of confidence he's had to pull off these plays has been instrumental. The ultimate from Maokai comes through. He interrupts the jump from Larson, gets the knockback. It does cost him his life, because as Larson is dying, he ults onto the Antonio to knock him underneath the tower, end up training 1-for-1, but the damage, I mean, look at it. The tower ends up falling. They secure an inhibitor off the back of it. They get another kill onto Finn. Really well played. And GiantX now in full control of this game as the Baron respawns in 40 seconds.
2K, if they get this Baron, it feels good, and it looks like Rogue don't want to risk contesting. The only advantage that they really get out of that is they get Jackie's and the Antonio's flash. Maybe will help them in the next fight. But Patrick's scary, man. He went GA, he didn't even have to stop for armor pen. Most of the targets he's hitting are so squishy. Doesn't need to worry about having that Lord Dom. Doesn't have the Giant Slayer passive anymore, right? It's just about as much armor penetration as you can get. And similarly, 4.5 items. We have a Seeker's Arm Guard for Jackie's luxury items coming through from the side of GX, and the Antonio finally able to buy a bit more armor in the form of the Frozen Heart. GX are just getting more and more favored as this game progresses.
100%. I think that GiantX are in a great position. I keep my eyes on Larson, disconnected with the team right now. This Baron is up for grabs for GiantX.
No vision.
Observers showing what they can't see.
Again,
So
Daisy can wander in,
yeah,
but
exactly. They have to keep the Antonio on the side to catch some of these waves, but you gotta remember, super minions pouring into the bot wave means that at the very least, that's not a serious point of pressure. The Dragon is up, and I mean, right now, GiantX care more about the Baron than they do the Dragon.
Definitely do. Daisy slowly getting chunked out, timer expiring.
Ignar now looking for the play himself.
Poke starting to rein in.
It's
really
not
hard for Rogue to do anything in a full front to back. Again, the Renekton, their strongest point, he wants to be flanking, but because they're so behind in terms of wave control here around mid lane, around control on the Baron, Finn has to play with his team. He cannot afford to flank.
Yeah, I think both comps struggle to just, in this position, front to back, just find an initiation, right? It's very difficult because it's so easy for the carries to just play on the back line, so you're constantly looking for flanks. Everyone is. There's the Leona ult, doesn't connect onto anything. That's one tool that Rogue had. Now GiantX are going to start off the Baron. This could be a great opportunity for Rogue, but the Maokai ultimate could be really valuable at zoning them away.
The Antonio has the angle as well. Ulti now coming out. Daisy locked out of the pit. Baron going to fall. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to be able to get in. GX get the objective. They get so low that Ezreal ult. Big damage. Zoelis now trying to follow up. So many members grouped onto the Antonio, but again, the tankiest member of the team. Probably not your priority target. Blast Cone takes him out. GX just managed to retreat. They get the Baron, they get what they came for, and Rogue get nothing back.
They play that with great patience. The Antonio, he doesn't have his flash available, but he's still able to get out. His durability with this build really paying dividends. All of that armor now really working in his favor.
Yeah, and early points in the game, this was, again, he had fallen so far behind individually. Finn still massively far ahead, but in terms of value to his team, he's outmatching Finn at this point in the game.
100%. He's currently sitting on 218 armor. Of course, he still has the W as well. And while the Dragon will be lost... Oh, hang on, what am I saying? GiantX, secure the Dragon as well. My apologies. But GiantX, like, the disappointing thing for Rogue is it feels like that they are just kind of slowly dying, you know? Like, in the way that we've seen the Antonio finding these angles, finding these plays, who on Rogue could really do that for them?
And I think that at this point in the game, GX are just favored from a compositional standpoint. We talked about it with the carries, with the front line, with the Antonio finally getting armor, the disengage and engage tools of Agragas. They're just overall favored. But earlier points in the game, we wanted more from Rogue, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't find the same angles. And as a result, they're, yeah, as you said, just slowly, very slowly losing this game. Patrick going to keep the pressure up. The siege still coming in. GX, of course, the nerves are still there, right? They have to be careful.
Look,
don't want to risk throwing it away.
He's waiting with the top wave, waiting for the mid wave to crash at the same time, so they have these 2 points of pressure. Now the Maokai ultimate comes through.
Again, clean, textbook League of Legends. Set plays so good from GX all season. Ulti, Solar Flare going to hit onto Patrick. Larson now trying to go in and delete that AD carry. Finn punted out of the fight by Ignar. Root is there. Finn immediately wants to follow up, but the damage in return, absolutely disgusting. Sterik's already procced.
They need to back away. GiantX have done the damage. Their front line have soaked the storm, and that's going to be another inhibitor.
Super minion spot. They're likely to break mid here as well on the next wave. Finn knows it. He's already cutting the wave, but has to be careful because GX might just go for the end instead. Patrick, max range, rockets raining onto that tower. Zoe Lee's not going to find the Zenith Blade. Patrick
on the flank. Is this it?
It's the reset. Feels like the last opportunity, but the Antonio's already covering it.
And that's another tower gone as well. The super minions in bot. The inhibitor does respawn, but now that's an open nexus. The resets can come through for GiantX. And Rogue are on their last legs. Now, of course, this loss will not eliminate them from playoff contention, but it's only going to make that road that much harder and further help secure GiantX a spot in the top 8.
Now, Rogue, of course, will be playing MDK tomorrow. One of the most favorable schedules of any team in terms of strength of opposition, at least based on results. Coming up short here against GX. And for GX, you know, slow, steady game, I think, from both sides, but the Antonio ultimately the one really making the difference, even in face of Jackie's with 1 or 2, you know, big mistakes in terms of those TPs. It has not mattered because in the team play overall, GX better, and in the clutch, the Antonio, the one to really show up today.
Here comes Finn. He's finally found a flank. Even if he gets onto the Jinx, though, will it be enough? Flash, cleanse, all available. That ward there in the middle of the
Red
rift.
pot, he's got a GA. It's so hard.
They know that the inhibitor is exposed in the bot lane. There's a wave stacking in top as well with the super minions. Rogue have to do something.
Yeah, and again, they can't. Finn has to look for this flank. They don't win the front-to-back 5v5.
Look at how far away he is, though.
And GX recognizes this. They're just going to walk in and take the inhibitor. The tower in mid lane stops them from going for that. Luckily, the posturing from Rogue stops a little bit else. The Antonio this time not going to connect. Solar Flare, decent start. Finn behind, stacking up the rage. A little bit of poke only onto the Antonio. Jackie's now ready to turn. They have to get away. Maokai coming in, all of Rogue retreating, but it's Finn still on the back line. They need to be ready to turn in an instant. They need to try to get something back with a double 80 carries. They're just running. Comp and Larson have nowhere to go. Instantly, Ignar sees the moment of weakness. Larson trying to save himself. The base in tatters. Finn, not enough. You'll get one, but it's only a GA. For GA trade at the end of the day, when it counts, GX show up and take down Rogue.
It was a slow affair, but GiantX secured a much-needed win in clean fashion. The early game looked a little shaky, but they were better in the fights, and the Antonio was massive. A fantastic Gragas performance, finding so many great clutch picks. And again, when you're in these situations where you're in an important game and the pressure is on, he was the player that stepped up today, and he was the one that ultimately delivered the game-winning plays for GiantX.
He was. No surprise, he's on the list of players you can vote for your tier player of the game at LEC on X, the Antonio, Juhan, or Patrick. The lane phase might have been rough, but the mid-game, the play is made with confidence. The difference there for GX. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right. Is everybody ready for a new, amazing, and happy workday? How does he feel, Melancholy?
I guess. Look, at least like the drafts can't get any worse.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I swear it's gonna be fine. Aggression, how do you feel?
Great. I'm gonna flash in every chance I get.
And not every chance we get. Remember, controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression. Yes, Joy.
And how do you feel?
Fanfiction?
Fanfiction, go ahead.
See for yourself.
All right.
Oh no.
Okay. Great emotions. Maybe for later. Now let's focus on the game, shall we? We have an amazing day ahead of us.
Important day.
Important day. Ah, see? This is what I want to see. This is happy vibes. This is positive mindset. He's feeling great.
I mean, at least he's not inting it. Oh no, he's gonna ruin it.
Aggressive positioning. Tower dive. Tower dive. Tower dive.
We're gonna mess it up.
No, we're not. Trust the process.
Aggression always wins.
Aggression sometimes wins,
Always
and this
wins.
time it did. See, a little bit on the edge, not too much.
Edge.
Oh my god, I got possessed by NA LCS Pro, so I'm gonna run it down. Just kidding, LEC is worse than NA LCS.
Want to hear more aggression? Get out of the way,
This
Joy.
is how we
Yes.
lost the EG.
Forward, always play in front of the line. Try and get them. Never wait for your support. Always go in yourself. Let's go. That's the mindset. You should have to win the games. We can't wait.
No, somebody check on Healy, please. Maybe he can help him.
Creating space.
Okay, Healy cannot help.
Space. Creating space.
This is why we always lose.
Creating space.
Oh no.
Creating space.
Yes.
Okay, Healy cannot help, guys. Guys, let's just focus. Remember, teamwork, collaboration, aggression, not too much. Controlled aggression. Pick your fights. This is how we can win games, okay?
Okay.
Positive mindset.
Okay.
Melancholy, we're gonna be fine. Stay positive. This isn't the best.
We can still
moments
make
that you
playoffs.
We can still make playoffs. Do you believe? You believe, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Yeah? Okay, so G2. We'll see about that.
Here we go. Yes. Exactly. Oh, VTO died.
VTO died.
It's okay. It's okay. Karzi's gonna do it.
Yes.
His Ezreal's amazing. Forward positioning. Get those cues in. Yes.
It went well. Look at that.
Always trust the aggression. Always.
Always great when it comes to team fightings, and this is what is gonna help us moving forward.
Yeah.
Huh?
Look how happy.
Okay.
Look how happy he is.
Come on, Melancholy.
I guess maybe we can do it.
We can do it. We can do it with a pinch of joy and controlled aggression, a zest of controlled aggression. We can do it. Okay? Power of friendship. Let's go. Not too much melancholy and not too much aggression. Let's go against G2.
Yeah.
And fanfiction.
Wait.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, I did not know Kazi was that deep, but now that we have his inner workings, I think we've got one question left to ask. When is the fanfic going to be released?
What was it? I want to see the rest of it. Like, that was gripping stuff.
Odo writes good fanfic.
I know, yeah.
Secondary
I didn't know he
backup.
had a secondary career,
I'll get that. I'll look for that for game number 4 for you, for all you want to. My name's Heretics. I'm joined by Dagda. We're going to take you through this barn burner of a matchup, our advanced matchup for today, I'll say, because this is a big one. Considering that Vitality had high prospects at the start of the season and are now in this position where they've got the hardest schedule remaining, or at least one of. G2 on the other side have started warming up. Their chance of getting first is very far diminished, but I mean, they've got a long road ahead of them as well.
I mean, it is still G2, right? And the question mark is, how strong are they going to look? Last week, they really showed up and kind of took a lot of people by surprise.
They're back?
I mean, it's
Are we
hard
there?
to say they're not, right? They did
Yeah.
look very, very strong. But I think coming into this, it's a case of is Vitality back?
Yep.
Because we've seen some great games from them against like Heretics and these kind of people, but it hasn't really been the massive step up that we're hoping to see from Vitality at the start of the split when they came in, you know, taking Douglas out, moving over towards Linces. We expected a huge amount, but it still feels like they're trying to get to grips with how they want to approach
We expected so much because Linces was another hyped up, you know, member of KC Blue, right? Yeah. Remember watching him at EMEA Masters and thinking, okay, this guy feels maybe he's a bit checked out. We realized at the time that he'd already kind of been talking over to Vitality. They'd already been thinking about bringing him over. When he came into the LEC, we saw some really strong jungle paths along with strong laners in those first couple of days. But alas, Vitality never got past that stage. It has been few and far between where we've been able to hype up Vitality as well. And that's why this feels like such an important matchup to show us that they can tussle with the top dogs for a chance at playoffs.
Especially with Heretics picking up that win over Fnatic earlier.
Changes things.
Vitality are kind of like, oh, crap. Because they're still sitting at 2-5. They'd need to beat G2 or Fnatic tomorrow in the hopes that they can... sorry, it's SK tomorrow, isn't it? That they hopes that they can push themselves up. And those are not easy games to try and go for. So
they're hard.
this is, So it really needs to kick off well for this weekend. I'm like talking to the guys over the week over on Euphoria. They're talking about just how they're trying to approach this weekend. And it's definitely been a case of, look, they are trying to focus on getting the team to work together, being on the same page, approaching team fights the same way, being able to work around the vision that they've set up. So I'm excited to see how that approach has affected them coming into this week when you are going up against G2.
And it's hard again because to note that G2 last week felt like they really made a resurgence. I think the biggest thing about G2 is like some teams took advantage in the early stage where G2 were coming off the back of MSI. We called it an MSI hangover. You know, there was no hair of the dog cure for the first two of those weeks for G2. I think the biggest thing now is if G2 are recharged, ready to go towards a season finals, a potential worlds where we expect them to be, now Vitality are versing the hardest version. Now Vitality have to really put up or shut up, because that's exactly what's going to happen if they find a loss here. G2 blue, Vitality red. Dagda, walk me through a draft like I'm your lover.
I like the way we're already getting the Ezreal ban. Definitely Karzi's one of Karzi's big picks, but also because you've seen like Video being willing to flex in towards the Ezreal and even things like the Kreis in the mid lane. So getting rid of these ADs does make a lot of sense when you're playing against Vitality. Also the Sejuani ban, definitely a huge one, because we've already seen, you know, Yike willing to take that into jungle, BB take it into the top side. It's a good answer into things like this Garner as well. So I definitely like the approach that both sides are going with thus far.
Well, I feel like it's taking away, first of all, the Ivan, where in the LEC, we've really prioritized this as like a B1 or an early rotation on red side. The other thing is Corki's been seen. Tristana now looked at as a higher priority than it was a few weeks ago too. And on 14-12, let's not forget that I mentioned before, Corki is still being looked at as a serious threat. Dagda, what else am I missing here as big priority? Ezreal, of course, feels really busted at the moment. Karzi's great Ezreal.
G2 also one of the teams that is very good on the way. Fnatic being another one of those teams. So maybe that's a consideration they want to look for if you are going towards mid lane bans. But it is kind of hard to draft against a team like G2 because there is so much flexibility there. Do you go for a Poppy ban? Try and get that away from Mickey. We've seen that a couple of times as well. But I definitely think the focus on towards the mid or the AD carries is more where we see it. Because Garner actually going to be taking away as the last one.
Yeah, good. Maybe that's the thing. All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Bring it up. End of draft. Who cares? It's because we got out a pick ban. Broken Blade's like, what? There's my name.
Yeah. I was going to say, we're leaking the lobby.
No, we just, look, we cooked a little bit too hard. We're going to bring it back. We're still in that first pick, guys. Don't worry. Look up. All you can see is the hover of the Ziggs, who has been kind of a fill-in for a lot of these bottom lanes, but the Ashe first pick, I think that's more relatable to what we've also seen globally too.
Yeah, we've definitely seen it start to creep up, but you can obviously go back towards the double AD carry bot lanes if you want to, but I definitely prefer seeing more utility-based AD carries in the meta when you have carry junglers and carry mid laners, but there's the carry jungler on the opposite side. With the Varus, you still have that flexibility of going to Video or Karzi, and now with the Karthus, you've still got the opportunity to go for those AD mid laners as well. So I like what Vitality are at least coming out with, and Linces has definitely looked more comfortable on these carry junglers.
And Dr. Dagda will tell you that, you know, this is another unique for Linces. You know, another point that's been talked about Vitality is their draft adaptation, or at least their ability to be more flexible. That's also come in here yet again, with also a Varus paired up into the mix. Now, the Corki was mentioned before, but remember, you pointed out before that we've had an Ezreal mid already for Video. Varus can actually go mid and win the matchup as an option if Vitality won.
Yeah, I do think you have to start taking press the attack, though. We're seeing a lot of the Corkis go for the fleet footwork, and I just don't think it gives you enough gun power in that mid lane to try and fight back against it. So going for the press the attack, I think, is kind of crucial to just have and navigate the early laning phase, because we've seen too many Corkis die thinking they have the 1v1 and it just hasn't worked out.
Now we just wait to see if jungle gets matched at the very least. Is it just going to be towards Linces? You can hear Vitality behind me. I love the crowds pumping up. This is what they need. Man, Vitality have had such a hard run of it. It's not going to get any easier for them. Fans better stay here all weekend, as for now the tree just gets locked in for Yike. So we get a strong form of engage for G2. And I do say for Yike, I mean, it could also go support. Like, Mickey isn't someone who could just take the support, right?
Yeah, I think it will be a jungle, though. We've seen kind of Yike tend back more towards the tank carry or tank junglers like the Sejuani. Yes, we've seen a little bit of the Zinzao on that, but definitely more tank duty for himself. And when you are looking at a Corki in the mid lane, you want that AP style jungler. The big question mark for me is what do we see the top laners take? Because the Renekton going to be locked in here for Photon, and we've definitely seen Broken Blade more tending towards, hey, I can go towards a Camille, a Kennen, stepping up to be a carry when the likes of the Sejuani and the Skarner are taken away. But could end up just falling back to the Cassante style if he wants. But I think with a tank jungler, and now you're going for the Ashe AD carry, I imagine, I feel like he needs to bring damage to the table if you want to try and facilitate this.
And you already talked about it before with his flexibility. Kennen's a great option into Renekton. Absolutely blasts his lane. And any Renekton main will tell you that they hate that. So let's see where Vitality go. They start with the Broken Blade Zac. That he introduced alongside with his Rek'Sai top throughout this year. He is a real innovator and something G2 rely on. We'll see where Vitality go elsewhere, but Dagda on the other side, I'm seeing no support, no mid laner as a possibility. We talked about the flex potential. Let's see where G2 aim.
Yeah, I imagine they will probably start to look towards support bans. And the biggest problem that you have is that you have the flexibility with Vitality here where you can kind of hold on to Varus and not really show where this is going. So the question is, do you start banning away supports and then Vitality kind of just get to steal away a Rel or something like that? That's really, really nice. Or do you try and set yourself up where you actually get a nice counter pick or nice answer for yourself on this next rotation? So it looks like at the moment they are going to try and get rid of the Leona. Maybe Rel is the next option, so you try and force the Nautilus-Alistair matchup in that bottom lane.
You know, another one's been really popular. We've seen a lot of Brom against poke comps these days as well, because Brom is an absolute nuisance. Also, when we have strong level 1s, Brom sits at the king tier. Dagda is a support player. I know you understand. That champion absolutely busted in early stages of the game. We'll find out which direction they go. Twisted Fate also taken off from Broken Blade to give a ranged matchup aspect as well with some global pressure. We just got to see if it's that other support or it's going to be something towards the likes of an AD carry / mid laner.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be, I think Rel, very, very strong at the moment, or the Nautilus. It's kind of just whichever one is more of a nuisance. Because more than likely you are going to go back towards like a Kennen or some kind of top lane, like carry top laner for Broken Blade. So Rakan is actually going to be the one. So maybe looking for things that can disrupt a Kennen as he's trying to make his way in, because it feels like, actually, no, I was trying to figure out if with the Rakan, if it was going to really interrupt something like an Alistair or something along those lines, but it doesn't really in the grand scheme of things. So I'm kind of surprised to see it, but it definitely the Rakan, one of Hilly's best champions. So maybe it's just more of a respect ban towards Hylissang.
As now we get our mid lane pick for Vitality. This is seen as a counter. The problem is I've watched a lot of NIP Rookie recently, and he wins the lane on Corki. So, I mean, Caps is kind of that vibe for me right now, and with his laning back in action, I've got a lot of faith in him. It can bounce back, and it can be okay for Corki. We'll have to see how much video can push it to the limit. But now we get our answers. What's BB going to pull up in that top lane? What rounds it out in the support? Gragas comes through. Now we've got a bit more AP damage.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be like an off-tank build. We've seen the Rod of Ages into a bit more, hey, I'm going to build a Thornmail, get a bit of stats, and then still provide a lot of that AP damage, because I think that's really what's missing at the moment. But definitely something that can help in the, what is kind of half dive with Vitality at the moment with the Renekton and the Odoamne, but they really want to round it out with, which is why I think the Braum is great. So like an Engage, like an Alistair or a Nautilus, and Braum, which you already were highlighting, Jake, is really, really good into any of these more Engage-oriented supports.
I just think it's so strong at the moment. I just think with our current comps, Braum is always a great answer into a lot of it. We've got a bit of scaling so far, Vitality. Sorry, I thought it was the coffee you were drinking. Like, oh, yuck. Last pick, let's go. Engage support, Dagda. It does feel like we need some hard Engage to round this out.
Yeah, definitely with the dive you already have, you kind of want it to be a Nautilus, or I think in this case, Alistair is the best option, but it's going to suck in lane. Because whenever you try to engage, you just get the Unbreakable that goes up, you try to walk away, but now you got a ton of Ashe slows, so this is going to be a miserable lane for Hylissang, which is why I think he's just going to try and leave. I see him very early, level 3, level 4, just trying to roam towards Video in the mid lane and try and set him up for success. Because if you can guess both Karthus and the Alistair in towards the mid, it's a good amount of damage that you can try and set up for a combo kill onto Caps, and from there look to snowball in towards side lane play. Otherwise, I think for G2, they have a ton of long range engage, great setup, great disengage. It's going to be really hard for Vitality to just play straight up fights if they don't get these early leads.
Well, if they don't, they're in real trouble. Vitality, you can see Pat looking for the support from the crowd. The bees are out. Let's hope there's a good sting to them today. Yeah, set it up. You will not. Hold him to it. Why has he got it in a GiantX sign? Well, if G2 go to finals, he goes bald.
Yeah.
My God. All right, guys, prep the scissors.
Undefeated.
Oh, undefeated, right. That was an important word.
Yeah.
You can hear them in the back. That's good, man. I think we need to rile up a bit because your teams at this point, when they've just lost to GiantX and KC, those were wins for Vitality. And some of those games probably felt like they should have been wins. They've struggled to get it over the line, Dagda, and I feel like this team's had to have a real look in the mirror to find out what they're becoming, what they look like to go to playoffs, and how they get past behemoths like G2 and SK.
Well, we were actually talking to Mac over the week on Euphoria, and he was very much talking about how they were ready for this weekend. So if you can bring that up, we'll be able to hear from the man himself as Vitality were setting up for this weekend.
I think we came into this mindset. I came into this week with a mindset of like going to war. Like I want to go and crush people this weekend. I don't just want to go and survive. That's not the way that I want our players to go into this weekend. I want them to go into this weekend believing that if they play their best, they're going to win. As simple as that.
That's a good mindset. I think the biggest thing for me is like, that's what Vitality were at the start of the split. They weren't just a passive team. They weren't like a bottom tier team that, you know, kind of just goes through. Vitality wanted to crush them. And you can see historically, like, for this team, this is kind of always a team that made towards playoffs. Yes, there's some bad splits, Dagda, but I feel like consistently, we've always expected them to be in that middle echelon.
Yeah, and I think it's been a bit of a mixed bag for Vitality. People kind of look at like the curse of Vitality, where they end up getting great players, great coaching staff, but they can just never quite make it work. And a lot of people coming into this space, especially, were like, "Look, Vitality look like they're going to be on all four.
Great roster,
they're going to look fantastic." Yeah, but it just hasn't quite worked out. And now Hilly.
Okay, well, we're talking about it. He's in a bit of trouble. Winter's Bite connects along with the concussive blows. Heal burnt out from Mickey to get the movement speed, but double summoners now from Hilly is the trade with the health bars slightly in G2's advantage.
And this is what we were talking about. Like, if you go in as Hilly, you have to make damn sure that you are getting the kill, because it's very difficult to get back out now, especially with the flash being burned. But Linces may try and move down here, it looks like, off of this bus. I don't know if this is the call. I think you just go and try and move back up towards your top side. You are a Karthus, like, it's early stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, isn't it? What can Karthus really do? The poke comes through, level 2 comes through first. A side note on Vitality's history, as this might just spot out. No, not even sure if I got the jungle pet in the end. It scans up.
So the thing that it will spot is that Linces is not crossing from bot to top, and it will spot that both the red and the Krugs aren't taken. So you're like, okay, Linces should be moving to the top side jungle, but hasn't. So more than likely he's on this bottom side, which is now why Linces, although he did his 3 camps and set up for a move into bottom side, isn't actually able to do so anymore, and is now going to move to the top side instead.
Smart from Hans Summer there, the power of Ashe early on. Remember, that costs no mana for some reason. Riot. Let's fix that, but helps an advantage.
But it's also, he took it level 2. Traditionally, we see it level 3 being taken, but because of the aggression that they got, you know, they're finding out Karzy stuck.
I mean, he went the long way around. Mickey with the sneaky pathing, puts up the Unbreakable. Now, Karzy holds on to Summoners, but it just enables a great trade as the volley, the Winter's Bite. It hurts. Hilly has sustain, but I don't think he can power through this one if G2 opt for another trade.
Now, especially when Ike is down on this bottom side, so Mickey now getting complete confirmation that there's no enemy jungler down here. So Hilly going to stick around just to try and help support his AD carry in the wave, but this bot lane has turned into a disaster for Vitality.
And it's crazy because, again, you know, Karzy's that team player who later on was quite reliable. Last split, we're talking about it quite a lot. I think one of the best AD carries in the LEC. Stymie him, and it's a completely different story as we look towards mid. I talked about the matchup a bit before, Dagda, as I was watching Rookie earlier on. Cap's not having the same experience. Video burns him out of his mana and his health bar a bit. Looks like he's going to back away. Hilly. What's the thought process here? He has no summoners.
Oh, the flash.
The flash was clean, and Hans just takes a freebie. Massive yoink for first blood. G2 on the board.
And not the start to war that you want if you're Vitality.
No.
Going in, it's a complete misstep. 1 man down already, and Illisang just getting outplayed by Hans Sama and the slows that are coming through from the G2 bot lane.
It's easy again when you have a nice tumble. I was trying to think of a war reference. Dagger, work on that. Okay, I'll pull it back. Video has to burn the flash. He's going to have to TP back to lane, but a summoner advantage now given for Caps in the 1v1.
Yeah, you don't really want to be in this position already where Caps is completely destroyed. You were saying that, you know, we've seen Rookie win this matchup a couple of times.
I was just like, oh, Video's doing fine. And then we snap the camera back, and he's getting pummeled by Caps on Corki. Photon trying to do the same up in this top side. But look, Yike is here, and Broken Blade, his trades are fantastic. Photon getting bopped around. Remember, this is a Grasp Gragas who's got a big belly ready to be rubbed as Photon has to run for his life. Yike is coming in.
Yeah, he should be able to just throw this up lane and stop it. Yeah. Hilly, yeah, he's just going to walk this fine.
God, it wasn't further in.
Yeah, so Photon got stopped. There's no one here to help him, and now Yike's under tower.
I'm trying to look back to how close is he to Dominus. He's about 3 minions away. The timing couldn't be better. They all flash commit. Yike has to flash out. In the end, he tanks up too much. Broken Blade gets a plate with it as well. Dagda, this is a G2 map masterclass.
They actually killed Photon so quickly that Yike couldn't W to reset the aggro, so he had to flash. But Lince's going to try and get into this bottom side and maybe look for a counterplay on the bot end, but I don't know, you're not really that healthy on the bottom side with no flash on Hilly. Trying to look for any sort of dive is going to be tough.
See Hilly and Mickey square up for the time being. It's a bit of a level advantage. You can see Han Summer is level 5, by the way. Mickey level 4. Hylissang just gets there himself, but it's going to matter so much more. We're going to get 6 further as Video takes a hard trade. Caps is trying to push him in, but you can see Linces is here to back up and get that push potential since Grub's just spawned as well. So it looks like Vitality really want to secure top side. Caps is skirting around, trying to play it tricky. He is sidestepping in his Valkyrie in the end as well. Gets him out, but Caps doesn't have TP. He's low on mana, he's low on HP. Where can he go?
I think he's just going to be, well, he is going to go for the reset with no waves there at all, but Linces should be able to get at least a couple of these grubs in the early stages, but I don't think you're that worried.
Flash, engage is good. Hilly tries to get the bot, but instead onto Mickey, it won't work. He's stunned up, he's hit down. Hilly is going to die again, or at least close to. The range comes through, thankfully, from Kazi, and G2 can't finish the kill, but Hilly's got a base again.
Yeah, and it's terrible timing, because G2 now get to trade on the map for Dragon, so Hilly was trying to see if he could make a play onto the bottom lane to disrupt this Dragon, but now you just end up with Kazi completely on his lonesome in this bottom side. Video gonna just face check to make sure that at least G2 are doing the Dragon, so they know it's not a potential dive that's been set up onto Kazi.
But bro, this Ice Baby duo is working out wonders in the bot lane. The 2v2 strongest. Dragon still being done. Vitality want to contest this. Linces now has level 6 if he dies. That Requiem won't save the play though as the Dragon's already down. They run on in. Video gets a one-man, but it's onto the Brom. The Twisted Advance down. The lockdown. The Caps surround. Linces goes to flash and die in a good spot, but as Caps built his bridge over to safety, G2 already out, or at least that's for one, not for many. Han Summer is going to be the trade-off. Vitality get away with something, but the gold lead has now sprung to 1,500.
Yeah, you're limping home with just a tiny bit of gold for Vitality, whereas G2, they're getting airlifted and they're very, very happy about it. They're managing to get so many kills and the Dragon as well.
Bro, KC and GiantX must be cheering. I'll tell you why after this replay, because Dagda's going to break down as Vitality come late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Ashe ult from coming through, which ends up hitting onto Linces. So as Video goes for this engage, there's no real follow-up on damage. Hilly isn't in a position, and Karzy can't step forward because of the position of Han Sama, who has the level and the item advantage. Mickey hops into the pit to try and help Han Sama, but with that Karthus ult coming in, he's just that little bit too low, so can't really do much. But still, it's G2 getting away with murder in that bottom side.
What's the cast? Oh, turret shot! No. Photon goes Dominus, but that's going to save his life. The health advantage there, great. But a good ulti from Broken Blade as he just stands there to receive the wave. Before we went to that replay, ladies and gentlemen in the audience and at home, G2 winning here affects more than just themselves, by the way, as they look to scour down the river. Vitality look for an engage. I need to look myself because the engage doesn't fulfill. Caps gets to buy space and Mickey stands there with Unbreakable. Video looking to zone off and Mickey might just die here. Video getting a kill big to get some tempo back to Vitality's side.
Well, we actually had another clip that we were thinking about running for from Euphoria this weekend, which was Pad giving us a rundown on Mickey, if we want to run that one.
That would be nice.
Actually, we have to wait for the lower third.
We gotta look at this.
Yeah,
first.
we do have this one. Which
I mean, it's so relevant to supports, isn't it? Like, bro, the experience is there, and both these supports, like Hilly with a great engage there, Mickey with better engages throughout the game so far. I mean, his laning phase has been astounding. We're gonna look at the mid game first. So Boss Bomb does so much damage. The Fate Sealed gets him out. The range still connects from Caps. I mean, Caps is getting better at this lane, and he's getting more support as well. And speaking of supports, as we said, you know, Mickey versus Hylissang, I love it because, again, they're historic supports in the league, and we know Mickey has been called the best. You know, I mean, this guy represents international stage and absolutely smurfs.
Yeah, and this is where we had our clip with Pad talking about his thoughts on Mickey and Hylissang.
Biggest space creator. Wow. Mickey X is up there.
Yeah, for sure.
This guy is he's watched Hilly play.
they took some notes out of the same book, I think.
I think
Okay, we don't finish.
Which makes sense after you just see the last play for me. Kind of great space in that bottom lane.
Now, while we're having a look at that picture-in-picture, I mean, Broken Blade got the gank. That's from Linces's side, but he gets out in the end without burning a summoner. Ult was burned, but there's a bit more priority for Photon up in that top side. But again, it's nice looking at these historic support matchups, especially when they feel very key to both of these teams historically too. Hill is saying, has been said by Pad, that he's kind of the core of this comp of how Vitality want to run. We know G2, especially at internationals, Mickey feels very essential to how G2 play that strong mid game of theirs that they've been working at all year.
Yeah, he definitely does. I think for Vitality, it's definitely trying to rally around what Hilly wants to do, but nice ult from Cars. He forced the flash from Ansama. But it is kind of Mickey on the opposite side who's more linking up with this team to try and set up these plays and bring out unique picks like the pop he put.
Yeah.
For Vitality, they're kind of in a difficult spot because now the leader you want to rally around isn't having the best of times. He's behind. Now Caps is doing so much work.
Speaking of leaders, bro, video, oh my God! Under turret! My hands left, right together. We're clapping goodnight again.
Video just getting absolutely trounced by Caps in the mid lane. And now Yike is stepping up as well to make sure that Linces has to back off and Caps can crash this wave. Beautiful stuff from the G2 mid laner, and a guy who, at the start of this split, honestly, was taking a lot of flack. He had some individual mistakes. His TPs weren't great, but now he's stepping up massive in that mid lane, and now they want to take it to boss.
It's complete night and day as the TP finally comes through. It's a response from Vitality. Grubs are at least being done by Linces. Now, the difference is that they already picked up the earlier grubs. This will be a 6-grub game, but the Enchantress arrow flies through and Mickey's X-ult misses on the side. And Nature's Grasp also helps out. Hilly has to flash away, but he's ignited and burnt down. Video's ulti doesn't save his life. He gets on out only for the time being as Yike follows through. Under turret, smashes down the Might of the Ends. Caps flashes for a massive auto. And yes, G2 are back, but in the early game with a vengeance.
It will be Mickey dying for the sins of his team, but it is well worth it there as G2 just picking up so much.
Got a little bit of the Hilly in him. That's what Pat said, but a little bit of the Hilly.
He's a space creator, and
my man.
He is creating space in that gold graph very, very nicely, because at the moment with Dragon going to be taken, Bot Terror going to take a bashing as well. Caps getting time in the mid lane turret. Does to be careful as Hilly is on his way.
But Caps has been in a 1v2 before already this game. He Valkyrie's out. Hilly is not in range. Here comes Mickey. He locks down Linces, who flashes away from the Phosphorus Bomb damage that seems to be one-shotting at the moment. Caps also got a Trinity Force, so I think that flash was necessary.
Definitely. The Sheen proc would have done some serious damage to Linces' health bar, but G2 now, they get onto bot and Video. You are overextended again, buddy.
Oh, he thought he could take it. I mean, Hunt Summer with a nice sidestep. But, you know, Dag, there's been so much happening in this early game, and I love it again. You know, Vitality were known as a very bloody team coming into the season. We look at the replay. They're showing it again, trying to stand hand-to-hand, but G2's bot dives just keep happening on repeat.
It's a great ult from Yike. It ends up locking up Hilly, so Hilly can't really support Video as they collapse in and around the soul as it goes flying back. And then here, Yike just goes under the tower, realizing, hey, I'm going to be good. Hansama does try to heal Mickey, but the tower ramp damage is just too much.
I love it. He just stands there. He stands there. So, well, oh well.
Oh, well. You know what?
That's it.
Just salutes as the ship goes down.
You know, G2 said there was 2 spots on that door. And, he got the Leonardo DiCaprio as Hilly now tries something in another lane. This time it's top lane, and Broken Blade is going to have the body slammer at least time it well, and that he does. Vitality, I'm not sure if they're on the sinking ship right now, when it's so important for them to find a win here. G2 are not giving nor hind nor hair of an advantage in this game. They are not slowing down.
I do think the one slim advantage they have is the 6 Void Grubs, because this is a composition that in theory wants to try and play through side lanes a little bit, especially with Video, but I mean, Video 1-3-1 at the moment, kind of getting a bit battered. He's not really been able to get too much done.
Like
but
fish and chips, yeah.
Yeah, or a sausage, you know, it's like,
Good rap
but
word.
it's gonna get knocked up, but I think it's more the opportunity to try and get onto a turret is really where Video's going to struggle, because Caps is so big, he's just insta-clearing waves. Broken Blade can essentially do the same, but if you can find time to leave Video in a side lane, he's going to rip through these structures.
And side lane comps with global pressure with Karthus, I mean, a lot easier to execute, right? And a lot easier to create advantages where before team fights that ult comes through, and, well, how many more opportunities do you get created? I think it's a really good point, Dagda, so I won't count Vitality out yet. They're 2 and a bit K gold down, though. They're going to lose this Herald, but the 6 grubs has definitely swayed my mind before. Remember, I've been trying to say it all game, but interrupting me over and over. If G2 win this, KC and GiantX lock in playoffs. Bro, KC is the biggest story, of course. Like, you know, GiantX in the first split locking in an AC, but KC fans can rejoice. They're finally getting to make playoffs, and G2 are the ones that seal the deal for them. It's just about how high they can climb, of course, playing later on today.
It's not looking so hot for Vitality as G2. We're just matching the mid. The big thing is going to need creativity. This might be it, though.
The Chains of Corruption, it is blocked, it's cleansed away. Ignite's not going to do the damage. Now Healy's in the middle of no man's land, and Yike's going to make sure he goes nowhere for the time being. Linsus all getting fired at as well. Kazi just out of range there, and Yike just takes the kill himself. This Leandri's Maokai with 4 kills is the carry now.
Yeah, he's kind of been popping off a little bit.
Yeah.
The fact he managed to pick up the double kill on the bot side, and now this one, the Gen G logo being slammed. And this is it, right? Vitality, you try and make the Hail Mary play in mid lane. You realize, look, we need to do something to break the tempo of G2, because at the moment they're winning across the board. They try to collapse on mid. Yike is already in a great position to follow, and now you end up losing both the fight and the mid lane turret, making side lanes even more difficult to control.
I'm really disappointed in Yike, though. Surely you'd have a T1 logo after MSI. You know? You would. You'd be like, bro, we almost beat them. Who cares? That's my thought process anyway. Gen G sounds too polite, doesn't it?
Well, it's like you got to aim for the top, right?
Yeah,
you gotta,
true.
Yeah, you got to take the head of the
worlds. Game. That's right. You know, and we love the narrative, the golden road, the magical journey. No one's used that, but maybe that's a new one. Grand Slam. You know, that's what Gen G's aiming for. But then, boom, here comes G2.
Yeah, that's it. We're gonna
Fnatic, or SK, or BDS, or KC, or GiantX. I don't know.
He's just running down the.
I'm just going. Who's probably going to be in playoffs? You never know. You never know who's going to make the worlds. As Photon gets a turret and tries to make himself something in the top side. Cap scored out against the wall with nowhere to go. He accepts it. Photon getting a shutdown dagger. Daggers? Wow. Is big news.
Bringing back Munchball's name, Daggers McGee. I mean, you get the push in mid, and that's kind of the trade-off here is Yike.
Can he 1v1?
I think he's going to 1v1.
You think he can?
He has Leandri's. Okay, he's
disgusting.
too close to the tower, but he could have 1v1.
I believe it.
This is good from Vitality, though. You actually do, in this position, you need to try and find these plays to bring the game back in your favor, and at least getting the play into top side buys you a bit of space. Going to buy you a tier 2 Terra thanks to those 6 void groups that we were talking about. So you actually get some gold back, whereas more than likely you were going to end up losing a bit more. Now, I think they would have preferred if G2 didn't get the mid Terra and the bot outer, but again, that's kind of the struggle of playing against G2. They're able to read you very, very well.
You know that Hilly's been around for 10 years now?
Yeah, it's been a
Since
long
Unicorns Are Love, January 2014. I was just having a bit of a sticky beak, and I was like, you know, I remember this guy like from ages past being on UL, but like very early roster days. January 2014, the year is 2024, if it's a bit of a shock for you. I don't know, if you've just come out of a coma. Can you imagine you've come out of a coma and you see, what is this game? What is League of Legends? I'm sure I can't wait to play Nasus top.
Yeah, and you can't reach for the newspaper anymore because they don't already exist.
That's
so
right.
you gotta tune in to
Where's
your
my
LEC to figure out what the date is.
I was gonna watch it on like 8-bit, or maybe get a text message about the updates, you know?
Yeah.
Or talk to someone. Remember that before the internet? Talking to people. That was cool. And G2 won't have to talk to anyone. Yeah, true, actually. We could go to this cast in silence if you want, but we could tell you that the sole point, as Dracos likes to mention, the top of the screen is there. We read it out to make your life a little bit easier, because that's effort. 3K gold lead for G2.
Thanks. Appreciate
no worries.
The date and numbers, he does it all.
Just wait. Next week, I'll tell you how long till Dragons. I can count as well. It took a while to learn, but yo, SKKC's coming up. That is a banger.
Vitality are quick on the map here. It looks like they're trying to see if they can collapse onto Broken Blade on this bottom side before G2 really get their waves in order. Evie looks like he's going to read it, though. And yeah, unfortunately, cleared out most of the waves, so it doesn't look like Vitality can play off of this.
How much time are they going to give to it? As you said, looking to get the tempo advantage, but the problem is, you look at the response in the mid wave, getting pushed, top wave as well. Cap's going to get a solo turret.
That's actually sick from Photon. So he moves under the tower to protect the very, very low cannon minion, which means that you still get the minion debuff on the tower. And that's where they can take it, even with the Sterix, he still tanks through. So you're still trading at least, even though BB managed to take out the minion.
And as you said, it's quite quick as well, thanks to the grubs that were picked up earlier. G2 have priority in the top side of the map right now, though, and that's the trade-off, as Cap's auto damage on turrets is disgusting. They've got no grubs, guys. Absolutely zilch. Imagine if Caps had it, as he just hits on Photon for the time being. Photon hits back, Phosphorus Bomb doesn't connect. I'm looking at top. Even though a fight's starting here in the bottom side, as Chains Corruption follows through the arrow, he's dodged away from, but here's BB! He's ready to run in. The body slam is flushed away from the Nature's Grasp. Doesn't connect, but it doesn't need to. And the Requiem is not powerful enough, so G2 can sit there, laugh it off, throw another barrel at Star Fox here in the top lane, and continue hitting the turret. Video with the ulti. That's a miss! He runs on in, and G2 are playing with fire, but they must be firebenders or something because they're controlling it well.
Video lost his soul and mind on that play. I don't think that one was ever going to work out, as G2 will now just turn over towards the Baron. 20 minutes on the clock, but G2, they're just playing around these choke points so well. Mickey's ult keeping the entirety of Vitality away, hitting 3 members with that. Broken Blade's TP, meaning that Vitality can't really find the flank that they were hoping for. And now G2, they just get the Baron.
Linz is slowed down on the way there, by the way.
The steal?
I mean,
The steal?
trying to. Kazi blocked out. It ain't DRX. We're not at Worlds. Kazi can't do the unthinkables. Hilly jumps on in, trying to stop something, but he's getting poked out. Caps is just going to auto him for free. He thinks about it for a second, and eventually drops him down. Caps with his 6th kill is running in. Now the massacre continues. If you have a family, it's probably time to look away. As Treebeard does it again, a shutdown given over. It's getting real messy as Video's like, yeah, my turn. But in goes BB with a body slam flash, waits for the barrel roll, the flash to come through. The arrow as well is sidestepped. This Video would have been dead again. Explosive cast, they just keep throwing whatever at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, I mean, this stage is just toss everything in the kitchen sink and see what hits. But I want to, like, when you're looking at this play, it's so nice. Mickey's able to get the choke point here, so he ends up hitting 3 members of Vitality with the ult, and they've already sent Video packing, but even Broken Blade's position meant that Video couldn't really threaten the backline. So Captain Hans Sammer free to just play up on this fight and forcing Vitality to flash over the wall. It's just great decision making on where to take a fight.
7,000 gold lead with a soul in their back pocket coming up, 1:30. The Red Bull Baron power play you can see on your screen has only just begun. While Cap steals with the topside wave, it looks like the rotation will come down for G2 to meet bottom and just threaten for the Mountain Soul. I mean, it's last-ditch effort, as you said. We were hoping for side lane potential from Vitality. We're hoping for some of the scaling to come through for this Karthus. But, bro, we've got a Warmog's Leandri's Maokai with X-Tech Alteration. A lot of burst with a Corki, who's now 3 items himself. I mean, G2, this has been such a great game to remind us that G2 are indeed back right before playoffs, conveniently.
But now it's just, the question is, where do Vitality land in the grand scheme of things?
Good question.
They lose this game, they still have SK to play.
Yeah.
And if you, with the Heretics picking up the win over Fnatic, pushing them to 3, means that now you'd see Vitality sitting at 2 and 6, kind of sitting in the same position as Rogue, 1 ahead of Madeline's Koi, but that's not the position that this team wants to be in.
Not at all. Remember as well as Arrow flies through, even if Vitality lose their game against SK tomorrow, they're not completely out. They have a 53% chance of making it through, but again, it looks really, really hard.
They're through in 53% of scenarios.
Okay, there you go. Well, 53% are getting locked out. Either way, it's not perfect. It's not under your control. I think it's the biggest thing as well, right? You said it before, Dagda. Team Heretics changed everything, and G2 have reminded us of what war can take. The toll is there. Hilly runs on in. And when you declare war against G2, just remember, they have the better numbers, the better marksmen, the better side. Everything goes in their favor when they're here on the day. The Requiem hits Hans Sammer, but everyone else laughs at it. Vitality sent back to the fountain, back for another shot tomorrow against SK, and G2 are only looking forward to see how clearly they can go towards season finals and towards Worlds.
History is written by the victor, and it looks like Vitality's story may be ending over the course of this weekend. They needed a win desperately, but G2 will never give you one when you need it.
Nothing's free, and for G2, just like that, back on top, 6 and 2. The team is scaling towards playoffs again.
And G2 just looks absolutely fantastic again. They give up void grubs, they don't really care, they know how they want to try and play at the game. They know if they can get towers, they can start to force team fights where their composition is just stronger, and Vitality just never really felt like they got up off the ground.
Well, you can vote for your key player of the game and LEC on X, Yike, Caps, or Mickey. Man, that Brom, and not just a pick, but Mickey on Brom was a pain to deal with. But G2, welcome back to the fold. We're going to go to a short break, but when we return, 2 of Vitality's Rising Bees players will be joining the desk.
Red Bull gives you wings. There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Vitality, they couldn't make it happen when they needed it the most. Of course, they are not out yet, but losing to G2 in such a manner can't be good for the troops. And we have some people here to talk about that performance. We have two of the Vitality Rising Bs, top laner Crow and mid laner Tifa. It must hurt a little bit, I guess, to have to talk about this game, right?
It's tough.
It's tough.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe let's start with the draft. Did you like it?
Yeah, I like the draft from both sides, but I have to say for Vitality, they need to survive the early game a bit. Karthus needs to get to scale, to farm up, and at the same time for G2, they have a Maokai, he's better at ganking, shadowing. Yeah, and sadly, they didn't get to farm up, and it snowballed in the wrong direction for Vitality.
Sure did.
Yeah, like, they did the job correctly, G2 in early, pressuring bot, pressuring top,
they didn't let Vitality breathe, and after this, like, it was kind of late to come back after.
I mean, it's kind of the issue here when you look at the composition on the side of Vitality is that you want to be proactive and you want to get the action going in the early game, but I do feel like G2 Esports composition can play really, really well against that. And then it feels like when it comes to the mid game, I feel like Vitality had a lot of tools and a lot of damage that could make them shine, but G2 did not let them any opportunity to do so. What happened later?
I mean, later, it was just about the early snowball. Like, Vitality did kind of great things. They was cross mapping, getting turrets one by one, like getting some catch on Corki, for example, on site. But sadly, G2 was too much in place and they couldn't do much about it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was really hard to watch, particularly this moment, because unfortunately sometimes that spells things we see from Vitality quite often.
I mean, that's the thing. They don't have the 2v2 bot lane. And top lane, Crow, explain to me what could have happened here, because I feel like Photon can do stuff in the early game, because you know that Gragas is going to come back after that.
Yeah, like, Reacton has to do something in early game. Like, Gragas is really good against Reacton. It's a really good counter. And sadly, he lost too much HP in early. He wanted to trade, he wanted to make the difference in early, and I mean, Yak was here to just stop it. And,
Yeah, Yak was doing a phenomenal job, and as you spelled out, they couldn't really have anything happen in the early game or get the ball rolling for Vitality. Tifa, when you find yourself in that position with your team, what is the way to combat this, knowing that you see that snowball coming your way?
I mean, don't show the team with your voice you give up. Keep the spirit high, say encouraging words, try to go for some cross maps. If you see a moment, don't hesitate, go for it, else you lost anyway. So just go in.
Yeah, okay, I love it.
And that's actually what we saw here. When you look at this replay, Vitality tried to get some cross map going, but that's what we saw on the map. There was such a really, really good vision on the side of G2 that even though you can take place cross map, try and take the tier 2 on the top lane, it's never going to be enough because you're never going to be able to come back on the map after this.
No, unfortunate. We were watching the game together, and Crow, you said, oh, we sometimes have trouble closing out games, so maybe G2 will fail too. Is that a thing that happens with the Rising Beast?
it happens sometimes, yes.
No.
I mean, like, it's really the hard part of the game. Sometimes you are really ahead and you have to close it, and it's hard to do it, but G2 are way more professional, and they know what to do. You know?
Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tifa Caps is our Kia player of the game. He gets hit a lot. He's a pretty good player, right?
I love Caps. He's so fun.
Is he like your, one of your inspirations, or?
Yes, he was. He's my favorite player. Yeah.
But you're of course better Ari, probably, right?
Oh. Caps 1v1 win.
Okay. I love it. Lore, just to close us out here, Vitality, it isn't over yet, but I feel like this is one of those games where it shows what we've been frustrated about with Vitality for the entire split.
I mean, that's the thing. We've been frustrated with them for a lot of games now, and I feel like when it comes to being under pressure, these people and these players need to step in, and I'm not sure that they're going to be able to. Tomorrow is going to be the last chance for them. I'm not convinced from what we saw today, so fingers crossed for them.
Friendship with Vitality ended. I'm now in friendship with the Vitality Rising Bees instead. We do have our next match coming up, and KC, they actually already locked playoffs, so it couldn't be any better for them.
And great segment, guys. That was fantastic. Yeah, so I'm here today with Odo. We're going to talk a bit about the stakes at hand, or rather the lack of stakes. KC, with that G2 win, have actually locked in playoffs already. It's been a bit of a bumpy road, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The faithfuls are here. They're rewarded, you know. It's been a whole year of KC struggling, making changes, coming into the summer split. And right now, it kind of takes a little bit away of the stakes from this game, but they still have a lot to play. I'm not so concerned about what happened before summer split over here, because after this, it's not hard. It's not easy to bring in 3 new players with Kana, Closer, and Vlad. We see a lot of teams opting for, you know, a more subtle change.
Yeah, it's a lot of different changes, I feel like, though. Yes, it's only coaching staff changes at the start, but I feel like you played against these rosters. Did you notice any differences, big differences, as you saw the change and the timeline?
Not really, because as a player, it's really hard to notice change in player playstyle, even with like one new coach. But for me, the thing that I'm really excited here is Summer K-Corp. They played 28 out of 35 different champions across all of their games. So for me, that shows that they're trying a lot of things all over the place. And when the stars align, we see moments like Targamas, the way he had yesterday. He found great engages with Rel everywhere. He was very patient, working very well with the team all over the map, and overall it was just a joy to see.
So their uniqueness is a good thing, unless it's too unique and they're playing too many champions. But these engages, I gotta agree with you. Targamas, a player that gets a lot of criticism, I feel like did really well in the series against Vitality.
Yeah, definitely. He was the man who stepped up the most, and as you said, when you're a top team with a lot of unique picks, it makes you stand out very much. But when you're a team that is in the middle of the pack, you sometimes need a little bit of stability. So I'm really, really curious what they're gonna show us today.
Well, you heard it here first. KC already in, but they're playing for the glory here for taking home this game. Now, we're going to toss it over to the casters for the next game of the day.
And it's going to be a banger. Congratulations to KC, by the way. We didn't get to say it before, but 3 wins made playoffs. Hell yeah, yeah, come on. Yeah, over there, they're very excited, very excited, the fans.
So they haven't made playoffs. They have guaranteed themselves a tiebreaker. So...
Okay.
Very
congratulations anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, getting 3 wins already, I want to congratulate them on the fact of fixing their winter, fixing their spring, right? That's the biggest thing as well, especially. A win here to make yourself push yourself up, right? Because, again, KC have worked it a lot over this year with the new roster that's come in through this split with Fnatic, Closer, Kana coming through. These are big or upstanding names that have come up in the scene. Flaty especially is excited for. Let's see how they go against SK, who brought in no names in the bottom lane and have become big stars.
There is definitely a winning formula for Karmine Corp though, which is closer on these early aggressive playmaking champions like the Vi, the Rek'Sai, where he can get involved, get some kills early for Karmine Corp, and then having upset on these more late game scaling champions. Like 3 of those wins that they have, 2 of them are on Aphelios and Jinx, and 1 of them was on a Kai'Sa game where he got fed to all hell, right?
Yep.
So you kind of need this early aggression to get upset rolling to then bring it forward. But no Rek'Sai ban. I'm curious if Closer falls back to that, as he's looked great on it.
I mean, again, look at Rek'Sai as well. They've also taken away the Maokai, so that option's at least minimized as Upset goes back towards the Zeri. And I say that, but he hasn't actually played at this split. More so maybe a takeaway from what's been strong in the meta. Azir for Vladdy, though. That is something I've seen him on at EMEA Masters as well. So comfort pick so far, it feels like here, as Lucian, Nami bottom lanes don't often get seen. The virus is open, Dagda, and they're like, nah, we're going back to an El Classic.
I mean, they've looked very strong in this combo and have been one of the teams that can definitely play it very, very well. And with Maokai to try and play off of that pressure in the mid lane, it kind of works out pretty sweet for SK if they can get that rolling. But on Karmine Corp's side, we kind of talked about, hey, we want some early aggressive playmaking or someone that can fight early. Well, Xin Zhao definitely fits that bill for Closer. So going to be keeping our eyes to see how this works with him trying to link up with Kana, link up with Upset in these early stages to get the ball rolling for KC.
Well, as you look towards the bans here, it starts with the Renekton up in top side. No top lane is picked just yet for either side. And I will say as well, no, I'm not going to say it. Dagda, I was going to mention. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't. We've seen Lucian's mid a lot, but with Nami, like, bro, why would you ever take that carrying? That's like taking away, you know, Senna Lucian, husband and wife. That's a pity. You can't do that. It's like taking Tim Tams away from someone like me. It's like taking a spice bag away from an Irish person. That's the equivalent.
That is true. You never touch it.
They are good. If you haven't been to Ireland and haven't had a spice bag, man, there's a lot going on in there, but you get used to it.
But according to Aragon's chat on Welsh, so it doesn't really matter. But for Karmine Corp, as we start to come into this, the Camille being banned away from Kana has worked out quite well for him. I mean, Kana has literally played a unique champion every single game, so maybe brings out something new, but I definitely think having him on something that can get past the laning phase and then have that big impact and teamfight seems to work. And this is not where I expected this to go.
There were boos straight away. No one likes the cat. Bro, guys, if you
Lulu's better.
If you haven't played Swarm yet, would recommend. But yo, Yuumi is with you a lot of the time, so you're gonna get used to it anyway. At least start now. As on the other side for SK, they're thinking about what they can pair up in the top side. Do we need hard engaged actor? We've got the Maokai already. We've got Nami as partial engaged. Like, what fits?
I don't think you need like super hard engaged, but definitely something that provides CC. Gnar does fit the bill, but Gnar isn't something that I traditionally look forward to in that top side initially, because I think there's a lot of counter picks you can go for, especially when it is Kana. He's been very good at taking things like the Jace in the past. I mean, he has the Jax can work relatively well into it. You can also go for something like a Kennen if you want to, up in that top side. It can work out well, and then provide another engage tool for Karmine Corp. But I am curious what their game plan is here for Karmine Corp, because you definitely need something that can do well against an R, but also be that engage tool, because Yuumi's ultimate, don't forget, doesn't stun anymore. It just provides the slot.
Very, very true. It's changed. I mean, yeah, despite the Yuumi days. Talia gets locked in. I mean, this feels like a very side lane heavy laning phase. Like, let's get the ball rolling for SK. On the other side, we've already got a lot of scaling on KC. They're going to try and play this as slow as possible. Cassante on R5 feels like the perfect roundup. Dagda, why are you cringing, Dagda?
I just don't like that you have no guarantee to CC, like, engage. What's your go button on KC?
Malphite would have been better.
Something along those lines, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, we can just go for the setup. We can get Sari into these fights. But at the moment, it's kind of like, hey, bloody, if you could do us a favor and send yourself in to get some sort of five-man shuffle.
The rookie one,
yeah. It's like, that's the only way I see them really starting fights here. So I'm kind of confused as to what Karmine Corp really wanted to go with, especially seeing the Yuumi coming into the mix. But it means that for SK, I think you have a very clear way of playing out this game. It's, hey, let's put some pressure on towards bot lane, put upset behind, and then we can start to play out through great side laning, a strong mid lane off of that Lucian Nami with a Maokai. Just kind of writes itself.
It makes sense for SK, doesn't it? As you said, writes itself. I love that because Rahel and Luan have been pivotal. In the early game, they get a lead. This bot lane can carry. I think right now they are the best bot lane in the league. People over Fnatic might disagree with me. People who start supporting G2 again.
I think you're right.
I think mechanically they are the best. On the other side for KC, Upset and Targamas got a lot to do in this game to scale up. Now, I want to clarify something said before. KC aren't 100% in, but as Dagda said, they're guaranteed a tiebreaker bare minimum. But even if they lost both games over the weekend, they're still
guaranteed.
66%.
It's just been confirmed. They are guaranteed.
100%?
Yep.
We've got lots of foldy sheets. We folded at the wrong angle. But yeah, there you go. I mean, look, guaranteed. Now it's just about how far they can go. The second important matter I have to tick off my list, there's a gentleman in the audience with a Dun Dun shirt from Nongshim. Now, props to that guy. Never in my life did I think I would come to the LEC and see someone wearing a Dun Dun shirt. Like, in what world? There's Nongshim fans? That's crazy. Now let's hear it for SK. All right, SK and KC. Let's hear it for KC, I should say, on the other side. I can't believe they made playoffs. Or I can't believe SK have looked this strong over the split. And overall, we're hoping this is going to be a banger. Scaling on one side, bot dynamics on the other. Get the ball rolling for SK. Hasn't been very hard. But he's got a Dun Dun shirt. Dagda, it seems as important as this last week of LEC. And now I'm jealous.
Same. I want a Dun Dun jersey.
Bro, I bet you everyone's sitting at home watching going, well, actually, that's really cool. That's like being a fan of the Shy before he was, world champion.
Yeah.
If I had the Shy jersey from, like, his days as a WE streamer, now that would be cool.
I would have been more impressed that you managed to get a jersey with the Shy from WE streaming. Not even on the team, just as a streamer.
Just as a streamer. I really like this streamer. We'll bring you into the game. SK versus KC. Remember, the implications are that SK are still striving for first position. They're still trying to get to the top of the ladder. They're currently tied right now with BDS. I know Fnatic are shortly behind them as well. Taking the loss today changed up a lot of things as well. But KC looking to climb themselves up as much as possible. If they could finish at 4 or 5 wins, it'd be a completely different dynamic.
Yeah, especially... I think you kind of alluded to it already. The big standout performance has been Rahel and Luan, and they're kind of able to sneak that win against BDS away because of the great Alistair setup that he had at that Baron pit. So with that win, and now losing to Fnatic, if they can kind of take that step further, win these next 2 games, they'll be able to put themselves up into that first place. So just with the head-to-head, so SK definitely on a good track to try and set themselves up nicely.
Oh.
Hope set.
Tries to think about the bush. He does indeed. Rahel and Luan going to come on out now, but nothing to be done apart from clearing the wave, getting a small trade. Targa's going to auto-attack for that reset and get a little bit of gold for himself as well. Has to wait for the mount on. As Dagda said, things have changed since we last seen Yuumi. Maybe not for the better, as that ulti seems a little bit more balanced now. A lot slower, Dagda. A hell of a lot slower.
Oh, good ebb and flow from Luan, though.
Yeah.
You can see a really nice trade. So ends up getting hit onto Rahel, then upset and back to heal Luan. So this is now heavily SK winning on this bottom side. They've even got the wave in their favor. So upset and Targamas will have to give space here, just so that then that bubble doesn't come through. But yeah, you can see there, it's second A2, Targamas is out.
Tries to get that Radiant Light in range. Still, as Dagda said, the advantage is there. Remember, SK, these lanes are so important, as even Niski walking up to try and zone out and take away some of the camps. Gets poked out by Vladdy, but Azir damage this early. Doesn't mean too much, as I think Niski was able to get away a small Raptor at the very least. Maybe something.
Yeah, I don't think it'll amount to a huge amount, just trying to slow and interrupt Closer as much as possible, because you see Isma moving down towards this bottom side as well. So they will end up meeting each other, but with Rahel and Luan having push, I think they'll be able to support for this Scuttle Crab take on bottom side.
Meanwhile, Closer's actually in comms. He took my Raptor. He took my small Raptor. Dagda, we know junglers, okay? Jungle roll. Isma's looking for the invade. It's going to be smite down as Closer might end up losing Gromp for this as well. Isma has his own smite. They're an even turf at level 3, and they're kind of just fading around the idea of starting this up.
Yeah, they have the push on bot side, so Luan is going to come across here to help. Rahel needs to crash this wave, though.
Invaded in, flashes away. Aqua Prison on the return. It's only onto Upset here, so it won't amount to much as Targamas gets his shield and moves back in. So you get flash out of Luan and heal. Not a win for SK.
Now, you lose a couple of CS under tower for KC, but you're relatively happy with that. Rahel going to get his back interrupted too, means he can't reset and pick up some early long swords for himself as well. So KC going to be pretty happy with the way that one turned out. Rahel just hadn't crashed the wave in time for Isma to really set up for the play.
Straight from Niski as we pan towards mid. Just a standard trade for the Talia is irrelevant. There's a ward here. Kana might be taking a pretty bad one at that. But, you know, Irrelevant this split, it's been something I've been pondering. I think we were talking about it this week, Dagda. I was like, I'm not sure what Irrelevant's role is. Is it changed? Is it different? Like, in previous splits, we're like, man, Irrelevant's top 3 top laner. And I'm on this weird impasse of like, bot is showing up so big that maybe I'm just not looking at Irrelevant as much
But I think
anymore.
it's who's getting the resources is the
That's
real
another
answer,
good point.
right? Because when we look back at Irrelevant over the last couple of splits, it has very much been him who's getting the help from Isma, going for the dives on top side, even getting Niski roaming up to make sure he can be on these carries. But now with Rahel and Luan entering the team and looking damn good, as we say.
Prison there, Ignite comes down, it's cleansed away immediately because Upset's in danger. Bit of healing comes through from Targamas. He only has his Summoner heal left, by the way, too, as that was a Summoner trait.
But this is why, if you can give these resources to the SK bot lane, they're going to make plays like this. They're going to set themselves up for success. So already we're seeing Isma trying to make his move down into this bottom side. Sure, it costs a couple of Summoner spells, but this is the new SK look, and it looks fantastic.
Well, they're going to get their base timing as well with the push in for now. Jungle hasn't really been spotted anywhere apart from that invade bot that we saw a couple of minutes ago. Isma's just clearing out his jungle. Niski's pushing his wave. Closer is also on a ward as this zins out, which is another great ward. It is spotted by KC, so they know they're giving the information over. But regardless, SK have had good tracking of him for this early game so far.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much action over the next, like, say, minute and a half or so. Because realistically, Niski's going to reset. You're going to look for Dragon as SK. Chances are, Niski's going to try and hit 6 off mid-wave first, and then you can try and use that wall if you need to fish for that play. But I think it's going to be a case of waiting then until we see Niski making a play bot side, where you use that wall after Dragon's been taken to try and look for a dive with Isma having hit 6 as well.
Because I was going to mention, it feels like 6 is a big turn-on point for this.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, don't listen to what I said there. I know that sounds a little bit sus how I said it, but it is a turn-on point. You know, it must be said. SK, as soon as they hit those numbers, which Niski's there first, and Dagda has to stop laughing as now we go over the wall. Luan might be caught on out. The heal can come through, but it's not going to be enough. Upset has a kill. He has first blood. Caught with their pants down. Rahel and Luan in a bit of trouble with the flash being matched as well. Rahel now out of his flash summoner. SK's bottom lane not getting attention. Closer getting there first. That's a big win.
And this is why I was talking about, I like Closer on these more aggressive early game junglers, because he realizes, hey, look, SK are probably going to go for this bot side play. If I can get in and disrupt that before you can get the Maokai into position before Niski at 6.
He tried to make the roam, he spotted out, he tries to go the other way. Now flashes over to the enemy side of the campus. All right, out with a wall. Good surf and turf there as Niski returns to the mid lane and gets his shove out, but he had to burn flash too in SK's early game. Been turned on his head a little bit, at least Isma getting the grubs as compensation.
Yeah, but you're losing control over so much. Like, SK would have liked to use these proactive tools to try and make plays, but Closer steps in ahead of them, gets the play on bot side. Then you have Isma go, right, well, realistically, I have to try and take some sort of play on top side, which is grubs, which only opens up KC to invade onto Niski and get the play as well. So really nice stuff from KC to set up. It has moved from Mad Lions, though.
I was going to say, at least it's not the Mad Lions logo anymore. It was, everyone was watching getting tilted. Him just spamming it on repeat.
I actually noticed it. I think he changed it in the Mad Lions game.
Oh, did he?
Where if SK beat them, he actually just was like, you know what, lads? It's over.
Do you reckon he got
this
an
is my team, and this is the crew.
And was like, please stop it. Ignite comes down, by the way, in the bot side in the meanwhile. Level 6 just picked up by Rahel, but Upset is out of there, thankfully. That means he will survive the trade. But yeah, like now it's just a thumbs up, and it could be like a nervous tick thing. Like, you know, I've heard from Aragon that Renekton mains just press Q off cooldown sometimes because it's a nervous tick, or it's like a, you know, keep, like, what do you call it? Keep warmed up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think he spams the emote for that. So at least now it's a thumbs up. It makes things seem okay, quite literally, in the emote form as Rahel and Luon push up to this bottom wave. They're going to get themselves a plate in the meantime. Upset and Targamas are down, or rather they were down a bit of gold before, but thanks to the kill, going even in this early lane.
Again, a lot of pressure around this dragon as KC going to try and push this one out. Closer is an area to try and help them push that because they know the Maokai should be around here and level 6. Just going to clear the ward, so push this wave and then go to dragon could be the option, but you're still a little bit nervous because level 6 for Maokai is so powerful, and even... Oh, Kana. Level up crucial there.
I mean, it gives him a lot of HP, doesn't it? Irrelevant. Good spacing, though, after the last order to get hype up. Khan's going to have to back away. He's got no TP, so at least at the cost of the dragon, SK are getting a lot in that top lane.
But this is dangerous now for KC because you could actually push in top wave as a relevant reset and TP now into this fight. Isma about to figure out the closer's on the objective.
Trying to bait them in, delay the dragon. There's that nervous tick again, and as Isma at level 7 looks to Nature's Grasp with his lead, he thinks about it, pulls off, they play for the top lane instead. And you can see with 3 grubs already picked up, Irrelevant is whittling away the turret. 2 plates picked up here in the first 9 minutes of the game.
And even Niski stealing away camps from closer as he does this. Not a particularly fast dragon take either, so you're spending a lot of time here. So you're going to lose your Raptor camp on the top side and several of those plates. And then Irrelevant gets the TP back in. Kana going to try and stop him, which he will. But I don't think it's really going to matter. Irrelevant still gets TP back top.
It's such a rare pick, isn't it? I mean, you know, Kana's played Nah. I know that's his classic back in the T1 days as well, even though it was an unfortunate roster. But, you know, Irrelevant's picked this up a couple of times already this split, but no one else globally, I think, is looking as much at Nah. I feel like LEC would have one of the higher pick rates. And, you know, we've seen a lot of pick swords. We've seen the Skana handshake in the lane. We've seen even the Mordekaiser come through sometimes for the Cassante. Like, it is nice to see some champion diversity from Irrelevant in what seems to be a comfort pick.
But I would have liked to see it more champion diverse. Well, I say that he's played a different champion every game.
You just don't like Cassante.
Well, I was going to say, it hasn't worked well. Let's be real. This hasn't gone great for Kana. So it would have been nice to see something like Cannon, but Isma in trouble.
He is caught out again. Vladdy with the scoop and boop. Dagda's coining. Gives Upset another kill. 2 here for the Zerion. That's the second time that Azir Shuffle has pulled out so much of SK.
Yeah, Isma been in awkward positions a couple of times. Like, he tried to invade onto the bottom side, but Rahel hadn't crashed the wave, burned summoner spells to the SK bot lane. Now getting caught in river, giving kills across the KC again, so definitely not going to be the best of positions, and Rahel and Luon not going to be very happy that now Upset has picked up 2 kills, because this has been the guy that when KC needed him stepped up, and he's going to do it again.
He shocks him, charges him, and now with the Yuumi stun about to be apparent, Luon and Rahel are in trouble. Both flashes burn, culling at point blank rage. Upset with a 3rd kill. The strength of SK is getting absolutely yeeted by a cat.
SK, you were supposed to stop the cat. It was supposed to say, no, we're done with Yuumi, but instead, Upset and Targamas are going to pop it off thanks to getting these early kills now. SK going to try and get themselves 6 of those Void Grubs to boot, but 3 kills now to Upset. Turret plates going across as well. This area is going to be massive.
All I can think about, while SK at least getting 6 grubs, is the fact that Targamas maybe in all chat this game, he just types in meow. That's it. That's all you have to do, because Upset is going to carry this game alongside him. There's a 1k gold lead on a lane that really didn't expect to have it. Already more electricity added into the inventory first. Static Shift picked up.
I think the only saving grace for SK is coming back to what we talked about in draft, which is you just don't have great go buttons as KC.
Yep.
And Upset is relatively short range, so he's going to find it tough to push these advantages. But if you end up in these fights where, you know, you're setting up early for Dragon and SK have to play into you, that's where KC can find moments to try and set up fights for Upset in their favor.
As you said, those go buttons are, I know, what you had a big concern with in draft, so I'll take note, especially since, you know, the Cassante go button is always as reliable, always in the hard engage. I'm looking at timers for the time being, nothing is up, and even though KC have a 600 gold lead, I think as we get to the mid-game it'll be more apparent, and I think as well, people kind of forget, outside of the laning phase, like, it's not like Lucian Nami, it's not like a Kalista Renata, right? It's not like a Varus Ashe, where it's like lane, lane, lane. Caitlyn, another great example. We know that 1-2 item Lucian Nami, they sit mid, they have wave control, and they burst the target down to give you options for your objectives coming up.
And especially when you're already getting Relevant doing a ton of work on this top side, this is now the scary point for KC. You need to find a way to shut down this Nara, because if he's going to continue to take turrets, you rotate on bot, he's going to continue to put pressure. You got Rahel and Luon that are still able to play hyper-aggressive on mid-waves. Just getting access to the map as KC is going to become really, really difficult. So I want to see how they start to change this up. Because even I think if you try and rotate upset up there to try and match Irrelevant, it still puts you behind, because Rahel and Luon then just do what Irrelevant has been doing instead.
They need a lot more. Dagda, this is a good time while everyone's resetting and heading towards Dragon to tell you my great idea for a skin on Ivan or Maokai, either of the trees. Team up with Marvel, make it Groot. Every time Ivan shoots out a root caller, I am Groot. That's all he says. You know, the
so instead of
effect.
the it's Groot.
Yeah. Exactly that. Who would Daisy be? The rat thing that's his friend.
Raccoon?
Yeah, like a giant one or something. Or maybe the big Groot guy.
I do love the idea of the roles being reversed, where a giant raccoon comes out.
Maybe he sends out a bigger Groot. He just sends out another version.
Oh, it's baby Groot and the big
Yeah,
Groot.
the big one.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay,
Now, Bright,
does he just hop around in a pot? You know when he was
Maybe
first?
he could be in a pot and he just jumps.
Okay, nice.
And his back animation is him dancing at the start of the second movie. Now, Bright, if you're listening, my great idea, I want 30%. Or 20.
That's not how you get that skin.
I thought saying it on a professional broadcast would be
you got to
the
do the
start.
flowers route, which is just keep repeating it over and over again,
Okay.
and then eventually you'll get to introduce it.
All right, well, we'll get there eventually, hopefully. Rahel and Luon have moved to the mid lane in the meanwhile. Look at the Baron. It's now coming up, miniature Baron, also known as Shelly. I see Dragon as well, second one that spawning on the bottom side, but SK's priority is top. Closer is here, though.
He's still got Irrelevant, he's going to have priorities, you say, to move across. Niski's TP to get here. Wall is you. Oh, it's on cooldown because the TP, sorry.
Okay, they commit the TP though, and KC are like, no, forget it. Teleport burn, that's a summon up, we're going to go mid.
Wait, Niski did use them. Did he use them?
How did he?
I don't know if he was trying to interrupt Vladdy's TP. Maybe thinking, hey, I'll use the wall as ITP to knock Vladdy so he can't follow, but yeah, not sure.
Was it him last week that interrupted a castle assault?
Don't think so.
No.
Maybe
it
I'm
was
wrong.
Nuke. I don't know.
Yeah.
It might have been Nuke.
But either way, they get the Rift Herald, and either way, it's in the mid lane. With a lot of members of SK here, because KC moved down to try and take the Dragon, which means they're going to lose this mid tower. They lost top.
Yeah.
And they will be able to answer, at least with the bottom tower, it looks like, with Vladdy down there, but SK very much controlling the pace of this game.
They really are. It's a bit of a turnaround from the early blunders where Upset got so many resources, but I mean, they are still chilling. It's not like the game is running out of their favor just yet. They've got 2 dragons, maybe to stall it out a little bit longer. Dagda, my concern is always grubs. We've realized grub meta is truly
Alive and
here.
well.
Yeah. And, you know, with things that play sidelines, with things like Gnar as well, Trinity Force picked up. He's a pretty good turret pusher. He's pretty quick, and with 6 grubs, it just makes it that much easier.
But again, it's, you know, KC are coming to a fight of Rift Herald. No one can find a route in, so they end up just saying, oh, cool, well, we got to back away.
Yep.
They don't go to Dragon because they know that they have positional advantage there, but then SK just go in mid lane, and you can see how aggressive they're playing in the tower, because again, you don't have that engagement. You don't have someone who's able to say, oh, like Rahel here, it's fine, Luon will have to flash, because Vladdy is the only person that has any sort of big tool that they can use to engage.
Vladdy has been everywhere. Like, he's in the right place at the right time consistently. This is clean as ear play, where it might not be flashy all the time, but either threatens the engage or he finds it in some of the picks to set up for Upset. And he's definitely been the more influential mid laner. It's strange to see because I think Niski has been probably my favorite mid laner so far. That's not just because we got him on cast, but...
was it because he, you know, slagged Eric on him?
No, sorry, that was why. And it wasn't because I just keep watching him play Chain together and like speed running it after a week of it being out. Kana missing the flip back there, that's unfortunate. Relevant's got back up here. SK are looking for the dive and Kana knows it. I think he's just been left on his lonesome. Closer even has to abandon his own jungle.
But SK just pushing everyone out again. They know that they don't have to worry about KC really being able to start a fight, so they play aggressive, they get blue buff, they're playing well off of, they get Rahel and Luon having control over mid lane, and now TP from Relevant to meet the top tower, so that he can't do anything.
That's major efficiency. He gets a localized gold, gets the wave topside. My man is choving at 190 CS at 17 minutes in the game. Helps when you have a tank matchup, but 1500 up in this said matchup. I mean, Irrelevant is going to be so hard to deal with. feel like when he goes back down, there's going to be some serious components as well. He's got to be close to his second item.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you should have a second item, right?
Outright?
Just shy, but still, you're going to send him now into this bottom side. He's going to get to threaten onto a tier 2. Dragon up in 2.5 minutes, so you just continue to, have that pressure. Niski takes top side because he has the teleport, and SK just continue to play out their game but through these side lanes, and off that pressure Rahel has in the mid lane.
Pushing, you see the movement comes through. Rahel thinking about it. Luon moves to Fog of War, and another thing we got to mention about SK is they're controlling vision in the river quite well for now. Closer and Vladdy have to move as a pair to try and get some themselves, and Closer even walking over the ward. He's spotted going over. Luon just gets out of there and they retreat. The push and pull comes through, and looks like they'll just be waiting for the timers that come up in 2 minutes, so we might chill for a bit, Dagda, and just hang out to see how we get the next setup.
Isma and Luon are kind of working together to get that vision because they know Luon has no flash, so kind of using Isma as that big checker to see what's happening.
Checker,
yeah.
Nice. TP, that minion, by the way, that's the one. The all-in's there. Niski flashes away this time. Vladdy can't find him, but he's taking up the turret. Boy, he almost. That was close. Thank you very much for Kana for helping get that push down. They find the turret, and Vladdy is out of there safely.
But they've interrupted the resets because look at mid lane. Ooh. Everyone is barreling down that mid lane on SK to start taking these tier 2s. So yes, flooded. KC gets something, but again, the lack of CC coming back to bite them because SK get away, and now you trade an outer turret for an inner.
Macro Chai, a lot of gold for that inner turret as well, and SK, you look at the timing, might be able to get some vision here, reset for the dragon, and come out quite fresh. Even though Upset has 2 items, I mean, I see a Lucian Nami with 2 items as well. Especially with Imperial Mandate, there's a lot of burst damage that's going to start coming out.
And you just don't even have a huge amount of range on KC, so, you know, you just E4 this Lucian double top, and you're like, cool, there's half your health gone, and no one's going to punish me.
That's a really good point. As you said, because of the engage,
yeah, you just...
I guess you get a little bit more flexibility, don't you? Unless you run into the Cassante W and takes you over the wall, I mean, that is something, but...
Yeah. But like, Rahel's just like, look, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You know, we've seen some of the best, like the Guma, the Elk, like these expert players on this 2v2 bot lane who can play and weave in and out of trades like that. It's nice to watch.
You'll take a little bit of poke as Rahel, but you've got Luon who's going to heal you back up, point in case. So you can just continue to play this very, very aggressive style. And unless you get like a flash Q3 from closer or Vladdy going in for a flash, like he kind of needs to faker this, catch him with a predicted flash and set up for KC win.
It's been clean so far. We look at Vladdy, we look at Upset who has the resources, and we look at this third dragon. KC would move to Soul Point, closer towards a 4th win. Team who's setting their own record in their debut year, who finally made playoffs. To beat SK would be another one as Rahel takes the damage, but there's the Nature's Grasp, the Weaver's Wall on the back end as well. Closer out with his own ulti, dodges the damage. The Yuumi from the side is big, but Vladdy is bigger! Separates them, tears them. The culling on the back end though is now what I'm looking at for the exhaust is massive. Rahel can't get the damage down, and he almost dies in the process. Isma now the trade is Upset. Is news, but against the wall, Irrelevant is mainly untouched. He hits, he flashes, he smacks, he rocks, and he rocks him down. Closest next on the ground, and that's a cat versus a dinosaur. You're going extinct.
An Irrelevant Chai is what SK are screaming from the back lines. And a monumental performance from the top laner in that fight. AC tried everything. Vladdy, it was beautiful, but there's just nothing to stop SK.
I mean, the micro in this fight. I want to watch it again because this came down to the wire.
Yeah, and look, it's a great ult for Vladdy. He hasn't getting popped the entire way into the pit thanks to the wall, then sees his angle, flashes forward, but Rahel manages to get away, so he's getting a ton of damage off onto Vladdy with Isma until he gets the help from Targamas. So Rahel does end up just barely escaping on the backside, but Irrelevant, he's untouched. He's got his Triforce, he's got his 2 items, and he is tearing through the members of KC, flashing forward here to get past Closer, to get the boulder. And then Isma just kind of cheering from the sidelines as he knows that Irrelevant's got this one.
It's crazy. I mean, Irrelevant saving his ulti for Upset. As we look and, yeah, coaching staff ecstatic.
Except that one guy in the back.
who let Casey's coaching staff in their room?
Look, it's just another day at the office for him, isn't it? It's like, can we go home now? We got dinner plans.
Must be cheering. It's nice to see, as I said, you know, it wasn't questioning Irrelevant. I just felt like, again, the focus has been elsewhere. Early game, bot Chai, not so much there. But top for Irrelevant. now through the lane, now through the game. I mean, 3K gold lead, Irrelevant's the one in the next fight I'm going to watch again.
And you were questioning him, right? This is what happens when Irrelevant is able to go, right, I can either create my own resources or maybe get some of those resources from SK. He goes right back to being one of the best top laners that we have. And now, Vladdy, going to see what he can do. And
prove it. All outs there. Irrelevant away from his ulti, though. That's the problem. And the DPS, that shuts us up with a shutdown over to Vladdy.
He was sleepy, okay? Doesn't count. He needed a little nap.
It's so weird because, like, I swear, this year, the caster curse has been, you know, people go as a meme, it's overused, but it's really not. Should not have talked about Irrelevant. Maybe for KC fans, they find that okay. Upset with the 5th kill, by the way. But that was Vladdy who finally picked up his burst and definitely needed getting close to this 3 Artemis here.
Yeah, but again, you're kind of waiting. Oh,
on to Closer, that might be the focus. The seismic shove is there. Closer has his ulti, though, and now that the Vanguard's out, Upset looking for the chase up. He ultis, but he doesn't connect, so he doesn't have it.
There's no CC?
No, there is absolutely no CC. So Niski is just running for his life, and he's out, by the way. SK trying to find him on the back end. Vladdy is kited away from the bottom lane. They'll take that kill. That was smooth. If Michael Jackson was still alive, man, he'd gauge that moonwalk, because Kana is now in the middle of the whole SK lineup. And KC know they have to get out of there. They can't lose anymore, but Irrelevant will not stop. Even under turret, he throws a boulder Closer. Lucky to be alive with a cat in a book. Irrelevant still thinking about it off the side as Closer has to just run back to base.
That healing was clutch, but the Baron will be the prize for SK. KC tried desperately to make the TP play work, but it ends up backfiring as SK just turned it on their head.
Gonna go down pretty quick as well. I mean, Rahel's damage not to be frothed at as Irrelevant comes in to finish it off, and SK this mid-game has been beautiful to watch. Their Baron, their control, their 4K gold lead. The only thing they're going up against at this point is 2 dragons, and I don't think they care.
KC feel like they're just out of options. Again, instead of 3 and 4, they are through, as they own the head-to-head against Rogue and Vitality, the only 2 teams sitting at 2 and 6 at the moment, but definitely not the manner that you want to enter in towards playoffs. Would have been nice to get a win over SK, or at least show that you can contest them, because if they hope to try and make it in towards the likes of Worlds and that, they really need to be able to hit that top 3 spot, but just not going to be where KC sit at the moment.
And I mean, I guess you can kind of question, we can go back and be like, you know, with a proper engaged top, or maybe like an engaged tool, maybe this comp, this would be a really good start. Yeah. The fights would have gone a lot better. I mean, they're still fed, they've still got scaling, but as you said, it felt like the weak point here so far. And it does feel like maybe a dated composition as well, right? You could argue to a question like this feels like the start of the year.
It's hard to judge, right? Because it feels like KC haven't got a fair shake of things with the way the competition's gone. Because I mean, with Upset being as strong as he is, in theory, you should just be able to kick down the door of any team fight and just start blasting. But you just don't have that opportunity in these positions where, well, you can't catch SK. Rahel and playing very far forward again.
Thinking about it. At least he's going to go for the wave
and
now.
He has flash, though.
Wait, this could be a pick. Rahel slowed down. Upset's going to ult on in. Rahel in no man's land, but the tidal wave saves it. The culling as well, zones on out. He's thinking about going back in, but Vladdy's damage can't be scoffed at. Ismo flashed on in for that, but with the root down, will he die before he hits the ground? Niski on the left side as Rahel just sacrifices his own life. It ain't clean, but now here comes Mr. Mean. The Gnar on in. He's disengaged from saving Upset's life as Kana, but against the wall, I think he's doomed his own. Niski's here. A dodge from the seismic shove is great. And even the house, man, if I could dodge that like inflation, that'd be great. But Niski gets the kill in the end, and Irrelevant just can't die.
Irrelevant's obscene in this game, absolutely ripping through KC. Now Niski turning over towards the turrets as the rest of SK turn towards the dragons as well. They're just able to split themselves so well across the map at the moment. And there's nothing KC can do. They tried desperately to kill Rahel there.
That was a nice pick. I mean, after getting the W, Upset all inning. He feels as confident, I guess, as Rahel does. But even after it got messy, as you said, it's still an SK win. Baron power play, thanks to Red Bull, is still at about 3Ks. We look at the replay here again. Let's have a look at how close they came.
And Vladdy has flash, which you can see there. He tries to get the scoot in over the wall, but just barely gets hit by the CC, so can't get over the wall. And then here, wants to try and keep Isma to use the ultimate, which is then kind of the go button for Rahel here. He thinks maybe they can burst out Vladdy just before the soldiers are able to come up, but not quite. But now, you're in these tiny chokes for Irrelevant, which is just exactly where he wants to be. Following up, gets the stun, and they just have to chase them down. Clutch, cleanse, and also then the pull from Kana. Yes, Kana dies, but he honestly saved the rest of his team there.
You know what I like about Rahel is that he goes for it. It's kind of like what Upset's doing in this game. I know Upset's had some criticism, but in this game, he's going for it. He's got the Yuumi by his side, and he's like, man, Targamas, just press your buttons, bro, get the bell ready, and we're going. And it's been really nice to see the confidence coming through. Rahel's the same, where he runs in, he's like, I might die, but at least I get my damage down and secure a 1-for-1 trade. Like, that's what you want to see out of 80 carries, especially in this league. No one hiding. No one being scared.
KC are very scared.
Well, I mean, they're scared in this game. That's the problem in this game, Dagda, is you're facing a 3.5 item Nara in the side lane, while SK have got all waves in order. Look at the timing of the crash. It's not perfect, but 3 waves now under fire.
And this is kind of just what you get to do as SK. This is what we're talking about. Irrelevant so big that he can do what he wants. Niski's able to clear out waves. KC can't approach anyone because they don't really have the setup. And now you just get to play through all 3 winning lanes, and it's easy as you like for SK.
The AP conversion with Rabbit on death cap and 6 scrubs makes that Talia auto attacks on turret are like 1/10 of its HP. So, you know, even Niski can play the side lanes quite effectively. You know, this gold lead's only getting bigger and bigger, and for KC, it feels like we're going to be deciding this maybe over the next Baron, next Dragon, because at this point, SK have only got base turrets to go if they win another fight. 7-1. As we're talking about, you know, I think we're talking about through the week as well, Dagda. Like, we're looking at some of the greatest scores coming up that could be in this format, right? We've only been in this format for a couple of years, but like 7-1, 8-1 finish on the table is an absolute clutch start.
Especially when they have Vitality tomorrow. Now, Vitality obviously hoping that they can take the win over SK, but for a team that has struggled for a while to really hit that top end of the table, like, yes, we saw them in, you know, winter do relatively well, but it never really amounted to anything in playoffs.
True.
But this team really does look like it can take the distance. And I think a lot of SK fans are going to be waiting to see what that playoff run looks like, since that's kind of been where their hopes have fallen flat over the years.
A lot of SK fans want to know if this is the 3rd best team in Europe, right? It's being a toss-up there, a bit of a dark horse, as we've said. But everyone's like, oh, well, it's G2, Fnatic, BDS. Right now, we don't know for sure. I mean, SK are in the mix. That's a really big deal. There's other teams kind of trying to rise to the forefront, but it feels like this is a sad year. I'm just going to say this. I've been watching a lot of LPL, Dagda. The 4th seed of LPL is very in question, right? This feels like the year where, like, 4th seed to LEC, I'm just saying, it could look really good. It could look really good.
Come on, AL.
What would you rather, SK or AL? I'm going to be biased. Close jumps in. Dude, Rahel ran into melee for that, but he's not punished. Dagda's composition point hits me in the head as Isma gets the same damage. He's burning down. He's almost shocked to death, but he has to flash away. So Isma can't finish the deal off. Closer gets a little bit low. Sun turret goes down, but look at what spawned. I'll give you 2 hints. It's purple, it's big, it looks like something out of Elden Ring, and SK are going right towards it.
Yeah, and Isma has Warmogs, so he's kind of healthy again. So everything that KC done has just been undone, and now Isma wants to see if he can get in on the flank. So that's that twisted advance to start locking up members. But Irrelevant doesn't have that ult available.
Seismic shove's great. Flatty gets out of there quick smart though. Again, the poke comes through. You know what KC don't have? Warmogs of their own. So mid-wave gets pushed in, and here we go. The threat begins.
Yeah, they will be spotted here. As you can see, that ward that Isma just hit will spot out that they're on it, but I don't really know if you can stop it in Irrelevant. Now he's starting to stack up his
great Weaver's wall.
Yeah.
Amazing Weaver's wall. KC have to wait it out. Burst down the Baron, they say.
Yeah, but it's still going to be close.
Yeah. Ooh, let's not flip it. Let's not flip it.
We're flipping.
Let's not flip it. Whoa, he flashes close. It's going to flip. Almost. His flash already burnt to get out of the seismic shove, but he can't hit the blast cone. I'll call that a flip, Dagda, but I'll call it a calculated flip.
Yeah, that was like a bottle throw that you've already like, you've got a machine doing, we've already had it in all the calculations.
The landing,
you know?
right, yeah.
But
that's cheating.
But now SK like pushing top now, again, pulls KC back. With Dragon about to spawn, it's going to be 3 Dragons now for SK, but realistically, I think the Baron is the only thing that they really needed. You can already see just how far back KC are pushing the map, and you're just looking to take the base here with SK.
Move yourself to soul point at the very regardless. I mean, everything's lining up. 8K gold lead, SK. It's really nice to see it pivot. I think the biggest thing that shows me this is a top team is that early game, the bot, which is their normal strength, they were able to pivot off it losing so easily, right? Top was going well, okay. What does Isma do? Well, he tries hover around, he keeps playing for grubs, he swaps sides of the map, like, and then Rahel and Luon are able to bounce back, and they've got really good mid-pressure. That's what excites me about SK Dagda, as they push on in, and Irrelevant just smacks an inhibitor. Bottom wave, Baron's coming in. It's 2 lanes. There you go. Upset gets Culling.
Oh my God.
Cleanse, flash, heal. Bro just had to deal playing, I don't know, Time Warp. What's that game called?
Time Split? No, Time Crisis.
Time Crisis.
Yes.
Time Warp is the dance. And I don't think
SK are definitely dancing.
KC have to get their way out of there. Once again, Tidal Wave, it's a bounce house and closer. Doesn't want to be anywhere near it. Kana tries to separate, but Irrelevant's about to go Meganar, and you do not want to be near Dinosaur Man. Again, he ults before getting ulted himself. It's nice from Bloody, but there's no follow-up. Everyone's dead. And SK now, there's only one thing left to do.
And that is to take down Upset as they will chase down Nisqy.
Hey, he could try, he really could, but Irrelevant's way too strong.
Kill the cat!
Yeah!
Kill the cat!
Ever again, we all hate Yuumi. And as it drops into the dirt, SK are making a strong case for best team in the league, or at least upper echelon.
They want to take that #1 spot. And with just kind of dismantling KC, now they got to try and do the same against Vitality tomorrow. But that was a little bit of a rough early game that turned into a very confident mid game for SK.
And I mean, look, we already know their top 4. It's just about how high they can soar. Their regular season left down to 1 game. KC already in playoffs, as we said before, but SK making sure they're at least not going to end this Saturday on a win. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Irrelevant, Isma, Luon. Bro, Luon gets it. Doesn't Luon get it every week? Give it to Irrelevant. Give it to Irrelevant. Come on, Irrelevant. But
this game was definitely Irrelevant.
I see that Irrelevant is on desk, and if you put on next to Irrelevant, you get Irrelevant on desk. After break. No, there's a space there. I liked it before. See you after Irrelevant on.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Yumi stun about to be apparent. Luan and Rahel are in trouble. Both flashes burn. Culling at point blank range. Upset with a third kill. The strength of SK is getting absolutely yeeted by a cat.
Come to me, come to me. Nice.
Nice.
Oh. Shin the flash. Oh!
I know what that is.
Nice! Nice! Irrelevant top! He's so good!
Okay, he can try, he really could, but Irrelevant's way too strong.
Kill the cat!
Yeah!
Kill the cat!
Ever again, we all hate Yumi.
Irrelevant top, he's so good! And he's with us.
Yay.
Woo!
Hello.
Hello! I made that a little awkward, I'm sorry. But I gotta say, obviously, a lot came down to you and what you did in this game in terms of getting back in it, because it was looking dire. What happened in that early game?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really know what happened.
You're top laner, right?
I was just like kind of laning 1v1 and kind of hitting the turret, and I see like my team's dying a bit, so I just hit the turret a bit more.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's all I know.
Okay, yeah, that's the life of a top laner.
That's how it was looking. Your team was like downing gold everywhere, and then I look at the top lane graph, plus 1.5k. I'm like, okay, it's the typical Nar versus Cassante game. He's about to pop off, and yeah, he really did pop off.
It was winnable. Let's take a look at the team fight where the comeback all began. I guess that was when you were like, all right, I'll come down from my top lane island, and I'll win the game for you, right, Irrelevant?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had 2 items in this team fight, but honestly, I feel like I played it really bad.
Oh?
I think like my whole position and this team fight was not good, that I came from like the side without Mega at first. Like I feel like my team was taking a lot of free damage without me being able to hit. But then I think in the end, enemy Zeri like trolled a bit, maybe more than a bit, and yeah, I clutched it.
You did. I mean, Odo agreed with you. When we requested this replay, he was like, I actually don't think his positioning was that good.
Yeah. I didn't even bring up his position. You're just throwing shit at me. I just said that, you know, for every outplay there's a misplay, and the Zeri being melee range to the Mega Gnar was a little bit of an iffy one, you know. But I felt like, you know, mistakes happen. Sometimes you come from the bad angle, but I feel like in that position you did the most that you could, you know. In the end, you still clutched the team fight, and then you still brought the win for your team. So you shouldn't be that hard on yourself.
Yeah, it's also the way to make yourself shine, right? Because then they really need you, you know, when you wait.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good strategy, but I guess, yeah.
I don't think so either. You are our Kia player of the game. Congratulations, Irrelevant. I did hear from Odo that things aren't going too well in solo queue. What's going on?
I mean...
You have to tank it now. It's okay.
I mean, I was playing a lot. I was high LP, and I was motivated to play solo queue. But then I just lost like every game. Like, I honestly feel like I have a theory about myself that the more solo queue I play, the worse I play in scrims and competitive. Just because there's like so much like brain rot. So I decided to play a little less now.
So an EU solo queue.
Yeah, EU.
I mean, he's just perfectly describing top lane life, because that's also what I'm going through, and I think a lot of top laners are going through this, because it's just sometimes you're just such a victim, and just seeing him say it out loud, it's a killer.
Brain rot, playing top in US solo queue. That was it, actually. Thank you. That was a great last note. Rather, we're gonna head over to Laure, because she is standing by with MDK's coach Melzet in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
Thank you, Sharks and Melzet. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game. It's a difficult time for Mad Lions. We're not going to lie here. What has been your view of this as a coach and attempts at solving everything right now?
That we are not able to translate what we do in scrims to stage. And I guess it's related to the pressure or the fear. And we are working on that, but it's a really hard topic to solve.
Yeah, I can imagine, but it's great to hear that things are going well in scrims. At least there's a solid base, and I know that it's really hard to transform this kind of energy, but when I think of what made you guys successful at the beginning of the year, it was your style, your identity that no one else in the league had. Do you think that you can still rely on this, or that you're going to have to break out of the mold and play the standard stuff that the rest of the league is playing? How do you feel about the drafts?
I think you can still play for your strengths, but also there is certain picks that are really meta and you need to be able to play it, but I think it's still doable. It's more like we are not playing with the confidence and the aggression that we usually had in the first split.
And that's what I find crazy, because all these players know each other. They've been used to playing with each other, and I feel like Yoya has been a great captain. to help these younger players. Is there something missing when you listen to communication from the team in game? Do you feel a change? Do you feel the fact that they're pressured?
Yes, the communication in game, in official, were more chaotic, more panic, and in scrims they usually talk way less and are more calm.
And how can you help these rookies? I know that it's a difficult question, of course, because
in LEC it's hard
yeah.
because you cannot stop the game and say to your players, "Hey guys, let's chill a bit, calm down the comms." So it's through show them how different they are, how different they play, keep working on what they are scared of, and try to make today happen.
All right, then concrete example. What have you guys been working on this week? I know you can't say too much about the champions, but in game, specific like this.
Okay, we were playing way more about identify when we want to fight because we were having problems in the stage because we are scared, so we don't see clear. So we put more attention on that. Also, we work like talk even less in this game. So let's hope that translates a bit more in the stage and they don't panic. And we were working also in how to approach the mid game and the end stage of the game, so they can finish without taking too much risk, so they can stay more calm.
Well, and about today's game, do you have any expectations or what is going to be the guideline for the guys?
I think BDS is a great team, so I hope that we show today that we can compete with the best.
Melzet, thank you so much for this insights. It was the very first interview we do together, and best of luck for this weekend, of course. And casters, over to you.
Thank you very much. Lovely to hear the insight, especially when Mad Lions are on their last kind of legs. They need a win over the next 2 days, either today or tomorrow. Tomorrow they're going up against Rogue, so maybe a little bit more hopeful. But here against BDS, they need something of a miracle because BDS have been on fire. And Dagda, I know this team right now, you are saying are a lot better than people are giving them credit for, right? Like BDS are looking red hot with their new style in quotation marks coming in the second half.
I think BDS have been really, really strong at the moment. Honestly, I think they're probably our second best team at the moment, just with how consistent they've been. And their macro has been exceptional, and it's kind of how they've been beating out a lot of teams. So Mad Lions are going to have their work cut out for them here. And if they hope to start to push up towards 2 wins, 3 wins, and really contest for that place in playoffs, it has to start here. And already they're trying to target nuking that mid lane, getting rid of the Varus, getting rid of these AD mid laners to try and set themselves up for success.
So you can't get rid of them all. Corki's still there. Maybe Mad choose to take it away as a first pick, but Vi actually taken away from El Yoya. He's played it once. I'm curious though. There's a Corki. Never mind. Straight away, the snap down. Tristana's taken away as well, Dagda. I'm trying to think of other priorities here. Maybe Sheo with a carry jungle early.
Yeah, and I think that's why we see the Viego ban, because Sheo has been playing those more carry picks, but it has traditionally been something like the Taliyah, then Viego, so you get that AP with the AD mix. But I feel like, well, there's the Taliyah, but I think we'll end up going back towards something a bit more standard in the jungle, as with the bans just being very much posted up towards getting rid of what Team BDS have traditionally gone for. It makes the most sense.
I mean, I love this though, because this is a flex. The Zeri gets locked in for Ice in the bottom lane, his second most played of the split. And again, that Taliyah I said before, Sheo's played it a couple of times, Nuke's played it a couple of times, so we don't know exactly where it's going as Zyra jungle gets locked in, along with that Corki and the Kai'Sa too. 3 big OP picks of the patch.
Yeah, Super kind of got stalled on a little bit in the Zeri Kai'Sa matchup, now wants to show it the other way around, but there's going to be the Rel locked in for Lebrov. This has been his big pick. This is his 7th game on this Rel now, and it has definitely been the focus point for BDS when it comes to a lot of these team fights, and has opened up Sheo to play these more carries. But the real question is, does Nuke play something like the Yone? Because these are the only real AD mids if they want to try and put that Taliyah into the jungle. Sheo has played it twice already, but so has Nuke. So like, this would be a major pull up our champion difference if we end up seeing that for Nuke.
But for now, we start banning away the top laners. Side note, I mean, you already mentioned it, 7 games of Rel, 1 of Nautilus. That's it for Lebrov this split. It's hilarious when we're talking about a lot of champion diversity, not only in the meta, but from our players. And then Lebrov's like, nah, man, I'm just going to play Rel again. I mean, when you excel so much on it, why not? There's other supports banned away. Nautilus, Alistar, okay, moves into it. You don't want to pick Leona into it, Dagda. You told me before, Leona not always the best move into the Rel, so kind of like an anti-counter there as Twisted Fate is the final top lane ban.
Yeah, I think basically the only thing the Alistar and the Nautilus prevent you from getting the actual crash down.
Yep.
So it does make a little bit of sense just to try and get rid of them so you can still have the impact. But Leona, not a bad answer, and probably something we'll see Alvaro go for on the opposite side. This is where we probably will see, though, what exactly the game plan is. Lucian mid, you were talking about this last game, saying that we have seen a little bit of Lucian mid. Could be the AD mid laner that they're looking for.
Been a fair bit, haven't we?
Yeah.
And it's running into the Corki. Okay. So already we're talking about the lanes of Nuke with Sheo. Now confirming that is a Taliyah jungle. And you were just squaring off before about what Alvaro could play. The Leona was on your mind. I mean, I do like it from Mad Lions Core. It feels like a very meta draft right now. Just love that Zyra jungle. I mean, El Yoyo, one of the first to do it. Let's not forget. People are like, oh, LCK's doing it. They did it first. Bro, go back and look at El Yoyo.
Yeah, we do also, whenever you see the Zyra, you have to be so careful of that 20-minute Baron. Like,
Yeah,
she just
true.
rips through it. So we'll have to see if BDS are going to be aware of it. Renekton and taken.
Whoa.
What does Adam want to go for? Adam has been playing a pretty wide variety of champions. Some are like, very little of them kind of been what we'd expect from Adam. Like a lot of Cassante, the Yasuo coming through. But so is this going to be the
Rift Maker, volley?
Well, it's been a Rod of Ages one that I've seen with the Jack of all trades runes.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if that's what we're going to see here in this top side.
Man, I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it because Adam he's a connoisseur of fun top lane picks. He's already picked up the Mordekaiser. He was first in the LEC to do it, copying, likes of 369 against the Skarner. We've had a Yasuo top into the TF matchup, I presume. Gragas has come through. He's done things basic like Renekton, like Cassante, but seeing the Volley Bear on R5, it can be quite a pain, especially if you get an early lead as the Volley Bear. Let's see if that Renekton can cut the shields away. Let's see if BDS can move on up. Now, I have been told that, no matter the results of the first day, tomorrow is the day that BDS can seal the deal for first place if they beat Fnatic. But today is just making sure you get yourself into momentum. Today is about making sure you finish the split strong. If BDS really are a top 3 team, which is where they should be eyeing, thanks to Dagda's analysis, and I could only agree with him, then a win against MDK is a no-brainer. Let's see. Mad Lions Koi, it's a hard one. Right now they're sitting as the worst team in the league. But to prove us otherwise, a win against BDS would take that statement out of my mouth. Spanish fans out in force. France has already made it. Now it's Mad Lions' turn. Winning is a consequence, not an objective. That's like a... Ooh, wise.
Yeah. I think it was Belfet who said it.
Belvet?
Belfet, the coach.
Oh, yeah, I think he said Belvet. I'm like, Belvet said this.
As she takes over at the point.
Joe, it makes a lot more sense if it comes from Belvet. Like, thank you for that, Dagda. I was like, why would Belvet say that? Belvet. Props. It was an interesting interview before as well, the insight coming through. I mean, this roster got to finals in winter. It's been downhill, unfortunately. Been a really rough, I guess, spring, rough summer as well. And he's got PTA. Dagda, do you see
He's the jack of all trades, yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Basically, the idea is to try and get as many of these different stats, so then you can boost yourself up through the jack of all trades. So we've seen a lot of people go like Rod of Ages into Navori, Flicker Blades, get a bit of armor, get a bit of magic resist, and try and hit your 10 as quickly as possible. So also going for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity to try and get CD or at least ability haste, I should say, into the build. So going to be keeping an eye on Adam, but this has been definitely a Volley Bear build that we're going to see probably a little bit more of in competitive.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, especially into the top lane, Dagda, like I said, it feels like it's just going to be a snowball effect. Whoever can get ahead first is, bot side might be the same. Is Super and Alvaro can do some damage, but I feel like, again, they're not the same as what we got in winter, right? Not the same 2v2 that we were kind of praising. Maybe even at the start of spring, if my memory serves me right. There's a lot riding on the line here for Mad as Adam is just getting in the way. Remember, PTA, he jumps on Mirwin, but it is a Q start, and he can't do anything about El Yoya, who is planting up the blue buff for now. So top side versus bot side start where Sheo is on his own blue buff.
Yeah, you're going to see at least the Zyra going to clear very, very quickly. Her clear is just absurd at the moment. We've seen it a couple of times from Yoya just how quick he can get through. And the MO of MDK has been Alvaro and Oyoya working together. So definitely when Oyoya has damage and Alvaro can set him up on something like the Leona, you have to be very careful about invades coming in onto the bottom side of the map, trying to look for dives, and just trying to make a nuisance essentially for Sheo and Ice across the map. But we'll have to see how they want to try and approach this, because it hasn't always done well for them. Sorry, I should say, their early game for MDK has been okay.
Yep.
But it has really been their mid game where things start to fall apart, where they just try to kind of do too much. They look for team fights where they're not really set up, or enemy has an extra teleport, or don't respect their opponent enough, and it ends up coming back to bite them. So I want to see that patience, I want to see that thought process from MDK as we get into this game.
Yet if we're talking about macro, I feel like for BDS a lot of the time, theirs has started shining through the early to mid game. We talked about that change, for example, you know, how they're playing their game. I think it was against GiantX last week. It was a really great example for me where they walked them around the map and GiantX just didn't know what to do. And it was really good, you know, understanding of the game, to put it plainly, that BDS showed us that went past just the, oh, they're always going to win a team fight, you know. And I think as well that can be a bit of a cop-out when you consider there's more to a team, and especially BDS showing us that much showed us that, yeah, they're not just going to win a team fighting game, they can lead us up to quite a clean early game as well.
But this is what we were talking about. Wanted to link up. There's the play.
Lebrov's crash down though. How hard is that? I mean, Alvaro doesn't take any damage on the return. Ice and Lebrov just absorb the pressure on Elyoya. Can't do a thing.
Yeah, but this is kind of bog standard. This is exactly what you expect from MDK, is trying to play towards that bottom side with Elyoya to unlock Alvaro and let him start to roam around the map. So I think you can kind of see BDS were expecting it, as Lebrov was starting to move towards that bush, but maybe not expecting the second attempt.
Yeah, doubling down. Cheeky. Lebrov might have to walk away. Nice sidestep. Ice and Lebrov both walk away from Elyoya with the grasping roots down. It doesn't matter. Sheo now. The response play is into Mirwin, who's got a stacking wave. Timing couldn't be worse.
Yeah, eventually spotted as well. We'll get the dash away.
A rock, thundering smash. The flash comes down with a frenzied maul or two. Mirwin in a lot of trouble. The seismic shove. That was beautiful. And another one to smash down for first blood.
Nicely done, and especially when you got that cold for Adam already, thanks to that little cheater recall that he managed to go for, or at least that early recall that he managed to go for, means that you're in such a good spot as he's trying to go forward into this. So BDS setting up very nicely for this Volibear on the top side.
Uses his flash to do so, but now Mirwin has no flash and no teleport as well. Oh, okay. Cancelled the auto. Unfortunate for Adam here. Sky Splitter damage. I mean, this is the problem with Volibear. You think, oh, I've just come back to lane. I have boots now. It's okay. But the problem about Volibear, Dagger, is the early burst and the Sky Splitter. Remember when he was in the meta? Sky Splitter base damage is absolutely broken.
Yeah, it's very, very strong, and definitely going to give Mirwin a run for his money. When Adam gets the reset now as well, he doesn't even have to TP back to lane because he got the wave crash. Going to just be able to walk back up. And you can already see he's starting to pick up a bunch of different items. He is going to work towards that Rod of Ages, but just trying to get that few stacks of Jack of all trades coming off of just the extra little bit of stats that he picks up along the way.
Or the pile, you know, the picnic basket of stats, Dagda. It's nice, isn't it? I mean, it's that tech. Like, I think the only other champion we've seen really explore this is Showmaker on Twisted Fate. I don't know if you've seen his solo queue streams where he's like, oh, it's, you know, it's broken, no?
And for anyone who basically doesn't know, you get one stack for each unique stat that you have picked up. For the first few stats, you get 5 stacks, you get 1 ability haste.
Yep.
And then after that, you start at 10 stacks, you get additional AD, you get ability power, and you can get all the way up to 15 AD or 25 ability power at 10 stacks.
Nice, especially if you can, as you said, pick up the early stats. Sky Splitter not going to connect onto Mirwin in the meantime, though, so good trade for the Renekton. The wave pushing up, though, and alongside that kill, remember that Adam has a lot of a CS advantage, thanks to now picking up that cannon that he missed before. I just noticed there's a strange statue, Dagda, on the top left of your screen up there. Haven't noticed that in solo queue, but we'll come back to that for the second. Is that Volibear?
You play top.
Yeah, I do.
It's been there.
Bro, I look at the wave. I don't look at the statue. I'm assuming that's from MSI or something.
I think it's Faker.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh,
it is. It is too.
Aaron is going toe-to-toe with Adam in this top side. He gave a decent spot on this dragon, but I don't know how they're not really confident about how they want to approach this.
Rain of Anger's stacked up. Mirwin's got quite a bar of it. Adam is getting zoned off the wave, and it's slow pushing against him. I mean, it's not great at all. Elyoya gets the smite down. Maybe they want to push her up as Lebrov now gets the engage. The setup there, the seismic shove as well adds on top. A good little shattering strike, but Lebrov knows there's no more to the play, and Sheo does too. They disengage, but they've just given over the potential of grubs, or maybe a double round for MDK.
I'm not too worried if you give up the early grubs. It's more the second ones that you really want to try and scrap for, but...
I hate that champion. I hate Volibear.
I mean, he may get dove here, to be perfectly honest. He does have to be a little bit careful. You see, though, Labrov and Sheo starting to move back in towards that Void Grove area. Oh, he took it away.
Wow, it's just a full wraparound, isn't it? Labrov going to help out. Shattering Strike onto the Grub now. Wait for it, but the smite. And Elyoya's position gives him the advantage. BDS still have vision in the back of the pit. And Daggies, I'm looking to see if Alvaro goes in. He does. Zenith Blade with the crash down. A little bit of a counter. He absorbs the damage for now. BDS are out of there, but 2 Grubs for MDK. It's a small win. It's a decent win. Grubs are OP.
Yeah, still though, it's not the end of the world. The fact that BDS got 1 means that if they get 2 and next you go 3 for 3. It's not too bad, right? So I think you're in a relatively okay spot as Alvaro, not in a good spot.
Seismic Shove is there. He just used his Aftershock, so he's not as tanky anymore. Labrov gets out of the Strangle Thorns. The poke comes through, and it's meaningful from Frescowi. Super's trying to walk on up. If they can tag him, maybe he can find his mark onto Nuke. That gives him an angle. He jumps on in. Labrov stops him, though. Cleanse on out, and Super runs in hot fire with his first kill of the game.
The mid laner is trying to tank everything for their teammates.
Flashed on in. Elyoya is here. This might be another kill as he flashes away. The Seismic Shove shows he's gone too far. Nuke with the punish. He could feel it, but unfortunately, it was not to be.
MDK just kept wanting to make the play happen, and they ended up getting punished for it. It was actually a great roam coming through from Super off the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Sets up for the kill, and you're happy out, but they try to get that little bit too much more, and now BDS pick one back.
You know, Dagda, after watching that play, I mean, MDK, I think, well, they wouldn't be too far behind in gold, but a 1K gold lead. And even though there was some success with Super, he's got a 300 gold lead individually, but look at the map. 1 given over to Lucian, 500 there. Nuke's in a good spot yet again, as we've said a lot this split. Jungle's okay, and top is winning out. I mean, Adam's trades have been great. There we go, Thundering Smash with Sky Splitter under turret. Like I said, easy as that, and Adam in a health bar advantage.
They need to draw Elyoya up to this top side, just in case. I think, though, they know that Sheo, I think he was spotted and that ward in Dragon Pit, so maybe they're happy enough to know that Sheo isn't coming top, but you never know. I mean, he can turn off the turret, right? You do have to be very careful. It is a Renekton with his own ult, though. You just see Elyoya shadowing here, just to make sure that there's going to be no funny business. Sheo starting to make his way up towards the top side. So it may not be this wave, but if you can stack this wave as Adam, you can definitely look for the dive.
Remember last time we saw Volibear, that's when he could turn the turret off for like 3 and a bit minutes at level 1. You know, that's obviously been nerfed, and that's why Volibear fell out of the meta a bit. 2, 3, 4 seconds as he gets 6, 11, and 16 respectively. Rob, no engage in the bottom side. Just information for you is BDS in this early game still sitting comfortably, but I'm looking at the Dragon that has yet to be touched at 10 minutes. Find out who prioritizes that as Grubs are not up for a minute 30.
This is the funny thing. I think everyone kind of looks at BDS and goes, oh yeah, well they're the Dragon teamfight team, right?
Yeah.
When you actually look at them this split, they're one of the lowest Dragon percentages in the league. They are not a team that relies on this style anymore. They've been much more focused on Rift Heralds and Void Grubs and trying to play the game out through Mako. I mean, even look now, they look like they were eyeing up a dive in the top side, but seeing how many members of MDK are on the bot side, and just the TP coming back from Mirren so he's full health, they're going to try and pull away off that.
I mean, it could still happen any time. We do see X-Tech Revolver's been picked up first. Nice and early for Sheo as well. Even CS, but it's that small lead that enables him to get the item first. As Elyoya starts the Dragon bottom meanwhile. Nuke is walking down, but he'll be on a ward as Frescowi matches.
Nuke spotted on a ward. He doesn't realize that he is. Alvaro going to see if he can sneak up on him.
He's trying. Zenith Blade takes him into no man's land. Solar Flash shoved back, but it doesn't matter. Elyoya joins him with the Thorns out. Labrov is next. MDK, the commitment there was exemplary.
Elyoya flashed to get into range, to get that ultimate needed to make that play happen.
Well done.
Nicely done by Alvaro, just sneaking up on Nuke and able to follow well.
The passion, someone screamed like they were in trouble in the crowd.
Well, I mean, MDK are in trouble.
They are in trouble. They can feel it. I mean, it's great to see the all-in. As I said, the commitment was huge. It leads to Dragon. Dagger in 15 seconds, we get that reset and we find out if MDK want any part of the Grubs, because right now, BDS are there first, and after that Dragon, they didn't use too much in their arsenal. So that's the only thing I'm worried about if MDK look to contest this.
Labrov did use the ultimate though, which is kind of a lot of the wind out of his sails if he tries to set up. So you can see him trying to move into positions where he can play a little bit more of a threat and sneak in behind, so he doesn't have to be as reliant on the ultimate. They have to actually use that, there he goes, yeah, I was going to say Hex Flash defensively to move on out of there, but BDS, they're getting what they needed, which is these Void Grubs.
As you said, it won't just even things up, it'll actually move it to 4 here. Labrov helps out, and Sheo's going to get 4 Grubs for BDS, so what turned as an early game advantage for MDK now shifts gears. 4 Grubs, gets the mites now as well, if you haven't been reading patch notes, and that's a perfect start for BDS. Still 1K in the lead just about.
So this is kind of where I think we're going to see it slow down a little bit. As there's no real objectives on the map, and BDS are definitely a team that has started to go and look for more, hey, we'll take a pick and look for a tower more so than trying to look for these big old team fights or skirmishes.
Does that mean you have any skin ideas you want to share with the class?
None at the moment. I haven't really been, no.
Not Thresh?
Not on the
Candy cane Thresh would be cool, you know, for Christmas time. He needs a Christmas skin, that'd be awesome. Nice. Especially for your champion, as Super's going to get solo turret plating. This could turn into a dive. Elyoya and Alvaro are setting up. Labrov's here defensively. Frescowi's moving down.
Yeah, I think MDK, though, once they spot him, any members of BDS are here, will just back away. Did at least secure Super a little bit of damage on towards the turret, but you really can't commit to this, especially with Nuke here as well. Alvaro.
Oh, there it is. Two-man Magnustorm. Labrov lands everything. How perfect's that? Nuke flings them back, and BDS say, how about that one?
MDK stuck around way too long. They were spotted every step of the way, and BDS were happy to bring Nuke down. Yeah, he'll lose a little bit of that turret plates and some of that CS, but shutting down the bot lane for MDK is huge.
Shifts gears a bit, doesn't it? And look, that Talia is starting to mean business. As you said, mistake from MDK. BDS are back to 2K gold lead, just like that. And even though they reset there and lose a bit of the turret plating, the gold is swing in their favor again.
But they're starting to set up now for the Rift Tower. You can already see, so Supa going to be late to the party. Stayed on the bottom side to try and push in, but Adam now rotating down means that BDS will get first push on top side and start to set up a ton of vision in towards Rift Tower. Alvaro trying to cheese that tempo a little bit and get some vision control down, which will help out a bit, but this should be BDS again setting up for a big fight at this Rift Tower.
Rod of Ages for Volibear, by the way, so we'll just keep note of that stacking coming through. Double dagger in hand as well. I'm looking forward to this build, but as you said, you know, look at Mirwin. He doesn't have teleport, so he sits up top, waits for the trade of Herald, while this Volibear sits along with Frescowi. Both have teleport available.
Yeah, Frescowi's the only one that can actually come up here with the teleport, so they're going to send him bot side. BDS haven't been able to get as much control as they'd like. You can see Ice now starting to push up, but Labrov trying to help out his mid laner instead, trying to get control there, as that's where MDK had sent their duo lane. But it does mean they're in a little bit of a tricky spot now when it comes to actually moving into position for this Rift Herald. And Ice has to be careful because of even the jump forward from Mirwin with the potential for Elyoya to play on top could be there, but Rob's now on bot side.
Here comes the rolling thunder. The Volibear. Stormbringer would do it. He doesn't need it. The claws are out, and with the Sky Splitter down, Nuke takes the kill, and BDS open up bot. The response for now hasn't been shown. As you can see, MDK are just going to pick up the Herald, but what are they doing with it?
I mean, they should just immediately move this mid, but
Wall in. Ice goes over the wall, disrespect. He brings a crash down in, he flashes out, and he's out. Shadow's wall is a nuisance for Alvaro as well, and here's Adam to take the kill, or at least try to. Shadow, brilliant ultimate. Well, look at bot in the meantime.
I mean, turrets over kills should have been what MDK were looking for. They could have cracked open mid tower and really made the game difficult then for BDS, but instead, they end up trying to go for the kill on top of it. And this is what I was talking about. It's got over chase, the over greed that always comes back to bite MDK, and we just got to see it.
Mirwin not able to get the top turret, excuse me, as Adam is here to respond. This Volibear, who, as he TPs in, is all over the map, who is still up in CS over Mirwin. And this is a pick on R5 that, I don't know, came out of left field a bit. I shouldn't say that with Adam. He'll pick anything, won't he? If it was a Garen angle, he'd play Garen.
True. But that's why we love him, right? That's why he's always so much fun. But BDS opening up on mid. Dragon is the main thing that we want to start looking at. But with Elyoya having that Rift Herald, you've got to be very careful as BDS how you play this.
Crash down Held. Never mind. I got excited for nothing because no one's able to follow up. Alvaro's engagements have to be too bad. As under turret, remember, it won't matter. Adam gets shielded up. There's Dominus, and he's still got the Stormbringer up and available. Might have to use it to build some space, or the flash, it depends. Gets stunned up, but Mirwin just doesn't have the damage yet.
It does open up MDK to start Dragon, though, because Mirwin has teleport. He can, if Adam resets, you get top tower, and you can still have Mirwin TP in. So big win for MDK off the back of that.
2 dragons as well. I mean, they're starting to stack it up as Alvaro thinks about an engage off the back end. Unfortunately, it's a Chemtech Dragon. Just when you think you got some luck on your side. Rough for MDK, but nevertheless, maybe we get an early Elder for a comp that has Zara, Corki, Kai'Sa. A lot of burst, a lot of dive tagged up. As Herald now finally going to be spawned, they want mid.
Trying to cut BDS off from entering here. Brawl playing forward, but they don't really have Nuke there, who is the main source of damage for them at this moment. So Herod going to be able to take the mid lane. Will actually get another charge off as well, which MDK going to be happy with him. Even looking topside for Renekton, getting some damage on the turret as well. So MDK, yes, they're down about 3k, or 2.5k, but MDK are not letting them go lightly.
Definitely not, but here with the Weaver's Wall, we're about to find a new answer to that question, aren't we? Alvaro's caught out, and against this wall, he has nowhere to go except in Solar Flare, and with the Zara ulti as well, the Strangle Thorns would be great if there were more plants. Sheo is going to be the trade for now, though, but the re-engage comes through, and Frescowi just caught down. Strangle Thorns, the second version, they're not fighting through, but Super goes in nice and deep, and Ice has to get over the wall. Meanwhile, 1v1 in the top lane is Stormbringer, Sky Splitter, all between the Croc. What deal with him? Heals on up. Adam's alive. Mewin's alive. The flash, the Q. Nobody dies.
The Renekton is still king of the top lane in this one as Adam is sent packing. In the mid lane, everyone on BDS is sent packing. And Madline's Koi, I was going to say could have stuck around to get another terror, but maybe a little bit nervous about a teleport coming back in. But Alvaro does get picked here. It's a good wall from Sheo to keep him in position. But again, it's Elyoya coming over the wall. Flashbacks to Wolf in a similar position back in the day, but Elyoya finding the moment to step forward with Supa. He goes forward here with the ultimate, thinking he can get Ice, but Ice able to straddle himself over the wall. And then MDK just push away, but this was so close. Look how low Adam goes. That had to be like single digits, if not like sub 50 HP.
Oh my god, Frenzied Maul healing dagged up. I mean, it's like Q Dominus as well. Or rather, should I say, Cole the Meek. Sheo might have him though. Mewin in a bit of trouble. He can't slice and dice over that one, and now he's got backup. It makes it unfair. Tries to buy time. Slice and dice is good, but Sheo ends up burning him down. In the meanwhile, they're trying to find a play in the mid lane. That's MDK, but Ice dodges away from the Zenith Blade, or rather, Alvaro can't hit it. Inner turret almost drops down, but we look at top. That's BDS getting a beneficial trade once again, even though we just blinked, and MDK with the ones, finding an advantage mid.
MDK do need to be careful. Sheo had started to shift across down towards the mid lane to maybe look for the ultimate play to try and cut people off, but BDS, they'll be able to hold for the moment. You can see Alvaro checking to see where Sheo's gone to, because he doesn't want to make sure that they end up pushing, so it will be BDS defending their inner turns.
I don't know why. I just get from Volibear, just historically I get Whippo vibes. I know that doesn't remind me of Whippo, but all I think is the Volibear, you know, saying he's inting, no? That's just what I think. I think of wide Boris. And that walk that accompanies with it as well. He's 1.7k gold up, by the way. Navori Quick Blades, he's got a Glacial Shield, and he's also got Rod of Ages, so jack of all trades.
Yeah, so go with the Frozen Heart build instead, because he opted in towards the early, not Ninja Tabi, plated steel caps. It means that then he needs the ability haste coming from the Glacial Shroud rather than from the boots. But I think it is a good call when you're up against a Renekton. You get so much value from the...
And I know with Jack of all trades as well, it counts a percentage and a flat stat differently, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure.
They're just unique stats.
It's just unique, so like armor, magic resist to the flat stat. Okay, interesting.
Oh,
the second LeBron, brilliant engage. I mean, 7 games on the row, you expect it by now, don't you? He's got to get out of there. He's spaced out, but his ulti will not be going golden. Sheo almost knocked up, but still dead. The slice and dice re-engages. Mewin thinks about the angle. Now, with a bit of grasping roots sent out and about the range there, the slow 2. MDK in front of Baron. They don't have the Zara ulti, but they do have numbers for the time being.
They keep jumping onto Alvaro, and Alvaro's like, well, great. I mean, I've got Aftershock, I've got my W, I'm going to be so tanky. And he just immediately turns onto Sheo every single time, and Sheo's been burnt twice now by trying to make these plays. At least it is just a kill for BDS fans, but for Madline's Koi, it is giving them those little bits of life in this game.
It really is. I mean, gold keeps bouncing back and forth. Remember, they got the dragon stacking as well. Dagda points and says, look at the third one coming up in 15 seconds, and I can only agree, as Elyoya looks to pick up blue for the entire team. Now we got a question, is Soul Point going to be given over? And we have a 2-item Zara who's about to have their ult up, maybe in the next 20 seconds.
BDS have shoved in topside, so someone will need to respond. Looks like it's Frescowi. He's going to go and collect that wave.
Ooh, Adam's angle, Dagda. What do you think?
I mean, he's going to be spotted, so I don't know if he can here.
Mega Blast Cone, though. Never mind. Bear backs off.
This is kind of BDS using their tempo that top wave at bot, though. You can see Renekton is shoved in bot side, so now he's going to be in position to try and flank, so BDS need to start moving back into their own side of the map, which is going to help out MDK, because trying to play in these choke points is great for people like Elyoya and Alvaro.
I'm looking at flash timings because I feel like in this next fight it's going to be crucial. Elyoya, Mirwin close. Adam close. It's close everywhere. Nuke is the same. That core summoner that we always talk about. Maybe going to be seen, but third dragon already started off and BDS are way too late. It's just gone. MDK moved to soft point.
BDS going to try and use that time to get damage on mid, but they can't. Alvaro misses.
Solar Flare is early. It's a rel with Crash down. Ice is out of there too. At least you get the dragon, but now that core target, that ultimate is down.
Yeah, BDS going to be chased the whole way back. MDK going to start up Baron, because look at where Adam is. Feels like they want to get that teleport out from him. BDS has been sent packing, but yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't just tried to bait out that teleport from Adam, because he's going to get some alone time with this turret in the bottom side with 4 grubs as well.
Mad is so close. I mean, when you're 1-6, when you know that you just need a single win, because again, there's the potential for a lot of tiebreakers. There's potential for a lot of situations, I should say. There's only going to be one tiebreaker, but there's a lot of situations that can happen. Wins give Mad the best chance. If they can win today, and then they verse GiantX tomorrow, Mad might make it. They have the slimmest chance out of everyone, but they might make it. And if they can perform like this against BDS, if they can find some miracle fight, maybe in front of Soul Point, maybe in front of the Baron, then just maybe Mad could turn this into a potential summer playoffs run. But as I say that, Mirwin in a bit of trouble thanks to Nuke. He jumps back in, he heals up, slice and dice there. He's got the flash available if he wants the Ruthless Predator with the culling out and the crash down as well. He gets away from LeBron. The Magus Storm is pulling him in, but Nuke's already taken out his cohort. The healing's there, but it's not enough. Adam slaps him in the head and BDS turn it into a winning play.
Still though, MDK are here. 3 versus 4 for the moment, and a lot invested onto that top side. Nuke doesn't quite have the teleport, so BDS need to be careful starting this. Elyoya and Super Poke is going to hurt.
Super's Poke is really hurting. And to your point, they might be able to stall out. Nuke is on the way, as you said, but Ice keeps getting hit. Solar Flare's there. The draw from Baron on their side. The Stranglethorn, the Super ult. It runs them in front of the Baron that's helping out. Now Super's in trouble as well, but Alvaro is isolated. It was all too much as Nuke got there in the nick of time. Shayo hovers, and all the same, BDS get to play their game.
Nuke just got back in time to help out there. The fact that you had so much setup for MDK where the Baron yoinked them in, nearly turned that completely around, but you see, Lavrov comes in from behind, tries to get a position, which means it's just a 3v3 in the pit, but Adam focuses down Elyoya, and with the jungler gone and Lavrov and Nuke just arriving in time, means they're able to finish that one out, but looks a little dicey for a moment there for BDS.
And remember as well, when you're behind Baron, you have debuff for your MR. And Volibear has Rod of Ages, right? So his auto attacks, once stacked up, do magic damage. It's the little things, but I think it counted in the end as BDS pick up the Baron. They're now got a 5k gold lead. Soul's coming up in 2 minutes. Can MDK withstand the pressure? As onto Lavrov, they're going to break the shield, but not find a pick.
Celestial Opposition going to pop as well, which does make him a little bit less tanky, but should be able to get that one back up and available.
He's got Warbogs, by the way, so who cares about the poke anyway?
Exactly, and that's why Nuke is happy to just sit in this bot side and shove that one in, draw members down as Lavrov gets to regain his health, and wait for the members of BDS to come back out of the map, although they're a little slow on this one. It's a minute 46 left on the Red Bull Baron power play, and with a Dragon kind of spawn at the same time, they'd love to get the mid lane turret down, get a reset in, come back out onto the map, and then be able to contest Soul for MDK.
It does feel like for MDK, they start losing out on much more. Maybe not even the Soul, but another fight. The game is going to get harder and harder and harder to the point where BDS will not let go of it. Someone is upset because they popped something in the crowd. Maybe it's an MDK fan thinking about how this weekend's going to go for them and the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, if MDK can get this win here, game tomorrow against Rogue, their destiny's in their own hands.
Yeah, it is.
But with a 5k gold lead for BDS, mid lane tower about to fall, that was kind of their stronghold that they wanted to keep so they can contest this dragon. But now 50 seconds, BDS, I imagine, you can see Lavrov going for the reset. They want to come back into the map, use the last dregs of this Baron buff to keep MDK back at their tier 2s so they can successfully take this dragon without contention.
At least they're able to take their own jungle for now. Pings are going down, so MDK gets some more base gold. Thanks to that top turret, it might just be the trade for this dragon, but BDS have other things in mind with the Baron pushing and opening mid. the fact that time's out just after that dragon spawns. So they get the wave in, they get some damage down, and BDS will have the inside track while Frescowie gets the trade.
So Mad Lions Koi thought that BDS were going to reset, then use what we were saying was the last little bit of that Baron buff to push them in.
Yep.
But BDS didn't reset. Instead, they've stayed out on the map, so they trade the mid lane tower for the push on top side. Now Adam going to get another tower on this bottom side. So BDS, they're going to be in a less strong position for Dragon, but Sheo has already started it up. As MDK, they want to try and take a tier 2 instead.
They're fully committing to it. Maybe the next wave, they just commit to the push. The inner turret gold dagger is still massive. It would claw back a lot of that dissoltion as Lebro actually gets caught on out. He's strangled down, he's solar flared up, but only slowed, no stun. The culling sends away Elyoya. Inner turret is now going to be denied as well. It was an attempt at a play, but they lose the dragon, they lose the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think MDK, just the 50-50 was the wrong choice. Actually, Ice.
Hang on, we're going to get the ulti here from Ice. He gets over the wall, but Mirwin, nice try. The stun down could have led to the kill, could have led to an opening.
Yeah, but I was going to say, MDK, they could have gone for top tier 2 or they could have gone for Dragon. And then BDS had actually spread themselves too thin on the map to defend both. They kind of all-in on holding on to that top tier 2, suspecting that's where MDK had gone. But if MDK had turned over to find Sheo, that could have been sold. So just unfortunate for MDK. They just on the coin flip, chose wrong.
Top is the next target. Lavrov is just hanging around in jungle. Adam taking away what he can. Right in front of their faces. Midwave's pushing in, Bolt's doing the same. Strange thought, Dagda. I know there's an Outback Renekton skin. I don't know if it says that's not a knife.
You're obsessed with skins
today. Is just the thing. But I haven't played Outback Renekton for a while, but surely it has to say that's not a knife. It's got to.
I mean, as the resident Australian expert, I need you to go and do the research. I can't tell you. I don't even know if I've ever owned that skin.
No, I don't. It wasn't
You're also the Renekton player now, alongside Aragon.
I am. Renekton, yeah. Not Aragon, me.
I mean, he's showing you the ways, right?
He is. Well, I played it a lot before, but I think I played it like a bronze. So the difference is now I'm climbing.
I do like that we can just like insert League lore, which is like Aragon Shen teaching the ways, and then you become Zed and you just go off into the dark technologies to connect him.
And I've become better than him because Zed is trash and Zed is actually playable.
You should have said the same person twice.
Oh, did I? Shen is trash, Zed is playable. That's the one. Well, at least I think anyway. What is Elyoya going to do about this play in the bot side? Adam is here to respond. He's walking into territory. He does not own the Stormbringer to catch him out. The ulti down, but Nuke flashes over it. The culling is going to find its range. Super, though, trying to get the counterplay runs on him, but into melee. That's not where you want to be. Mirwin now has a chance to bring it all back, but Adam's on his tail. A golden timing. Mirwin heals up, but the trade on the Sheo ain't going to find its way. The Zhonya's comes in clutch, and Elyoya started this getting caught out, but now BDS are going to finish it. The chance of finding a win here today is falling, and I think it's gone.
That is heartbreaking for Mad Lions Koi. They were trying to find the play on towards the bottom side, see if they could get something to work, but now it's BDS going to start to shove in towards inhibitor turrets and just keeping MDK in check. Baron in 5 seconds as well. Looks like it'd be the main one.
Really felt like that was the last play. Sheo, that is the wrong way, my friend, but maybe it doesn't matter. Is Baron going to go down quick thanks to Ice on almost 4 items. Adam's going to get inhibitor turret at the same time as well. Sky Splitter gives him a bit of vision that Elyoya is on the way. Turret goes down, and Baron sure to go with it as well. It does feel like these small outplays, these small margins, BDS are handling it so well. As much as MDK throw at the wall, small mistakes in front of them, and that's what shows you BDS are a top team.
And now for Mad Lions Koi, it's going to be a difficult one. If they end up losing here, I mean, Rogue is 2-6, Vitality's 2-6. They'll go to 1-7. They do face off against Rogue, but
yeah.
I mean, a single win tomorrow for Vitality would just put them ahead of themselves. So they're kind of hoping against hope that they can find some way to force a tiebreaker.
I mean, they are, you know, they're glad teams like Vitality didn't find a win earlier on, right?
Yeah, the Heretics win.
The Heretics win changed a lot.
Yeah, helping out a lot for Heretics.
if Fnatic won that, our bottom of the barrel, maybe, you know, for Mad, it might be less slim pickings, right? But the problem is Heretics finding that upset against Fnatic not only gave Heretics a really good chance to qualify for playoffs, but put the other bottom teams in more dire straits. We talk about it because it is our last weekend before we go into our summer playoffs, before we then start thinking about season finals as well. BDS are already there. They're just thinking about how they can get #1.
And that's what I was going to say. If the win here puts them 7-1 tied with SK, but they do own the head against SK. Or sorry, they don't. SK owns the head-to-head. So
Pause on that though. LeBron just saying, hey, let's just finish this off. Nice engage. I mean, he's been great on the Magnet Storms. I guess when you play a champion 7 times,
you get all right with it, yeah.
You're not bad. Man, Adam as well, as he just runs up to the turret, is happy to take if he needs to for the time being, but the turret melts like butter. The inhibitor shorter follows, the knife cleanly falls through. Adam going to TP in Dagda, and I think this is the last regard for MDK here tonight.
The TP, as you say, is coming through. Frescoe needs to try and clear out these waves, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank. And BDS, Adam, yeah, he can launch himself in at any time. Frescoe taking low.
There's not the engagement instead as Ice flashes away. Super tries to get his last regard, but no wonder. BDS are at the top. This team is cleaning through. Mad stood some chances, but BDS, this is just a massacre by the end, isn't it?
Oh, God,
waiting for the respawn. Adam is going to walk on him with a Sky Splitter charge in. Takes a turret shot, and rather the Fountain Laser cleans up one, but BDS sitting on top and have a great chance to be our best team of the split.
They're 7-1 tied with SK Gaming. It's so unfortunate they end up losing that game to SK, or they could have been looking for that top spot. But with Fnatic now to play tomorrow, and SK still having themselves to play, I think it's against, yeah, it's against Vitality.
Yep.
I mean, it's still not easy for BDS, but we'll have to see if SK can try and keep Vitality locked down.
Either way, I mean, it is a deserved win. I love the volley bear coming out of Adam. The early lane got a little bit too hard as you can vote for your key player in the game for our last game at LEC on X. Adam, Sheo, or Nuke?
It's always so hard to pick when it's a BDS game. It's a team effort. Like TPing in onto top side to find these crucial picks just as MDK are starting to pick up steam, being in position to try and turn around some of these team fights, and constantly trying to find these 1 or 2 small skirmishes that can bring them a lead. It's just smart map play now from BDS.
It really is, and small picks and like El Yoyo getting caught out there by the end. Hello. Was, I think, the straw that broke the camel's back. Just walking down bot, Adam's there in the right timing as he's trying to lens out, and the pounce was there. Other thing was, like Sheo with Zhonya's. Seemed like a backbreaker as well, not only around Baron, but in that last play, like Zhonya's versus Zyra is annoying. If her ult's down, if the plants expire, Zhonya's times out a lot of it,
And that's kind of where they played, and I think it was a decent moments from MDK, but they just couldn't find enough to really start to get that snowball rolling.
And I feel like the biggest thing about MDK we've noticed is like, from winter all the way until now, there's been a lot of change. There's been a lot of change in the meta, I think, as well. There's been interviews on it as like, how did you guys actually find momentum? How did you make it to winter finals, right? I think there was a lot of points about like, not just luck, but how the meta was, how the team was gelling, who they matched up against.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a team that likes to be able to invade off of bot side pressure, play for Yoya, try and get him rolling. And we got to see it in the early stages, but it's just a case of when it gets to the mid game, these little mistakes that come back to bite them, overextending for a kill versus taking a tower, being out of position for a dragon, it makes it so tough.
Yeah, it really does. MDK another chance tomorrow, but BDS still looking strong as Laura's now standing by with Nuke in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, guys, and Nuke. That was a really interesting game, honestly. Looking at the standings right now, it did not look like the top of the standings faces off against the bottom of the standings. Explain the game, please.
I mean, we got some oopsies in the early game. I think about the Drake fight where they had a good engage on me. I was like a bit surprised, but like this team, even though they're like a bottom team, they're still like playing the game, right? It's not like it's top and bottom, so it's normal, I would say.
I know that you don't disrespect opponents, obviously, but you tell me about oopsies in the early game. This is the kind of oopsies that you cannot afford making against a better team, I would say.
Yeah.
So why the lack of discipline, if I may say?
Maybe it's like a Scrim culture problem.
Okay.
I would say in Scrim, everyone is like way more less focused, way more like less disciplined than on stage. And obviously, when you get habits from Scrim, you will translate it to stage. Yeah. So I think this is probably the main problem.
All right. Any words on the Lucian mid? Because that's not one of the AD mids I had on my bingo card so far.
I mean, I like Lucian. Last split, I played it so many times in Scrim, but we couldn't play it on stage because it was not like AD meta mid. And now I got 2, so I'm pretty happy, and yeah.
I know that there's a huge debate right now on which AD mids are the best, and I know that the general consensus is the fact that people don't like Varus that much. Do you have any impressions on this and take on this?
I mean, Varus, like, it's not like Lucian, Corki, Tristana. You like side gameplay is like a bit different. You have to play really well around like with the team. So this champion is way more harder to execute with the team compared to the other one where you can just do your things alone, right?
All right, and focusing a bit on BDS, you guys are going to face off against Fnatic tomorrow. I know that there's a lot of history, especially because they yoinked your MSI spot last time.
Yeah.
Any anticipation for this matchup, Nuke? And yeah, ways to not get triggered by bad memories against them?
They lost to Heretics, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I appreciate the laugh in the audience, thank you.
Tomorrow will be the same against us. It's just like the normal way to go, so yeah.
All right, I want to ask you something that's outside of the game, because you play amazingly. I know you sing really well, people don't know this, but I hope they can discover this soon. And you dance great as well. You guys did amazing content on social media, so talk me through the whole process here. Is the whole point to just trigger your opponents, showing them that you're just going to flex on them in-game afterwards?
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Like, obviously, I like to do the clown. I like to... Oh, this is... Okay.
Yeah, of course, we have it.
Yeah, it was after a scrim that we stomped. They asked us to like do content. I was kind of CBA, but when he showed me the video, I wanted to dance, actually. And I don't know, I just like doing random things.
Do you think you did it better than Gumayushi? Because that's where the video comes from.
Like with this, we had like 5 minutes of preparation. If I get like 30, I destroy him.
Impressive.
In dance battle.
Impressive. You're going to have to teach me this one. Nuke, thank you so much.
Thank
Best
you
of
very
luck
much.
against Fnatic tomorrow. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Shocks, over to you for PGL.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we also have Adam here, who also was in that video, I think. So do you like doing the TikToks?
I mean, our like content manager, he came after a scrim day, he said, guys, I have something for you. You guys are gonna dance.
You don't have a choice?
It was really enjoyable, you know, but actually it was pretty fun. But so it's okay, you know.
But I feel like doing that after like 6 losses in a row or something might be a bit annoying.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, after all, like, if you need to do content, you still do, right?
Yeah,
even if the moral is still bad. But I mean, we're pretty lucky. We win games.
It's true.
So we have fun doing that, actually.
Yeah, not a lot of stress. Maybe a little bit in this game. Striker, what is your verdict on how the team played out the comp that you fielded for them?
I would say I'm satisfied with how the early went. A lot of discipline from the boys. I think we didn't take fights randomly. We are very aware of their strength in the early game. I'm happy about the fact that we respected them early game overall. In mid-late game, I think there is some small adjustments on how we coordinate, but I think overall that's nothing that we cannot overcome with a bit of review. That's fine.
Do you feel like you are confident in your approach regardless of the level of your opponent? Because some teams say that they fall into the trap if they go up against a team at the bottom of the standings that perhaps they aren't as clean as they should be. How do you feel about that?
Always scared about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I always tell them before every game. I think lately we had 3 of those games, right? GX Rogue and Mad Lions. But every time I think we hold to our standards. I'm happy about that, yeah.
I have to say, just one specific for you actually, that 1v1 in top lane, I feel like, were you 1v1ing on Navori Gold? Because that was quite scary.
I didn't have like Navori, I needed like one more wave. So,
Yeah.
but if I do this 1v1 on top with Navori, like he got absolutely like destroyed, right?
But you were on daggers, I was like, oh,
he can't
that's
play,
scary.
Yeah, but, yeah, was almost close. I thought about turning, but he had like 1 second ahead of me, so I couldn't turn. But yeah, it was close.
It was close. You did get to win in the end, and I think a lot of people are looking at BDS in terms of what are you going to look like in playoffs, what's going to happen in terms of getting to the season finals, in terms of the race for worlds and everything. Adam, how do you look back on the improvement you make and how you step into the playoffs?
I mean, yeah, I mean, from my side, I do believe that every split or every year, it's always the same talk with BDS.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know, they're just winning best of ones. Oh, but they just beat like a bottom teams. But it's okay. Like they will not win finals. They will not go towards. I do believe that it's always the same scenario that is always being like talked about, always. But I strongly believe that we've now showed so much people and throughout the entire year that we were actually a top team and that we need to be talked as if we were like one of the best teams in the LEC right now. And I'm really proud of myself, first of all, my teammates and my coaching staff, because we're doing such a great job to change a bit how we talk about BDS, and that just makes me proud. Sorry. So yeah.
Actually, on this topic, I'm really passionate about BDS and your improvement throughout the year. To me, right, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because this is an outsider's POV, but it really feels like you guys are a super systematic team. It feels like after winter, or maybe at some point earlier than that, you guys sat down and said, okay, what are the issues we have? And then you took a split to fix each one. So it was like, spring, you fixed Adam's pool, it expanded. In summer, you played Sheo more on carries, AP junglers, and also on tanks. So what's next on the list? Is this a correct take, do you think? Like, what happened here?
I think it's, I would say, fairly correct, even though I think Adam improved his pool from last year already. I mean, I think it basically comes down from the fact that we saw last year that we could be limited in terms of playstyle, and we wanted to get rid of this this year. So we did also extend our coaching staff to help each player individually, and I think everyone is putting in the effort, you know, to make sure that each week there is a step up in terms of gameplay, and we try to basically learn the game every week a bit more. That's how we approach it. I don't think that we are too far from what we need to be in order to win a split, but playoff preparation will be important for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just ask it, right? Because it feels like this was a whole long-term plan to beat G2 in the end, right? To tackle every single thing one at a time and fix them. Is it enough? Is it enough for summer?
It was enough in best of one.
Yeah, okay.
I think that they were probably not in their best shape, right? But I also strongly believe that we are going to be way better than what we showed against them last time we met them in best of 5. I think that our side lane was really poor back then. I think that we improved on that a lot. So yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about facing them in best of 5 again.
We're excited for that as well. And to your point, Adam, I think you are entirely correct in that I guess it's because people expect so much from you because of what you show sometimes in the regular season, and because how consistent you have been as a team in the LEC in the last 2 years, right? Because if you think about the top 3, sometimes the top 2 and even the top 1, in a lot of the regular season and also going into playoffs, you always have to talk about BDS. And I think the improvement is clear. I think like, from my perspective, it's always like, I really want to see BDS do even better than that, right? And win those best of 5s and lift the trophy. But I know you want that as much as we do, right? But I think you're fair in your assessment for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, our ambitions for this split is also really high. We strongly believe that we can win the split, and if you take a look, you can even talk about the start of the process since last year, right? Since winter of last year, and everything we've been going through has reached this point now, where I do feel that it's this split or never, you know. And I also believe that we're so close, and that the gap between G2 and us, I feel like it has been closing split by split, and summer is the last time we can show our improvement. So I'm actually really excited to see.
I mean, I just want to give props. Yeah, I want to give props because it's been such a transformation. I remember watching you at Worlds last year, and it just felt like you had one play, and that was you have Sheo on some kind of facility like Rel jungle at the time, sit top lane, whilst you played a Ghost champion, and you had to absolutely bash your head in the wall until you won. But now I feel like you can play absolutely everything. You have AD mids, you have a bunch of different carries in the jungle, and yeah, it's just props. Loads of adaptability now.
Yeah, it's exciting to see, but only time will tell, of course, as always. Let's take a look also at the other teams. GX and KC both locked playoffs today. That does mean that we have 4 teams still vying for the last 2 spots in playoffs out of Heretics, Team Vitality, Rogue, and Mad Lions Koi. Now, I have a bunch of percentages of scenarios. I will just try and keep it short. Team Heretics actually have 87.5% of scenarios in which they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker to make it. But without going through everything, who do you think deserves to go to playoffs that you think can improve when they get there?
And from my side, I would say in terms of a team that would deserve, I would say that it's Rogue. I would say that it's Rogue.
That's a shocker.
Because, I mean, I've heard from Scrims that they're actually really trying really hard, and unfortunately, on stage, it doesn't show. And if you take a look at Vitality, I don't want to strike them specifically, right? But I don't think that the changes they've been doing until this summer was correct. Also, I don't think that how they view this year might not be correct, and how also they approach their team identity is not correct as well. So I don't think they put every chances on their side to win actually. So yeah, that's why I would put like Rogue over Vitality, just that.
Okay, that's a super interesting insight also. What do you think outside of Rogue? Do you agree? And do you think out of Heretics, Vitality, Rogue, and Mad Lions, Koi, who could have the potential to grow throughout those playoffs?
I would say that GX could. I think they improved a lot this split specifically. I think they had...
They already qualified.
They're already qualified. But it's cool to know that you're excited about their development.
Yeah, actually on this list, it's the one team that I see improving, at least week by week, both on macro and even on draft read. I think they are pretty decent right now. I think they understand their strength and their weaknesses quite well, and I don't think that they show sometimes the tendency that some teams can have where they play away from their strength or they try to basically ignore their weaknesses. I think they're pretty aware of those and they draft accordingly to that. So I like to see this team play overall.
It's quite interesting reading between the lines what you both say. It sounds like you guys are so heavily into the whole concept of having an identity because you know you vouch for Rogue, making sure they know what they want to play, and you disagree with the philosophy of Vitality in terms of their identity, and the same with you with GiantX. Yeah, it's just quite interesting because now you don't just have that one style anymore. You can also branch out.
Yeah. That's a point. You seem to see the teams in a similar light. Like you have the same philosophy. Was that always the case of you both?
Regarding other teams?
Like how you see the game and how everything should be approached.
I would say that mostly it was. I think it also comes from the fact that we've been working for so long, right? With Adam, started working with him in 2020.
Oh my gosh.
So even though there was a little time of break, which I think made us able to both improve on our game knowledge, which is good, we still, I think, remain kind of similar in that regard.
Yeah, cool.
I do believe the same. Yeah, I mean, him and I do think that we share like low-key similar perspective on how we view the game, also the teams, right? And to come back on what you said, I think this is really important for like a team to have like a clear identity, because the moment you actually don't have one, I do believe that it's so hard to actually know on what to focus to improve. And if you don't have an identity, then how do you define actually your goal, right? Like, what do you want to reach actually? So to me, this is really important. And at BDS, our identity is clear and we know what we play for.
Absolutely, and it's paying off. It definitely is. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. For the matchups we have tomorrow, I believe you're playing Fnatic, which you have a score to settle with. But I think you want to settle it in best ofs, right? Not in a best of one.
Yeah.
Ideally.
They kicked us off of MSI.
They did, so they'll have to pay for that tomorrow. Vitality SK. Oof, that's a hard one for. They have to win. I think. Pretty sure they have. I mean, I know nothing for sure with these scenarios, but I feel like it would be good, right, Aragon?
Yeah, I think they for sure have to win to the best chances, of course. But it's just looking so doomed.
It would be good for us if they do, actually.
Wait, is it good for you guys?
Yeah.
Does it unlock a top one?
We can have first place if SK is losing only, right?
If they also lose, of course.
Because we lose the head-to-head against them.
Yeah.
Even if we lose against Fnatic and SK loses, they still got the head-to-head.
We need to win and they need to lose.
Yeah. Oh, you have all the bracketology already in your head. You're like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do this. An important match, maybe I need to ask you two about, is on Monday though. Your country, France, plays my country, Belgium.
It's gonna be a blast. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell me what do you think's gonna happen. I mean, into 2018, unfortunately, it happened already, right? But this is a different time.
I think you guys cannot play. The moment you have Lukaku, I'm sorry, but
history will repeat itself most likely.
Okay. We'll see. We'll chat after. Unfortunately, I think you may be right. But at least it's going well on the Rift for BDS. We'll see if it also goes well for France on Monday. But of course, we have another all-important day in the regular season of Summer 2024. And at the end of tomorrow, we will finally know who our playoff teams are and for who the year ends. We'll catch you tomorrow. Good night.
Hold the shield, they can wait. Just waiting. Shield now expiring, he's trying to clear the wave. Q4 trying to lock up Oscar, and Oscar goes down! It's so clever, another! Oh! Why did they do it? I said it last split!
Look, I got them.
Yeah, I can go here. Look, I stand. No flash, say you no flash, guys.
Say you.
No save it.
I can take the series soon.
Everyone is on you, Morte. Everyone is on you.
Come on, run.
Okay, Scanner is dead. Go. Help carries.
It's not bad, you know.
Nice!
How do we execute Nash? They didn't take Drake. Joke.
Now Cops is doing so much work.
Speaking of latest, bro, video. Oh my god!
Go mid, okay? If you got top. Maybe not.
Roger.
Nice.
Nice, very good, very good.
Zimmer now with the Yumi stun, about to be apparent. Low on her health, are in trouble. Both flashes burn. Culling at point blank range. Upset with a third kill. The strength of SK is getting absolutely yeeted by a cat.
Come to me, come to me. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, seeing the flash.
Oh! Nice!
Nice. Irrelevant top! He's so good!
Okay, he can try, he really could, but Irrelevant's way too strong.
Kill the cat!
Yeah!
Kill the cat!
Ever again, we all hate Yumi.
Kill him. You rich?
Yeah, judge.
Why you No. Kill him. Let's go!
No, mais Kadi!
Oh, nice.
My bad.